Chapter 1 Beautiful Teacher. Jiangnan University of the Arts. By the lake. Chen Jingting sat by the water, looking at the sparkling lake. The breeze felt like a pair of soft hands caressing his face, which was very comfortable. The air is filled with a faint floral scent. Chen Jingting just traveled to this parallel world, and looking at the students around him reading, playing, and being affectionate, he thought that college life must be so good. Student Chen, there is something I want to discuss with you. A tall woman in a business suit, exuding a mature charm, walked over. She is the vocal music teacher, Qin Muyuan. Teacher, tell me what you want to say. Chen Jingting took a look at her. He saw that she was about 1.75 meters tall, with black stockings on her legs. She had an impressive figure and he couldn't take his eyes off her. This is a typical mature woman. Qin Muyuan noticed his fiery gaze. Her face was a little hot for a moment, and she said, I am already 30 years old. As you know, if I don't get married this year, I will have to marry a man randomly matched, so I think. Chen Jingting looked at her shy face and didn't think much about it. After all, the relationship between men was usually just a teacher-student relationship and there was nothing else. Qin Muyuan took a deep breath, mustered up the courage and said, I want to marry you, are you willing to marry me? Why me? Chen Jingting's eyes were full of confusion. He didn't know why she was looking for him. He actually encountered this pie in the sky thing. It won to be a discus instead of a pie in the end. Because you're a good person. Qin Muyuan looked at him sincerely, her tone very firm. Are you a good person? Isn't this the good guy card? According to common sense, he shouldn't be rejected. Chen Jingting's eyes were full of confusion. Qin Muyuan sat down and explained, before, some boys in the grade group were making up dirty rumors about me and pointing fingers at me. It was you who stopped them in the group, so I think you are a person with impeccable character and worthy of trust. Chen Jingting thought that this was a reward for being a good friend. Then he thought for a moment and asked, Teacher, I want to confirm whether we can be a real couple or just want to get married to avoid being assigned a marriage? Qin Muyuan knew what he was thinking and said, Of course we are real husband and wife. After we get married, I will give myself to you and be your woman. Chen Jingting couldn't help but feel happy. Of course he wanted to have such a beautiful mature woman as his wife. Student Chen, what do you think? Qin Muyuan felt uneasy when she saw that he didn't say anything. After all, she is already 30. And Chen Jingting was only 20. Her behavior is what people call an old cow eating young grass. Universal system loading. All-round system loaded. All-round system activated. Note, the all-round system allows you to learn the most professional knowledge and special abilities in various industries, and you can earn money by completing tasks. First task, make Qin Muyuan express her love, which must include the words I want to give birth to your child. Money reward, 1 million. Skill reward, cooking expertise. Hey! There is actually a system. The time travelers already have advantages in this parallel world, and now with the system at their disposal, they will be even more like fish in water. Chen Jingting thought that the first task was to make Qin Muyuan express her love. After all, it was 1 million. Whatever she said, she had to do it. I know I'm 10 years older than you, but I'll be a good wife. If you really don't want to, forget it. Seeing that he remained silent, Qin Muyuan showed a hint of disappointment on her face. I just don't know if I like you or not. Chen Jingting pretended to be serious when he said this. So what do you want to do? Qin Muyuan's voice was so soft as a mosquito. If he didn't agree, it would be so embarrassing. Chen Jingting saw that the time was almost right, and said, I want to confess my love to me seriously, and say that I am willing to marry me, give birth to my children, and so on. Qin Muyuan agreed without hesitation, okay. Chen Jingting looked at her straight and made a gesture of invitation. Chen Jingting, I really want to marry you. I will be a good wife and give birth to your children. You can have as many as you want. I will take good care of your life. Are you willing to marry me? Qin Muyuan took a deep breath and confessed her feelings seriously. Congratulations on completing the task, the reward is 1 million renminbi and cooking expertise. Ding dong. Text message, your savings card account with the last digit 3711 received 1 million yuan in 36 seconds on January 20, 2025, and the balance is 1,327 yuan. Chen Jingting looked at the payment text message with a bright smile on his face. At the same time, he felt a current passing through his body, and it felt like many more cooking skills had appeared in his mind. He knew exactly how to cook and was able to cook both ancient and modern Chinese and foreign dishes. He could be called a top expert. "Will you marry me?" Qin Muyuan asked again with trepidation. "Yes, wife." Chen Jingting directly took her hand. Qin Muyuan immediately smiled. Chen Jingting looked at her and said, "We are married now, so we should live together in the future." Qin Muyuan nodded shyly and replied, "I rented an apartment outside the school. Although it is a little small, it is still enough for 2 people to live in. You can move in tonight." Chen Jingting said, "Well, let's go get the certificate first." Qin Muyuan nodded. Her salary was not high, only about 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month. After deducting living expenses, she had to send 3,000 yuan back home every month. She lived a relatively frugal life. Then the two of them went to the Civil Affairs Bureau together. An hour later, the two got their wedding photos. Chen Jingting looked at the wedding photo and saw that the two of them were smiling happily and looked very happy. "I'm finally getting married." Qin Muyuan looked at the big red marriage certificate in her hand. Although the marriage was a bit hasty, she chose her husband after all. "What should I call you?" Chen Jingting put his arm around her shoulders. Qin Muyuan shyly called out, "Husband." Chen Jingting looked at her affectionately and said, "Wife, I will treat you well." Qin Muyuan said, "It depends on your performance. I have saved some money. After you graduate, we will buy a car first and then a house." "You don't have to wait until you graduate to buy a house, just buy a car today. Give her a surprise then." Chen Jingting said to Qin Muyuan, "You should go back to school first. I have something else to do." "Okay, you come back to the apartment with me tonight." After giving some instructions, Qin Muyuan turned around and took a taxi back to school. Chen Jingting went to buy a car. As a man, he naturally couldn't let his wife lose face. School music department office. Qin Muyuan sat on the chair, smiling from time to time, her face full of happiness. "Muyuan, what are you grinning about?" My best friend Su Qian, who had wavy hair, came over with a look of curiosity on her face. "I am married." Qin Muyuan threw out this. Su Qian was stunned for a moment, then said, "You didn't just randomly marry someone to avoid being assigned a husband, did you?" Qin Muyuan spread her hands and replied, "At least I chose it myself." Su Qian couldn't wait to ask, "Who is it? Who is so capable as to marry our beautiful Lady Qin?" Qin Muyuan took out the marriage certificate and said, "He is a student in my class. He has a very good character." Su Qian immediately covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "Not bad. You have learned to eat young grass." "What are you talking about?" Qin Muyuan rolled her eyes at her. "But students don't have much money. You still have to support him. With your figure and looks, there are many rich people chasing you." Su Qian sighed. Qin Muyuan leaned back in her chair and said, "If I wanted to find a rich man, why would I have to wait until today? I'm looking for someone with good moral character." Su Qian gave her a thumbs up and said, "By the way, our school has a spot for a dating show, you can go. Let's talk about it later." Qin Muyuan thought that the theme of this dating show was school couples who just got married today, and the focus was the wedding night in the evening. As a newlywed wife, she naturally has to do her job as a wife and make her man feel comfortable both physically and mentally. In the evening, Chen Jingting came to the Porsche car store. He already has a target model, which is the Panamera. "Hello, sir, what do you need?" The clerk came over and greeted him. "Panamera, full payment, done right away, I want to drive away today." Chen Jingting took out the card directly without saying a word. The clerk was stunned for a moment, then immediately took the card and swiped it. "I only had one thought in my mind, this is a real rich man. He didn't say anything and just bought $1 million luxury car. It's really manly." She immediately wanted to get to know him and said, "Sir, can I add you on WeChat?" "No, go and do the formalities." Chen Jingting rejected her outright. Although she was pretty, she was still several levels behind Qin Muyuan. Chen Jingting completed the car purchase procedures and drove his Porsche Panamera to the school to pick up Qin Muyuan after school. He had planned everything. On their wedding night, they had to have a good time. Chapter 2 Officially living together. Qin Muyuan and Su Qian were waiting at the school gate. Su Qian held her arm and asked curiously, "Are you just trying to avoid the random matchmaking or do you really want to marry him?" Qin Muyuan replied without hesitation, "Of course I want to marry him. I'm not young anymore. Since I want to get married, I'll just live a good life." Su Qian took out a lollipop and stuffed it into his mouth, saying, "With your face and figure, you look no different from a 25-26-year-old. That guy got it for free." Qin Muyuan smiled slightly, thinking that maybe this was fate. Boom! A Panamera stopped in front of the two men. Su Qian nudged Qin Muyuan with his arm and said with a smile, "Hey, maybe it's your young master who's here to see you again." Qin Muyuan glanced at her and said, "Maybe he's here to see you." Su Qian replied without hesitation, "I have a boyfriend, no one will come to see me." "Wife, get in the car." Chen Jingting rolled down the car window and greeted Qin Muyuan. How can you drive this car?" When Qin Muyuan saw that it was him, she was stunned. In her impression, Chen Jingting's family background is very ordinary and it is impossible for him to afford such a luxury car. Chen Jingting smiled and replied, "Why can't I drive this car? Today we are getting married, and we bought this as a gift for you. Come on in the car." Qin Muyuan stood there in a daze, not yet recovered from her shock. Su Qian twisted her arm and said, "You actually lied to me. I didn't expect you to find a young man and you even hid it from me. No wonder you married him so quickly." "Nothing." Qin Muyuan didn't know how to explain it. "That's not nice enough. You have to treat me to a nice meal, and then I won't disturb your happiness tonight." After saying that, Su Qian turned and left. Qin Muyuan also opened the car door and got in. Looking at the luxury car, she didn't know what to say for a moment. According to her salary, she would have to go without food and drink for more than 10 years to be able to afford it, but she didn't expect that she could afford it so easily now. This was something she never expected. She was thinking that they would slowly save money to buy a car and a house. Chen Jingting held her hand while driving and said, "From now on, you can drive this car. Just pick me up from school every day." Qin Muyuan smiled and said, "Shouldn't you pick me up?" Chen Jingting took her hand and kissed it, saying, "You are my wife, what's wrong with taking care of me?" "Okay, I'll take care of you." Qin Muyuan was very happy. She felt warm in her heart as he held her hand. Half an hour later, the two returned to where they lived. Qin Muyuan opened the door and introduced the room. "This is a one-bedroom apartment of mine, 50 square meters, very small, and I usually live alone." Chen Jingting took a look around the room. Although it was not a big place, it was very tidy and spotless. There was a faint fragrance in the room. Qin Muyuan looked at him and said, "Please sit down. I'm going to take a shower." Chen Jingting held her hand and said expectantly, "Let's wash together." Qin Muyuan said, "Let me be mentally prepared. I am yours today, there is no need to rush." "All right." Chen Jingting agreed. "You play on the computer for a while. I need to take a shower." After saying that, Qin Muyuan went into the bathroom to take a shower. Chen Jingting turned on the computer and thought about the cooking knowledge he had just learned. Now he has become a top master in this field. Then he logged into a food exchange website and started browsing. Soon Chen Jingting saw someone offering a reward of 100,000 yuan for a question, asking him to analyze the cooking methods of the dishes in the painting. He also clicked in to take a look and found that there were quite a few comments. "Little Red Riding Hood, I watched it several times and found that it looked like steamed meat. Shuishi, they are very similar, but there is still a difference in color. National Forest, it should be the difference in cooking methods. Look, this is braised pork." Chen Jingting also looked at it carefully. After all, it was 100,000 yuan, and it would be a waste not to make some money. And after just one look, he understood the recipe and started typing. After all the dishes from ancient times to the present were in his mind. Shuyanjia Restaurant. Lu Xiying sat in front of the computer, looking at the portrait bounty question she posted on the food forum, but there was no answer that satisfied her. This was a royal dish from their Lu family's ancestors, but it was lost and only a painting remained. As the successor of the Lu family, she wanted to restore this dish, so she posted it online seeking help from netizens. But now it seems that she is indeed going to be disappointed. Just when Lu Xiying was about to turn off the computer, a comment caught his eye. "My wife is a beauty. This is a royal dish of the Dacian dynasty 500 years ago, Yinlu Huakai, which is the specialty of Chef Lu Hai. It looks like steamed meat, but it is actually venison cooked in a pot, and the ingredients are mushrooms." Lu Xiying looked at the man and felt that what he said was well reasoned and that some of the information was only known by people in their Lu family, which made her feel very unreliable. Then she immediately asked for a contact number and went to the kitchen to work. After Chen Jingting checked the computer late at night, he saw that an hour had passed and Qin Muyuan had not come out of the bathroom yet. In the bathroom, Qin Muyuan had taken 3 showers. After all, she was still a little nervous. He was 10 years younger than her, and she wondered if he would dislike her. After taking a deep breath, she walked out. Chen Jingting came over immediately. "Go to the room." Qin Muyuan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Jingting immediately picked her up like a princess and walked into the house. The next day, Chen Jingting woke up early in the morning and smelled the aroma of fried eggs. "Hubby, it's time to eat." Qin Muyuan was wearing a silk pajamas and holding a fried egg and milk in her hands. "Wife, you are so nice." Chen Jingting put his arm around her waist, smelled her fragrance, and felt comfortable both physically and mentally. Qin Muyuan smiled and replied, "I am your wife, it is my duty to take care of you. By the way, when we go to school, you are not allowed to call me wife, you have to call me teacher." Chen Jingting nodded and replied, "Okay, no problem." Qin Muyuan leaned over to touch his face and said, "Hubby, you are so nice." Ding-a-ling. Just then, the cell phone rang. Chen Jingting picked up the phone immediately and found out that it was the person who had posted the reward last night, asking him to meet. After hanging up the phone, he said to Qin Muyuan, "Wife, I'm going to meet an online friend later." "No, you have my class today, you are not allowed to skip class." Qin Muyuan took his arm. "Wife, I'm your husband, please be flexible." Chen Jingting started to act coquettishly. Qin Muyuan shook her head and replied, "No, I am not only your wife, but also your teacher." Alas. Chen Jingting sighed. Qin Muyuan knew that men needed to be coaxed, so she leaned over and whispered, "At worst, I can come back to dance for you tonight. I'll definitely make you happy." Chen Jingting thought that his wife's class would be very interesting, so he went to school with her. After arriving outside the school, Qin Muyuan put him down. She didn't want to make their marriage public for the time being, so she drove to the parking lot. After parking the car, she prepared to go to the office. "Hey, Muyuan, which young man have you hooked up with again? You are really charming. The last time I saw you, you were driving a Bentley." At this moment, a joking voice came over, mixed with a hint of envy and jealousy. Chapter 3 Pulling off the stockings. A woman with a jealous face stared at the Panamera next to Qin Muyuan. Qin Muyuan didn't have a good impression of Zhang Ling. She loved to show off. She would show off her boyfriend in gifts in the office. Zhang Ling stared at the car for a while and said, "Muyuan, I just let you drive it, it's not yours, don't lose both your money and your life." Qin Muyuan replied casually, "Thank you for your concern. I am not short of talent. I am already married. These are my marital property." Hearing this, Zhang Ling widened her eyes and said, "You got married? Who? You don't know him." After saying that, Qin Muyuan turned and walked away. Zhang Ling was full of jealousy. She thought that anyone who could afford a Panamera must be a rich person. How could she be so lucky that she could find a rich person so easily? After returning to the office, Qin Muyuan sat down at her seat, picked up a book and prepared to preview the lessons before going to class. Su Qian came over and asked with a smile, "Muyuan, how was your night?" Qin Muyuan smiled and replied, "Very good." Su Qian stretched out her hand and pinched her cheek, saying, "Looking at your rosy face, I know you must be living a good life. After all, she is only 20 years old. You, an old aunt, are getting a great bargain." Qin Muyuan looked at her and smiled, "I will be angry if you say that." "Okay, I won't say any more. By the way, the notice has come down. The school is going to select a couple to participate in the dating show. Both husband and wife and couples can participate. You guys go and participate." Su Qian talked about this. "No. This is mainly for students." Qin Muyuan shook her head. Su Qian said, "What's the big deal? You'll get paid if you go. It said that it's calculated based on the ratings. The higher the ratings, the more money you'll get." Qin Muyuan was also very tempted by this. After all, she also needed money to buy a house and her family also needed money. She said, "Okay, I'll discuss it with my husband." "Oh, you're calling me husband so soon?" Su Qian teased with a smile. "He's my husband. I won't call you husband anymore." Qin Muyuan rolled her eyes at her, then took her book and went to class. Classroom. Chen Jingting was sitting on a chair, reading a book. All he wanted now was to make money to buy a house. A fat man with a smile on his face came up and said, "Jingting, you said our teacher Qin is beautiful. You don't know how happy her man will be in the future, with that face, that figure. Why are you saying this? No matter how beautiful you are not yours." Seeing that he was talking more and more nonsense, Chen Jingting interrupted him quickly. "I'm just envious. I heard that her previous boyfriends were all second-generation rich." Wei Peng sighed, his eyes full of envy. Chen Jingting thought about what Qin Muyuan had told him last night, that she had only had 2 boyfriends, who were indeed rich men, but they both betrayed her. That's why she wants to find someone with good moral character. Qin Muyuan walked in and said to everyone, "Everyone cheer up and start the class." Everyone sat down. "Today we are going to learn the basics of vocal music." Qin Muyuan began to teach seriously. Chen Jingting supported his chin with his right hand and looked at her straight. Wei Peng touched him with his arm and said, "Stop looking at me. Will the teacher like you? Don't be a toad wanting to eat swan meat." Chen Jingting smiled and asked, "What if I eat this swan meat?" Wei Peng replied without hesitation, "If you can eat it, you are my father." Chen Jingting smiled, thinking that now he had a new son. But he doesn't want such a big one. The child he and Qin Muyuan have will definitely be very good looking. All of you should listen carefully, especially some students who don't daydream during class. Qin Muyuan glanced at everyone and was actually hinting at Chen Jingting. After class, he kept staring at me, which made me feel embarrassed. However, Chen Jingting did not restrain himself at all, thinking that his wife was really beautiful. Qin Muyuan had no choice but to avoid going to see him, and planned to teach him a lesson when she got back for disrupting her classes. 40 minutes later. Ding-a-ling. The bell for the end of get out of class rang. "Take a break first, Chen Jingting, come with me to the office." Qin Muyuan shouted something to Chen Jingting seriously and then went out. Chen Jingting ran over immediately. After coming out, he reached out to hug Qin Muyuan's waist. But Qin Muyuan slapped his hand away and said shyly, "Don't mess around. It would be bad if someone saw it." Chen Jingting smiled and replied, "You are my wife, what's wrong with that?" "Hello, Teacher Qin." Students passing by greeted Qin Muyuan. Qin Muyuan nodded quickly in response, feeling a little excited and afraid of being discovered by others. After she left, she said to Chen Jingting, "If they knew I married you, they would say I am an old cow eating young grass." Chen Jingting said quickly, "Don't worry, they will never say anything about you. They will just say that flowers are stuck in cow dung." Qin Muyuan was so amused by him that she covered her mouth and laughed, and said, "I want to tell you something serious. I want to participate in the most famous dating show, which is Heart Signal. If it becomes popular, I can also make some money." Chen Jingting looked at her expectant face and nodded, "Go if you want to." "Okay, I'll go sign up then. I'll also have to shoot a video. If we get the most likes, we'll represent the school group." After saying that, Qin Muyuan walked away excitedly. Chen Jingting turned around and left, preparing to go to Shuiyue's restaurant. Shuyanjia restaurant. In the kitchen, Lu Xiying, dressed in chef's uniform, was making the dish cloud deer flower blooming. But after trying it for one night, she still felt that something was not right. "Sister Lu, this is much better than before. After all, before we made it according to the picture, but the result was totally wrong." A girl nearby expressed relief. "Yeah. At least we know that our previous cooking and ingredients were wrong. That's a big improvement." Lu Xiying showed a smile on her face. Now she was only one step away from completely restoring the dish. At this moment, a man walked in and said, "Boss Lu, someone is looking for you outside." Lu Xiying knew that it was the person from the forum last night who had arrived, and immediately went out to greet him. 3 minutes later. When she arrived at the door and saw a young man in front of her, she frowned and felt uneasy. In her impression, the person who knew about what happened in her Lu family 500 years ago must be an old man with profound knowledge, but she didn't expect it to be a young man in his early 20s. Chen Jingting looked at Lu Xiying, who was wearing a white chef's uniform on the upper body and stockings and high heels on the lower body. She had a unique charm. But in general, the impression she gives people is that of an ice beauty. New task: tear off Lu Xiying's stockings by yourself, monetary reward, 1 million, skill reward, musical instrument mastery. Chapter 4 Show off your skills. Chen Jingting looked at the task given by the system and suddenly stood still. She is not Qin Muyuan, it is impossible for her to do whatever she is told. And it's not so easy to tear off each other's stockings. Even if you don't go to the police station directly, you will still get slapped in the face. If you don't go, you won't be able to see the $1 million and the musical instrument, which would be a huge loss. Phew. Lu Xiying sorted out his thoughts and said, "Hello, you are Mr. Chen, right?" Chen Jingting nodded and replied, "It's me. We contacted each other last night." Lu Xiying looked at him and asked, "Mr. Chen, you should still be studying, right?" "Yes, freshman year." Chen Jingting responded. "You know so much about dishes, are you from a family of chefs?" Lu Xiying asked him to sit down and asked tentatively. Chen Jingting shook his head and replied, "That's not the case." Lu Xiying asked curiously, "Then how do you know so much?" "You know everything about our Lu family over the past 500 years. Chen Jingting spread his hands and said with a smile, "This is the secret." Lu Xiying didn't care about that and asked, "You can explain this dish of cloud deer flour so clearly, it must not be just talk, your cooking skills must be very good." "Fortunately, I can be considered a senior technician." Chen Jingting said this, although his expression was humble, his brows were filled with immense confidence. The culinary skills provided by the system not only include ancient and modern culinary knowledge, but also first-class practical cooking skills. "You are so arrogant. Senior technician is a national first-level qualification, the highest level for a chef. Our CEO Lu comes from a family of chefs, but he is only a technician now." When the people around heard what he said, they all laughed, as if they were watching a joke. Chen Jingting glanced at them and said calmly, "Maybe you are not working hard enough." A burly man came out and said sternly, "Boy, I grew up in the kitchen and now I am only a senior chef. How dare you call me a senior technician? I want you to take back your words today." Chen Jingting asked, "Are you threatening me?" "Pa." Guo Chang slammed the table and said, "I just can't stand your boasting. If you don't take back your words, I'll break your legs. We may not even be able to get promoted to senior technicians after working hard all our lives, and you just say that. Ms. Lu, it seems that it will be difficult for me to get out." Chen Jingting looked at Lu Xiying. "Guo Chang, please go down. I'm sorry, my employee was a little rude." Lu Xiying apologized to him. Chen Jingting knew that the opportunity to tear her stockings had come, and he said in a deep voice, "Miss Lu, I came to help you, but he actually wanted to beat me and break my legs, so I'd better leave first." Lu Xiying said quickly, "Mr. Chen, please don't leave. I'll ask him to apologize to you, okay?" Chen Jingting shook his head and replied, he looked unconvinced and his apology was sincere. "So, let me make a bet with you." Lu Xiying asked curiously, "What bet?" "Let's compete in making fried rice. If you win, I'll teach you how to make cloud deer blossoms. If you lose, I'll tear off your stockings." Chen Jingting threw out this statement. "Tear my stockings? Why?" Lu Xiying looked surprised. Chen Jingting said directly, "I like this. If you don't want to, forget it. I'll leave." Lu Xiying asked him to come here just to make the cloud deer flower blooming dish and would definitely not let him leave. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I can promise to tear your stockings for you, but no matter whether I win or lose, you have to teach me how to make cloud deer blossom." Seeing that she agreed, Chen Jingting quickly snapped his fingers and replied, "Okay, it's settled. Come with me to the kitchen, and we'll have a good fight." After saying that, Lu Xiying immediately turned around and went into the kitchen. Chen Jingting hurriedly followed. After arriving in the kitchen, Lu Xiying pointed at the stove and said to him, "The ingredients and seasonings are all here, let's go together." Chen Jingting nodded and immediately walked to the stove to get busy, lighting the fire, heating the pot, and pouring oil all in one go. "Boss Lu, come on," slap him in the face. Guo Chang and others stood by and cheered Lu Xiying on. The movements of Chen Jingting and Lu Xiying in making fried rice are almost identical, as if they were a replica. "This kid is really good." Guo Chang watched Chen Jingting flipping the wok and his heart skipped a beat. After all, an expert could tell whether the dish was good or not just by looking at it. This kind of basic skills can be seen at a glance. 5 minutes later. 2 plates of egg fried rice were also served. Lu Xiying said to Guo Chang and others, "You all try it and give your honest comments. I will also taste it in the end." Guo Chang immediately picked up the spoon and started tasting it. When he tasted Lu Xiying's and then Chen Jingting's egg fried rice, his face couldn't help but darken. He also found that Chen Jingting's egg fried rice was better not only in appearance but also in taste. At this moment he was extremely shocked. Lu Xiying was already a technician, but Chen Jingting's food was even better than hers. He might really be a top-level senior technician. Soon after the others had tasted the food, they also quieted down, not saying a word after each taste. He really does cook better than I do. After looking at everyone's reactions, Lu Xiying had a general idea in her mind. After tasting Chen Jingting's egg fried rice, she was convinced of her defeat. In terms of color, viscosity, saltiness, and cooking time, she was slightly inferior. I'm sorry, I was too arrogant and shouldn't have underestimated you, Mr. Chen. Guo Chang immediately apologized to Chen Jingting. Ms. Lu, you have to admit defeat. Chen Jingting looked at Lu Xiying. Lu Xiying thought he was just joking, but she didn't expect him to be serious. But she had already agreed, and she also had to learn the cloud deer flower blooming, so she said to Guo Chang and others, "You go out first." Guo Chang and others turned around and walked out of the kitchen. After everyone left, Lu Xiying put her legs on the chair and said to Chen Jingting, "Come on." Sizzle. Chen Jingting went straight up and tore off her stockings. Lu Xiying could only suppress his anger. Congratulations on completing the mission, the reward is 1 million, and the musical instrument is perfect. Chen Jingting saw that there was another 1 million in his bank card. His musical instrument mastery enabled him to learn all musical instruments in one go. At this moment he was smiling like a little child. Lu Xiying looked at him grinning foolishly, her anger rising in her heart, but in order to learn how to cook, she could only suppress it and whispered, "Can you teach me how to cook?" "Sure, come on." Chen Jingting immediately began to teach her how to make the dish cloud deer flower blooming. Lu Xiying was learning seriously beside him. Half an hour later. The cloud deer flowers, which exude a rich aroma, are ready to be served. Lu Xiying took a bite and found the taste unforgettable. Okay, now that you've learned it, it's time to give the 100,000 yuan reward. Chen Jingting knocked on the table and prepared to collect the debt. Get lost, you took advantage of me and now you want money? No way. Lu Xiying shouted harshly and ordered them to leave. Chen Jingting thought that this woman changed her attitude as easily as turning the pages of a book, so he didn't bother with her and just regarded it as paying for her to tear her stockings. But these stockings are a bit expensive. 100,000 yuan a pair. In the evening, Chen Jingting was waiting for Qin Muyuan in the parking lot, preparing to go home together. After watching Qin Muyuan pass by, he immediately rushed over and hugged her. Stop making trouble, get in the car and go home to make trouble. Qin Muyuan immediately pushed him away. Then the two of them got in the car and left immediately. In the distance, Jiang Ling was taking pictures of this scene with her mobile phone, with a proud look on her face. She plans to post it on the school forum later. The name has been thought of. A married teacher cheated on his student. The topic will definitely be very explosive, and Qin Muyuan will be ruined. Chapter 5 No Vision. After Chen Jingting entered the room, he immediately knelt on one knee and took out a red ring box from his pocket. Qin Muyuan was also shocked when she saw the scene and asked, "What are you doing?" Chen Jingting opened the box, revealing a thumb-sized, sparkling diamond ring, and said, "I haven't proposed to you yet, marry me." Qin Muyuan immediately showed a happy smile on her face and said, "I'm already marrying you, why am I still proposing?" Chen Jingting picked up the diamond ring and put it on her, saying, "We still have to have a sense of ceremony." Qin Muyuan looked at the ring on her hand and said quickly, "This ring must be very expensive." Chen Jingting smiled and replied, "It's only over 600,000 yuan, not expensive." This isn't expensive. Qin Muyuan's eyes widened in shock at the price. She thought that in the future she would only wear a ring worth tens of thousands of dollars at most. She never expected to see a ring worth more than 600,000 yuan. She suddenly wore 10 years' salary on her hand. I was so shocked that I couldn't recover for a long time. It's okay if it's expensive, as long as you like it. Chen Jingting stood up and held her hand tightly. Qin Muyuan nodded continuously and cried with joy. Chen Jingting looked at her affectionately and said, "Let's have a baby tonight." Qin Muyuan immediately threw herself into his arms, nodding her head continuously. The hands of the two men also became restless. Ahem. At this moment, Su Qian came out of the bathroom. Chen Jingting was frightened. Qin Muyuan asked quickly, "Why are you here?" Su Qian threw the key on the table and said, "I just wanted to chat with you. You gave me the key before. You just got married, so I have to come and congratulate you. Are you so impatient?" Qin Muyuan suddenly became shy and said, "You came at a really bad time. Su Qian smiled and said, I know I am disturbing you, but you are already married, so there is no need to rush. After saying that, she sat on the sofa, turned on the TV and started watching. Chen Jingting came close to Qin Muyuan and whispered, we have to let her go quickly. Don't disturb our good thing. Qin Muyuan nodded, walked over and said to Su Qian, Qian, I suddenly feel a little unwell, I'm afraid I can't chat with you. Su Qian said quickly, it's okay. If you're not feeling well, just go and rest. I'll just watch TV here for a while. It's a good opportunity for me to have a good chat with your husband and talk about your ex-boyfriends. It's okay. I'll sit with you for a while. Hearing this, Qin Muyuan hurriedly sat down next to her. How could she let her talk nonsense? Have you eaten yet? I haven't eaten yet. Su Qian opened his mouth to ask. Qin Muyuan said quickly, we ate it. Su Qian took out his phone and said, then I'll order takeout. Chen Jingting thought that ordering takeout would take at least half an hour, so he quickly said, I'll make you a bowl of noodles. Let me cook you a bowl of noodles. Let me show you my cooking skills. Su Qian nodded and replied, okay, fry another egg. Chen Jingting immediately went to the kitchen to get busy. It only took 10 minutes, and he let her go after she finished eating. This woman has no tact at all, she doesn't even know how to be tactful when I give her a reminder. Su Qian grabbed Qin Muyuan's hand, looked at the diamond ring on it, and said enviously, this must cost 5 or 600,000. It's so beautiful. Qin Muyuan's face was full of excitement and she said, it's okay. Your boyfriend is also very rich and will buy it for you. Su Qian sighed, it's not time to get married yet. Qin Muyuan looked at her and said, you are only 1 year younger than me, and you have to get married next year. Let's not talk about this. I've been hinting to him, but he didn't respond. I don't want to be matched and married at that time. Thinking of this, Su Qian felt unhappy. Qin Muyuan was also there to comfort her. The noodles are here, eat them quickly. 10 minutes later, Chen Jingting came over with noodles, wanting her to finish eating and leave early, while also winking at Qin Muyuan. It smells so good. It's so comfortable just looking at it. After smelling the fragrance and looking at the delicious noodles, Su Qian immediately picked up the chopsticks and started eating. After she took a bite, her eyes widened and she said, it's delicious, absolutely delicious. Yuan, try it. Qin Muyuan's appetite was also aroused after she smelled the fragrance. She was just looking for an opportunity to take a bite, so she quickly tasted it and agreed, it's delicious, husband, I want to eat it too. Seeing that she was also clamoring for food, Chen Jingting could do nothing but go to the kitchen and cook another bowl of noodles. Now he regrets having such great cooking skills. A bowl of noodles he makes can be considered a delicacy. Then he went to make them a bowl of noodles. Qin Muyuan happily ate the noodles and drank all the soup. She said to Chen Jingting, hubby, your cooking skills are so good, better than those chefs in restaurants. Chen Jingting reminded her, wife, when you are full, send Su Qian out. It is a good time to take a walk to help digest the food. It is getting late. We still have more to chat about. We won't leave tonight. Su Qian said this, with no intention of leaving at all. Yes. Husband, you can sleep on the sofa today. Qin Muyuan also agreed. Chen Jingting knew that he couldn't sleep with his wife in his arms tonight. Su Qian had no tact at all, and Qin Muyuan had already forgotten what she was going to do. He worked so hard for so long, but it was all in vain. The next day, the three of them went to school together. After arriving at the parking lot, Qin Muyuan said to Chen Jingting, you go first. Shanqian and I will go to work and make it up to you in the evening. Chen Jingting nodded and went to the classroom. However, along the way he saw many people looking at him with strange eyes, and he felt a little puzzled. After arriving at the classroom, he saw that everyone turned to look at him with different expressions, some envy, some jealousy, some dissatisfaction and anger. Jingting, you are awesome. You are awesome. Wei Peng greeted him with a smile. What's wrong? There's something wrong with everyone's eyes. Chen Jingting muttered. Wei Peng put his arm around his shoulders and said, brother, this is really not nice of you. You had an affair with teacher Qin and didn't even tell me. Chen Jingting's heart skipped a beat, but he still pretended to be stupid and asked, what are you talking about? Wei Peng took out his phone and clicked on the photo of them kissing in the parking lot yesterday. He said, you are so mean. You tried so hard to make me your son. How did you hook up with me? Humph, I heard that teacher Qin is already married. You are such a jerk for doing such a thing. A handsome young man next to him started cursing. Yes. Teacher Chin is the same. How can she not be a good wife? Many people also started talking about it, with indignation on their faces. Chen Jingting just smiled and didn't care what they said. Lu Hanjun slammed the table and stood up, scolding him harshly. How dare you do such a thing? The morals of the world have deteriorated to such an extent. You really brought honor to our class and our school. Wei Ping approached Chen Jingting and whispered, Brother, it is indeed immoral for you to seduce a married woman. So what if I did it? What's wrong with being in love with each other? We are true love. Chen Jingting shouted loudly, not showing any weakness. How shameless. Everyone in the classroom started cursing. Chen Jingting, go to the principal's office. A man came in and delivered the order. Chapter 6 We are husband and wife. Humph, he should be fired for doing something like this. Lu Hanjun was chatting proudly with people in the class. That's right. Chen Jingting is so corrupt that it would be totally unjust not to fire him. Many people echoed this. Lu Hanjun said quickly, when the time comes, we will go and report this to the principal together. We must not allow this black sheep to stay. Pa! Wei Peng slammed the table and yelled, did he steal your girlfriend or something? You're so excited. Lu Hanjun looked at him and said, Wei Peng, I know you have a good relationship with him, but you don't have to speak for such a shameless and immoral person. Wei Peng held his head high and put his hands on his hips, and replied without caring, I don't care what he did, I just know that he is my brother, and I have to support him. Lu Hanjun snorted coldly and cursed, birds of a feather. What about you? Wei Peng slapped him directly. You dare to hit me? I'll kill you. Lu Hanjun had never been beaten before, and he also rushed into the mountain spring. The two men immediately started fighting. In the office, Qin Muyuan also knew what happened. She didn't expect that she would be photographed when she was with Chen Jingting. Now their relationship can no longer be hidden. Jiang Ling is very proud now. She has ruined Qin Muyuan's reputation and made her a hated person in the school. Then she walked over, looked at Qin Muyuan and said, Teacher Qin, you are married, and you still have some trouble with your students. This has a very bad influence. What are you talking about? If you keep saying that, I'll tear your mouth apart. They can hug me if they want and kiss me if they want. It's none of your business. Su Qian immediately stood up and spoke for Qin Muyuan. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. If you can get close to her, she must not be a good woman. Jiang Ling did not show any weakness and continued to fan the flames. Others in the office agreed. Jiang Ling looked at the diamond ring on Qin Muyuan's hand, which cost at least 500,000 or 600,000 yuan, and felt extremely jealous. Then she continued, Teacher Qin, your husband gave you such an expensive ring, but you cheated on him, are you doing injustice? Su Qian immediately shouted, what do you know, they are. Before she could finish, a man came in and said to Qin Muyuan, Teacher Qin, the principal asked you to go find her. Qin Muyuan went over immediately. Let's see how you end up. Jiang Ling looked at her leaving figure with a smug look on her face. She was definitely going to be fired. Su Qian looked at her gloating expression and didn't explain much. He would slap her in the face when the time came. Principal's office. A woman in her 50s was looking at the discussion about Qin Muyuan in the school forum on the computer with her brows deeply frowned. Such an incident had happened in the school and it had a huge impact on the school. After Chen Jingting came in, he said, Principal, you are looking for me. Lu Xiaoman looked at him and asked, do you know why I'm looking for you? No. Chen Jingting nodded. You said you didn't study hard, how could you do such a thing? Qin Muyuan is your teacher, and she's married. Lu Xiaoman didn't know what to say now. Chen Jingting said quickly, Principal, this is all my fault. It has nothing to do with her. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Love is like this. Love comes from nowhere, but it lasts forever. Lu Xiaoman knocked on the table and said, I know you young people are more casual nowadays, but you can't lose your basic morals. Chen Jingting just kept nodding without explaining. Principal, you are looking for me. Qin Muyuan walked in with a calm look on her face. Teacher Qin, you are married after all. If something like this happens, it will have a great impact on the school. We must deal with it. Lu Xiaoman's tone also became stern. Chen Jingting rushed to the table and said excitedly, "Principal, if you want to deal with it, deal with me. It has nothing to do with Teacher Qin. It's all my fault. I took the initiative." Lu Xiaoman looked at him and said, "Can this be just your fault? It takes two to tango. Both of you are responsible, so both of you will be expelled." Chen Jingting continued to shout loudly, "Principal, if you want to expel someone, expel me. Don't expel Teacher Qin." Seeing that he was acting in a movie here, Qin Muyuan quickly said, "Principal, we have actually been married for a long time. We are husband and wife." "What?" Hearing this, Lu Xiaoman was stunned. "Principal, this is the photo of our marriage certificate, take a look." Qin Muyuan took out her cell phone and clicked on the photo. Lu Xiaoman took a look and didn't know what to say for a moment. After a moment of silence, she asked again, "Are you really married?" Qin Muyuan nodded and replied, "Really, the day before yesterday." Lu Xiaoman immediately looked at Chen Jingting and said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why are you still acting with me?" Chen Jingting quickly said, "Principal, I just want to practice my acting skills." Lu Xiaoman said unhappily, "Nonsense, get out of here. I'll send out a notice about this." "Okay, principal, wife, let's go." Chen Jingting immediately took Qin Muyuan's hand and went out. Lu Xiaoman thought it was a false alarm and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After coming out, Chen Jingting said to Qin Muyuan, "Wife, it seems that our relationship can no longer be hidden." Qin Muyuan was very calm and replied, "It's only a matter of time. I'm mentally prepared. But you are not allowed to call me wife in school. You have to call me teacher." Chen Jingting nodded and replied, "Okay, wife." Qin Muyuan stretched out her hand and twisted his arm, saying, "Stop making trouble, or you won't be able to sleep with me in your arms tonight." Okay, Teacher Qin." Chen Jingting quickly agreed. He didn't want to sleep alone now. Office. Zhang Ling sat in a chair, trimming her nails with a smug look on her face, preparing to hear the news that Qin Muyuan had been fired. The school just issued a notice that Qin Muyuan and Chen Jingting are husband and wife, not having an affair. Someone suddenly exclaimed. "Really? The marriage certificate has been released." Then the office became lively. Zhang Ling looked at the notice and was dumbfounded for a moment. This was totally beyond her expectations. Su Qian smiled and said, "What a fuss. What's wrong with a couple kissing and hugging each other?" Zhang Ling could only remain silent, feeling very depressed. "I thought it was a good opportunity to get rid of Qin Muyuan, but I didn't expect this result." The classroom was in an uproar at this moment. He actually married Teacher Qin. He's so lucky. That boy is so lucky. It's hidden so well. I'm so envious. Humph, Teacher Qin is really blind. She actually fell in love with him. After Chen Jingting came back, he saw that everyone in the classroom was arguing, and thought, "It's just a marriage. What's the big deal?" Wei Peng rushed back with a smile and hugged him, saying, "You are such a hidden talent. You actually married Teacher Qin quietly and even hid it from me. You are really not nice. You must treat us to a meal." Chen Jingting nodded and replied, "Okay, I'll treat you guys to dinner this weekend." Wei Peng smiled and said, "Okay, that's settled. It must be a grand feast." Chen Jingting was thinking that if he wanted to sign up for a dating variety show, he had to stand out from the school's selection first, so he planned to go to the music room with Qin Muyuan later to record a video. As a time traveler, with so many works in his previous life, any one of his songs could become popular all over the country. Chapter 7 Spring Courtyard Snow. In the evening, Chen Jingting came to the music room and saw Qin Muyuan and a man in his 30s practicing singing together. When Qin Muyuan saw him, she immediately came up to him, took his arm and said, "Husband, you're here." Chen Jingting nodded and replied, "Aren't we going to record a video to participate in the event?" Qin Muyuan quickly introduced them, "That's Teacher Zhao. He's very talented. He said there's a song suitable for us, it's for couples to sing." Chen Jingting said quickly, "Let me see. This is the music score. Can you understand it? It's a bit complicated." Zhao Qingwen handed over the music score and asked. "It's very simple. Nothing complicated." Chen Jingting took a look at the music score and knew it was a sweet song. Considering his great ability in playing musical instruments, he is, after all, a student of the music department. It's just a piece of cake to read the music score. Zhao Qingwen felt a little embarrassed and said, "This song is very cheerful and sweet, suitable for couples to sing together." Qin Muyuan looked at Chen Jingting and asked, "Husband, what do you think?" Chen Jingting rejected it directly. "Wife, this is not suitable for you. It is totally inconsistent with your style." Qin Muyuan asked curiously, "Then what style do you think I am?" Chen Jingting leaned close to her ear and whispered, "It's very tempting and sexy." "Hate." Qin Muyuan gently twisted his arm. Zhao Qingwen felt very jealous when he saw the two of them flirting with each other. After all, Qin Muyuan was so beautiful and he also wanted to pursue her. But before he could take any action, he found out that Qin Muyuan was already married. At this moment, he was very unhappy and said, "Since you say mine is not good enough, then you can do it yourself." Qin Muyuan quickly said, "Teacher Zhao, don't be angry, let's discuss it together." Zhao Qingwen said, "Teacher Qin, you asked me to come and help. Why should I stay if you don't need me?" Qin Muyuan looked at him and said, "Teacher Zhao, my husband speaks directly, don't take it to heart." Zhao Qingwen said in a deep voice, "I won't argue with him. Since he said mine is not good, then does he have any good songs?" "Of course, I'll write a song for you myself." Chen Jingting pinched Qin Muyuan's face, then picked up a pen and started writing a song. Qin Muyuan looked like a happy little woman. Zhao Qingwen felt even worse when he saw this scene. The woman he loved was flirting with someone else and even sleeping in the same bed with him. Now he wanted to see what Chen Jingting could write. 10 minutes later. Chen Jingting picked up the music score and handed it to Qin Muyuan. The pear blossoms in the courtyard have fallen for another year. Standing in the clear night, the moonlight shines through the sky. In my dream, the shang and shall play. Qin Muyuan familiarized herself with the music score and then began to sing. Her voice was as gentle as a nightingale and her timbre was very accurate. Chen Jingting kept giving her thumbs up. As expected of a vocal teacher, his basic abilities are very solid. Zhao Qingwen, who was standing next to him, was completely stunned. The quality of this song is so high, it will definitely become a hit. Now a little idea arose in his mind, an opportunity to become famous that he had always dreamed of. "Honey, that sounds really nice." After the song was finished, Chen Jingting immediately applauded. "You wrote the best song. Qin Muyuan also likes this song very much." Chen Jingting said, "Then you sing this song and I'll talk to you about love." "Who is that, Mr. Zhao? You can take pictures for us." After saying that, he handed the phone to Zhao Qingwen. Zhao Qingwen could only pick up his phone to take a video for them. Chen Jingting sat at the piano and played it skillfully. His mastery of musical instruments meant that he could play any instrument. Qin Muyuan stood nearby, singing the song Snow in the Spring Courtyard with great emotion. 5 minutes later, the video was finished. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao. I have uploaded the video to the school forum." Qin Muyuan thanked him, then took Chen Jingting's arm and left. Chen Jingting took her to the parking lot. Qin Muyuan said excitedly, "Honey, this song is really good. I also uploaded the video to my Douyin account." Chen Jingting smiled and replied, "As long as you like it, what shall we eat tonight?" Qin Muyuan thought for a moment and said, "I want to eat steak. I know a steakhouse that's delicious." "Okay, let's go to that one." Chen Jingting immediately drove her there. Lu Family Manor. Lu Xiying and his family were having dinner together. The head of the family, Lu Nanshan, looked at a young man in a suit and leather shoes and said, "Junyan, the cloud deerflower has reappeared now. You should hurry up and promote it. This is our signature dish." "Yes, Dad." Lu Junyan nodded and replied. "Dad, I've been working at the Xinghan Road branch for a year. Is it time for me to get involved in the management of the company? I think there are still many areas that need improvement in the restaurant." Lu Xiying spoke out this matter. Lu Nanshan replied without hesitation, "Just write a report if you think there is a need for improvement." Lu Xiying said seriously, "Dad, I am also a member of the Lu family, why don't you let me participate in the management of the group?" Lu Nanshan wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, "You are a girl, and it is already very good to give you a store to manage. Your brother will take care of the management, so you don't have to worry about it." Lu Xiying said directly, "Dad, I don't want to just manage a store, I also want to develop and expand our Shuiyun family." "Okay, you want to be involved in management, right? As long as you make your branch's revenue number 1, I will let you be involved in management." Lu Nanshan threw out this statement. Lu Xiying fell silent. The Xinghan Road branch she managed was facing a lot of competitive pressure, and it was almost impossible for her to be number one. But she didn't want to give up just like that. If she wanted to rank first in revenue, she had to come up with a hit dish. The first person who came to her mind was Chen Jingting. At this time, in the couple selection activity of the school forum, Qin Muyuan and Chen Jingchang were leading by a large margin, with more than 7,000 votes. This song Spring Courtyard Snow is so beautiful. I have listened to it dozens of times and still can't get enough of it. Teacher Qin sings very well, I love it. I don't know who wrote this song, it's really talented. Teacher Qin should be able to participate in a dating variety show now. She's way ahead. In the rental house, Jiang Ling watched the video of Qin Muyuan singing on the forum, her eyes filled with jealousy that almost burst into flames. Then she lay down on the bed, picked up her phone and played Douyin. Suddenly a video caught her attention. In it, Zhao Qingwen was playing the guitar and singing Spring Courtyard Snow, and the title of the video also said it was his first original song. Jiang Ling immediately had an idea in her mind, picked up her phone and called Zhao Qingwen. Qin Muyuan still wanted to participate in a dating variety show, which was simply a pipe dream. Chapter 8 Plagiarism. The next day. Ah! A scream of excitement rang out in the house. Chen Jingting was so scared that he sat up. Seeing Qin Muyuan holding the phone with excitement, he quickly asked, "Wife, what's wrong?" Qin Muyuan explained, "Husband, our video got the most votes in the school forum, so we can participate in the dating show." Chen Jingting looked at her, as excited as a child, and said with a smile, "Just go. Don't get too excited." Qin Muyuan continued, "Hubby, my Douyin fans have increased by 100,000. Now I am also a little internet celebrity." Seeing how happy she was, Chen Jingting reached out and pinched her cheek, saying, "My wife is so outstanding, a raise of 100,000 is too little. Hubby, this is all thanks to you. I love you so much. I want to give birth to a baby for you." Qin Muyuan pounced on him immediately. The two started playing and fighting again. An hour later, the two drove to the school parking lot. After Qin Muyuan got out of the car, she said to Chen Jingting, "Honey, the principal is looking for me, I want to go see her." "Go ahead. I'll take you out for a nice meal at noon." Chen Jingting waved at her. "Love you." Qin Muyuan blew him a kiss and then turned to go to the principal's office. When Chen Jingting was about to go to the classroom, he suddenly saw Lu Xiying coming over and said, "Isn't it just that I ripped your stockings? You still have to chase me to school to scold me." Lu Xiying said, "Mr. Chen, you misunderstood. I came here to apologize to you. I was wrong last time." Chen Jingting looked at her and teased, "You pick up the bowl to eat meat, put the bowl down and curse your mother." Lu Xiying took out a stack of money from her bag and said, "This is the 100,000 yuan from before. I brought it to you. This is what I deserve. I found your ancestral secret recipe. 100,000 is not enough." Chen Jingting put the money away, thinking that he had already bought a car and a ring for his dear Muyuan, and now he had to save money to buy a house. Although 100,000 yuan is not a lot, a shrimp, no matter how small it is still seafood, and a mosquito, no matter how small it is still meat. This time I came here to ask you to do me a favor and design some new dishes. Lu Xiying explained the purpose of her visit. "I'm not free right now." Chen Jingting refused directly. He was about to participate in a dating variety show and had no time to do anything else. Lu Xiying said quickly, "Mr. Chen, I won't let you help me for nothing. You can name any price you want." Chen Jingting waved his hand and said, "I really don't have time." After saying that, he prepared to leave. Lu Xiying rushed forward, stopped him, and said, "Please help me. Don't you like tearing stockings? I can tear my stockings for you again." Chen Jingting looked at her and said, "Who do you think I am? How could I do such a dirty and shameless thing?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. Lu Xiying stood there in a daze, thinking, "Isn't that what he did? Now he talks like he is innocent. It's really shameless." But she won't give up just like that. Principal's office. "Principal, do you have something to ask me?" Qin Muyuan walked in and greeted Lu Manzhao. "Sit down." Lu Manzhao pointed to the chair in front of the table. Qin Muyuan sat down, and seeing that her face looked a little serious, she asked, "Principal, what happened?" Lu Manzhao nodded and replied, "It's about participating in a dating show. You guys are ranked first in the forum vote, but someone reported that your song was plagiarized." Hearing this, Qin Muyuan immediately stood up and said excitedly, "How is this possible? My husband just wrote that song yesterday." "Who reported it?" Lu Manjiao took out her phone and said, "It was Zhao Qingwen. He said that he wrote the song Spring Courtyard Snow. He also posted many videos to prove that he wrote it. He gained tens of thousands of fans overnight." "Really? He's just talking nonsense. He even claimed the song as his own. That's too much." Qin Muyuan watched Zhao Chengwen's videos on Douyin, in which he was talking about how he created this song. Many people also sent her private messages to curse her, and she was very angry. "Given the current situation, I cannot allow you to represent the school in the dating competition." Lu Xiaoman announced her decision. Qin Muyuan asked, "Who are you going to let go, principal?" Lu Xiaoman quickly said, "Let Zhao Chengwen and Jiang Ling go." Qin Muyuan was stunned and said, "They are not a couple." Lu Xiaoman spread his hands and replied, "They said yes." Qin Muyuan was very disappointed that she couldn't participate in the dating variety show. After all, she was hoping to make some money from the show. Classroom. Chen Jingting sat on the chair, thinking about what talent he should perform when he was about to go on the show. "Brother, my sister-in-law's singing of Spring Courtyard Snow was really beautiful, but Zhao Qingwen said that you stole his music score. Wei Peng talked about this." "Bullshit, I wrote that song. How can he be so capable? This idiot really knows how to flatter himself." Chen Jingting slammed the table and started shouting. Lu Hanjun, who was not far away, mocked him, "You said you wrote it, so it's you who wrote it. Do you have any evidence? You plagiarist." Chen Jingting immediately picked up the cup on the table and smashed it. Clang. Lu Hanjun was so scared that he jumped up immediately. Chen Jingting was a man who would never talk if he could do something. He looked at him and said, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, next time I'll throw something at you that's not a cup." Lu Hanjun closed his mouth and dared not speak again. "That's right. If you keep saying that, I'll chop you to death." Wei Peng pointed at him and shouted. Chen Jingting really had no way to deal with Zhao Chengwen's plagiarism. After all, if a person has no shame, he will be invincible. Wei Peng sat down and said, "Brother, I found that there are still people making up dirty rumors about my sister-in-law on the school forum. It's disgusting." Chen Jingting looked at him and said, "I know you are a computer expert, can you help me find that person?" Wei Peng nodded and replied, "That's no problem, I can get it done in one night, but it will be very hard work." Chen Jingting smiled and said, "I'll treat you to a delicious meal at noon." "Okay." Wei Peng smiled very happily, ready to give him a good meal. By the lake. Jiang Ling and Zhao Chengwen were standing together and chatting. Zhao Chengwen asked, "You asked me to report them for plagiarism. If something goes wrong, I will be in big trouble." Jiang Ling looked at him and said, "What are you afraid of? As long as you don't say anything, there will be no evidence. Besides, we will be on the show soon. Not only will we become famous, but we will also make money." "That's right, that's a good idea. Report them so we can be on the show." Zhao Chengwen nodded, a smile appearing on his face. "It doesn't matter whose idea it is. Besides, the one coming to the show this time is Li Jing, she's a top star, so the traffic will be huge." Jiang Ling's face was full of pride. Although she couldn't completely accuse Qin Muyuan of plagiarism, she could still make her bear the infamy. Chapter 9 Teachers are not easy to mess with. Around noon. Chen Jingting took Wei Peng to a Western restaurant near the school. Wei Peng looked at the high-end and elegant layout, and the waitresses with good figures all had eyes as big as copper bells. Chen Jingting looked at him, drooling, and said, "Find a seat and sit down. Order whatever you want to eat. I'm going to the bathroom." "Okay." Wei Peng immediately found a seat and started ordering food. A few minutes later. After Chen Jingting came back from the bathroom, he saw Wei Peng secretly looking at his mobile phone. He leaned over to take a look and discovered that he was watching a porn movie. Then he immediately patted Wei Peng on the head and said, "Behave yourself, my wife will be here soon, what are you doing?" Wei Peng smiled and turned off his phone, saying, "You know I like this." Chen Jingting rolled his eyes at him. This kid just likes to watch things that are not suitable for children. "Honey, I'm coming." Qin Muyuan came over and sat on the chair. "Hello, sister-in-law." Wei Peng also quickly stood up and greeted him. Qin Muyuan's face suddenly darkened and she said, "What sister-in-law? Call me teacher." Wei Peng shuddered, his back covered in sweat, and he shouted honestly, "Teacher." Chen Jingting grabbed Qin Muyuan's hand and said, "Wife, don't be so strict." Qin Muyuan said seriously, "We can't open this door, otherwise we will have no dignity in school in the future." Chen Jingting looked at Wei Peng and said, "Did you hear me? Don't yell." Wei Peng also nodded, sweat oozing out of his forehead. The steak was served soon. Wei Peng also kept eating with his head down. After all, the teacher was here, so he didn't dare to say anything else, otherwise he would have to tell a few dirty jokes. Qin Muyuan looked at him while eating steak and asked, "What are your goals during college?" Wei Peng replied without hesitation, "I want to find a girlfriend. This is my biggest goal." "You should still focus on your studies during college, otherwise how will you find a job in the future? Kissing and love are unrealistic." Qin Muyuan gave serious instructions. "Teacher, my dad has a small studio. After graduation, I will work with him and don't have to worry about finding a job. So I want to find a girlfriend." Wei Peng explained seriously. Qin Muyuan continued, "As long as you have talent, you will definitely find a girlfriend, so you still have to study hard." Wei Peng nodded, looked at Chen Jingting and said, "Brother, did you hear that? The teacher told us to study more and not think about love affairs." Chen Jingting laughed, thinking to himself, "You are so brave. You dared to hit Qin Muyuan like this." Sure enough, Qin Muyuan immediately said, "Wei Peng, you must complete today's assignments carefully. I want to check them myself." "Teacher, I was wrong." Wei Peng quickly admitted his mistake. After all, he always copied other people's homework. He also winked at Chen Jingting. "You too, I want to check your homework myself." Before Chen Jingting could speak, Qin Muyuan turned around and looked over. Chen Jingting nodded and replied, "Okay, you can help me with my homework in person tonight." Qin Muyuan immediately glared at him and thought, "The students are here, what are you talking about?" Chen Jingting immediately behaved himself. "I'm going to the bathroom." Qin Muyuan got up and left. "Brother, you need to take good care of your wife. She doesn't even give you face." Wei Peng looked over quickly. Chen Jingting spread his hands and replied, "Women are like limbs, and brothers are like clothes. Please be more considerate." Wei Peng rolled his eyes at him and said, "What a guy who values women over friendship. Look, that beauty is so pretty." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and started taking pictures. Chen Jingting immediately said, "What are you doing? You're even taking secret photos." Wei Peng smiled and handed the phone to her, saying, "Look at this body, what a great one. If only I could. I don't see it." Chen Jingting wanted to return the phone immediately. "What are you doing?" Qin Muyuan walked over and watched them huddle together. Chen Jingting quickly threw the phone over and said, "Nothing." Qin Muyuan said to Wei Peng, "Bring your phone over here." Wei Peng stammered, "Teacher, it's really nothing." Qin Muyuan went over and snatched the phone away. Looking at the photos inside, her face suddenly darkened and she said sternly, "How could you secretly take photos of girls?" Wei Peng quickly explained, "Teacher, I just pressed it accidentally. Delete it immediately and apologize to them." Qin Muyuan returned the phone. "Brother." Wei Peng quickly winked at Chen Jingting. Chen Jingting looked at Qin Muyuan's angry face, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Qin Muyuan looked at Wei Peng and said, "Don't look at him. It's useless for him to say anything. This bad habit must be changed. Go and apologize to him." "Yes, teacher." Wei Peng went over and apologized to the girl honestly. "And you, have you ever done something like this?" Qin Muyuan turned and looked at Chen Jingting. Chen Jingting shook his head like a rattle and said quickly, "I really didn't, wife." Qin Muyuan took his arm and said, "Hubby, you can't do this kind of thing. It's too immoral, unless the other person is willing." Chen Jingting was stunned and said, "Wife, what do you mean?" Qin Muyuan said seriously, "As long as you love me, I can accept anything you do." Chen Jingting thought that his wife was still in love. He hugged her and said, "Silly wife, you are my wife, how can I not love you?" Qin Muyuan nodded and said, "I will always love my husband, and I will definitely be a good wife. I will not flirt with other men outside, and I will keep a safe distance from other men. My wife is so nice." Chen Jingting put his arm around her shoulders, thinking that his wife was a love-brained woman and was simply the perfect woman. TV station. The Heart Signal Program Team. Director He Min is checking the preparation status of each department. She looked at the assistant next to her and said, "Have the 5 couples been selected this time?" The assistant said, "3 groups have been confirmed, and 2 more are being selected." Hemin took out her phone and clicked on a video, which was the video of Chin Mu-yuen singing. She said, "Have you seen this video? It's very popular on the internet now. I saw that she is a vocal teacher at Jiangnan University of the Arts, and her husband is a student in her class." The assistant nodded in response. "This is very interesting. We can invite them to participate." Hemin threw out this. The assistant explained, "But they are now caught up in a plagiarism scandal, so their school recommended another couple, Zhao Chengwen and Jiang Ling." Hemin smiled and said, "I know that the plagiarism scandal is related to the 2 of them. It's a hot topic online. How can we miss it?" The assistant understood what she meant and said, "Director He, you mean to ask both couples to attend, right?" Hemin nodded and replied, "Yes, just invite both of them to participate together. It will definitely be interesting to see who plagiarized on the show. With the addition of the current top star Li Jing, the ratings will definitely break records. I'll do it right away." The assistant immediately turned around and left. After dinner, Chen Jingting and the other 2 walked towards the school. After Qin Muyuan answered the phone, she smiled and said, "Honey, the principal just informed me that we can also participate in the dating show." Chen Jingting couldn't help but feel happy and said, "That's great, it seems that God is blessing us." Qin Muyuan took his arm and said, "Yes, husband, but Zhao Chengwen and Jiang Ling will also go." "Great. I can just take care of them at the same time." Chen Jingting thought that Zhao Chengwen would have to pay the price for stealing his song. "You guys go to class. I'm going to work." After saying hello, Qin Muyuan turned and left. "Brother, let's bring your wife along when we eat out from now on. I get scared when I see her, and I'm ready to be criticized." Wei Peng sighed. Chen Jingting hugged his arm and said with a smile, "That's my wife, your sister-in-law, you have to be more considerate." Wei Peng said angrily, "You get married, and we are the ones who suffer." Chen Jingting smiled and went back to the classroom. By the lake, Jiang Ling held her cell phone and kept tapping the screen. Zhao Chengwen said, "Now Qin Muyuan and the others are also going to participate in the show, you know it." Jiang Ling said in a deep voice, "I know, so I have to expose more of her dirty laundry to make her infamous." Zhao Chengwen quickly said, "You are spreading rumors, that's inappropriate." Jiang Ling said nonchalantly, "What are you afraid of? I have already bought some water army, and I also have a special trick." Zhao Chengwen asked, "What's the trick?" Qin Muyuan has had 2 boyfriends before, so there's no need to worry about her not having some negative information. Jiang Ling's face was full of pride, and she already had a plan in mind. Chapter 10 Women's Little Thoughts. In the evening, Chen Jingting was cooking dinner at home. Qin Muyuan has a meeting at school, so she will be back later. Boom boom boom. There was a sudden knock on the door. Chen Jingting thought that Qin Muyuan had forgotten to bring her keys. Why did she need to knock on the door? When he opened the door and saw that it was Lu Xiying standing outside, his face suddenly darkened and he asked, "Why are you here?" Lu Xiying shook the fruit in his hand and said, "I just happened to be passing by and came to see you." After saying that, he walked towards the house. "Don't be like that. I really don't have time to help you develop new dishes." Chen Jingting also knew why she came. "If you don't agree, I'll come every day." After Lu Xiying put the fruit on the coffee table, she took off her coat, revealing her beautiful figure. Chen Jingting took a look. Although she had a good figure, she was still a little behind Qin Muyuan. He said, "Even if you come every day, I don't have time. I still have to cook." After saying that, he turned around and went back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Lu Xiying took off his shoes, unbuttoned his collar, followed him to the kitchen, and said, "Let me help you." Chen Jingting looked at her disheveled appearance and asked, "What are you doing?" Lu Xiying replied without hesitation, "I'll help you cook." "Are you cooking? My wife will definitely misunderstand you when she comes back. Hurry up and get dressed normally." Chen Jingting hurriedly urged. "What's the matter?" "I'll explain it to your wife." Lu Xiying didn't care about it at all. Chen Jingting looked at her and said, "I finally understand. You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Lu Xiying quickly shook his head and replied, "No. You misunderstood. Woman. Your little tricks can't escape my eyes." Chen Jingting naturally understood what she wanted to do. Don't you trust your wife? I believe she is a sensible woman. You will find a good wife. Lu Xiying gave him a thumbs up. Ding dong. The WeChat voice suddenly rang. Chen Jingting picked it up and saw that it was from Qin Muyuan, saying that she had parked the car and was ready to come up. He looked at Lu Xiying's disheveled appearance. If she was caught, she would definitely be unable to defend herself. This woman was really scheming. Then he said, I'll think about it carefully, you go back first. It's so hot. How can it be so hot? I have to take off my stockings too. You've torn them off before, so you can have a good talk with your wife. I hope she doesn't misunderstand you. After all, there were many people present when you tore them off. Lu Xiying bent down and began to roll up her stockings. Okay, I agree. I'll help you design new dishes, okay. Chen Jingting quickly agreed. Lu Xiying showed a charming smile on her face, then she pulled up her stockings and began to tidy up her clothes. Clang. Not long after, Qin Muyuan pushed the door and walked in. Chen Jingting hurriedly went up to her and said, Wife, you're back. Qin Muyuan looked at Lu Xiying and asked, Who is this sister? Chen Jingting introduced, This is my friend, Lu Xiying. Hello, sister. You are so beautiful. Lu Xiying immediately walked up to her and started praising her, thinking that it was no wonder that Chen Jingting was so immune to her. It turned out that his wife was so beautiful and had a better figure than her. She was very envious when she saw her. Sister, you are very beautiful too. Sit down. We will eat here later. Qin Muyuan greeted her with a smile. Lu Xiying said, I have something else to do, so I came up to see you when I passed by. I'll invite you to our restaurant for dinner next time I have a chance. Qin Muyuan immediately sent her away and said, Then take care. After closing the door, she immediately came to Chen Jingting and started sniffing. Chen Jingting said quickly, Wife, what are you thinking about? She and I are innocent. Qin Muyuan smiled and replied, You've passed the test. I'm not overthinking it. If it were you, wouldn't you be suspicious if I was in the room with a strange man? That's true. Chen Jingting pulled her into his arms. Hubby, I want to spend my whole life with you. As long as you can love me, I will be very generous. Qin Muyuan's expression was very serious. Chen Jingting looked at her and said, Wife, what do you mean? Qin Muyuan hugged her neck and said, Guess for yourself, husband, I just want you to love me, nothing else matters. Let us eat first. Chen Jingting immediately went to the kitchen to get food, thinking that his wife seemed to be in love. After dinner, Qin Muyuan said to him while cleaning the table, I'll go wash the dishes, you do your homework well. Chen Jingting smiled and said, Wife, you are the one who corrects the homework anyway, so it doesn't matter if I don't do it. Qin Muyuan said seriously, That won't do. I am not only your wife, but also your teacher. I have to be responsible for you. Chen Jingting pulled her into his arms and said, Then I need you to be responsible for me now, my wife. After saying that, he carried Qin Muyuan to the room. The next day, Chen Jingting and Qin Muyuan came to school early in the morning to prepare for shooting a short film. Zhao Chengwen and Jiang Ling were also there. In the short video, just talk about your name, talents, and personality. Miss Qin, you go first. Director He Min introduced the four of them. Chen Jingting held Qin Muyuan's hand and came to the photo studio. He Min signaled to the two of them that they could start. My name is Qin Muyuan, I'm 30 years old, and I'm a vocal music teacher at Jiangnan Academy of the Arts. I'm easygoing, but I'm serious about things. As a vocal music teacher, I can sing pretty well. Qin Muyuan started the introduction first. My name is Chen Jingting, I'm 20 years old, and I'm currently a student. I have two talents. One is that I'm a good cook, and the other is that I'm proficient in all musical instruments. After Chen Jingting finished speaking, he looked at Qin Muyuan, then leaned over and kissed her. He Min quickly said, Yes, very warm, and you can tell at a glance that they have deep feelings for each other. Zhao Chengwen's sarcastic voice rang out, Mastering all musical instruments? You really can play them. Why didn't you say you can fly? He Min looked at Chen Jingting and said, Are you sure you are proficient in all instruments? Once it is broadcast, there will definitely be people who will question it. Do you want to change it? Of course I am sure. I won't change it. Chen Jingting's tone was also very confident. Then Zhao Chengwen and Jiang Ling also filmed a video together. However, their performances were mediocre. Zhao Qingwen said he could write songs, while Jiang Ling said she could sing. There will be a live show on Wednesday. There will be 3 segments in total: fan QA, outdoor segment, and talent show. You should prepare well. In each segment, the one with the lowest votes will be punished. He Min introduced the 4 people. Chen Jingting wanted to make things difficult for Zhao Qingwen on the show. Jiang Ling, on the other hand, had a smile on her face. She had already prepared a warning for them, which would ensure that the 2 of them would be embarrassed. Chapter 11 ex-boyfriend shows up. 3 days later. Photo studio. 5 couples were sitting together and chatting. Sitting in the middle is Li Jing, and next to her is her boyfriend. Jiang Ling looked at her with a smile on her face and complimented her. "Sister Jing, you are so beautiful, even more beautiful than you look on TV." Li Jing showed a hint of pride in her eyes and said, "Thank you for the compliment." Jiang Ling immediately took out a pen and paper and went over, saying, "Can you sign an autograph for me?" Li Jing nodded, picked up a pen and wrote her name on the paper. "Sister Jing, can you give me an autograph?" Qin Muyuan also walked over and wanted an autograph. "I don't sign autographs for everyone. Who knows if they will be used for something bad?" Li Jing understood it immediately, with a hint of contempt on her face. Now her negative information is everywhere on the internet. It would be a waste of time if she got involved with her and it affected her career. Qin Muyuan didn't expect this result and sat back in disappointment. Chen Jingting held her hand and said, "Honey, don't be sad. We don't care about it. Why are you so arrogant?" Qin Muyuan nodded, and her expression improved a lot. When Jiang Ling saw this scene, a look of great pride appeared on her face. Her plan worked. There were already countless negative news about Qin Muyuan on the internet, and there would be even more negative news waiting for her later. New mission: make Zhao Qingwen cry. Monetary reward: 1 million. Skill reward: you can choose any industry ability. Chen Jingting thought that this task was not easy. He couldn't just go up and slap him. Therefore, we need to plan carefully. On the side, He Min was preparing for the filming. She looked at the assistant next to her and asked, "How popular are they online now?" The assistant reported, "Li Jing and her boyfriend are the most popular, followed by Qin Muyuan and Chen Jingting, but there are many debates about them online. It doesn't matter if there are too many arguments, as long as there is traffic. When we ask questions later, especially about Qin Muyuan and the others, we must choose some explosive topics, so that the ratings will be higher." He Min gave orders. "It has been arranged." The assistant nodded in response. He Min came to a well-behaved girl nearby and said, "Hai Wei, you will be in charge of hosting the event. You will be in charge of the rhythm. The focus will be on Qin Muyuan and the others." Hai Wei nodded and replied, "Understood, director." He Min prepared immediately. Half an hour later. The live broadcast program has officially begun. Welcome everyone to the Heart Signal team. I'm the host, Wei. Now we're starting the first session, the fan QA session. Ms. Li Jing, you're a top star right now. Let me ask you a question first. A fan asked how you and your boyfriend met? Hai Wei looked at the screen and interviewed Li Jing. "We were at a concert." Li Jing answered seriously. The others also sat upright. Qin Muyuan was sitting upright when she suddenly felt a hand on her leg, rubbing it back and forth and pulling at her stockings. When she turned around and saw it was Chen Jingting, she immediately glared at him, trying to get him to behave himself. Chen Jingting didn't even stop, and silently mouthed to her, "The camera isn't filming us, don't be afraid." Qin Muyuan looked up and found that the cameras were indeed facing Li Jing, so she simply ignored him since no one could see it anyway. Sizzle. Suddenly, Chen Jingting accidentally tore her stockings. Qin Muyuan immediately twisted his arm and glared at him fiercely. Chen Jingting quickly tried to turn her stockings over. Qin Muyuan twisted his arm again and adjusted her stockings herself. At this time, the people in the live broadcast room were also in an uproar. "Ha, this couple is so funny, they must think the camera isn't filming them." Of course. Didn't they know there was a wide-angle camera? This is the first time I've touched someone's thigh so openly on a show. The key is that he tore her stockings off. It's quite interesting. Look at his hands, they are moving higher and higher. If they continue like this, it will be inappropriate for children. The assistant came to He Min, took out the comments from the live broadcast room, and said, "Director, there's something wrong with Qin Muyuan and the others, and now the live broadcast room is going crazy." He Min said, "This is a pleasant surprise, but if he keeps touching my thighs like this, it will be an accident. Remind them." The assistant immediately wrote a reminder board and held it up to Chen Jingchang and the others. Chen Jingting saw a sign pointing at them, asking him to be more restrained, and the whole process was being broadcast live. He immediately pulled his hand back. Qin Muyuan gave him a resentful look. Now, everyone has seen this. The people in the live broadcast room were also attracted by her look and started discussing it again. Sister's eyes are so alluring. Yes. My heart is intoxicated. My sister is so charming. I really wish it was me who tore her stockings off. She's so seductive, she must be a vixen. A few minutes later, the interview with Li Jing and his wife also ended. Hai Wei received the reminder that she would interview Chen Jingting and others next. Then he looked at the two of them and said, "Next I'm going to interview you too. You two are also very popular now. Who chased who in the beginning?" "It was her, I was the one who pursued her." When Chen Jingting was about to reply, he saw Qin Muyuan glaring at him and quickly changed his words. "I see. How long did you chase him?" Hai Wei was amused by Qin Muyuan's action. Chen Jingting motioned Qin Muyuan to answer. Qin Muyuan glared at him again. Chen Jingting said quickly, 1 year, chasing for 1 year. Hai Wei continued to ask various questions. The live broadcast room was also flooded with messages like crazy. "Sister is so cute, I love you. Now she's really mad, sister glare. Then Chen Jingting is the leg-touching guy. You two, a pair of bastards, what are you doing here flattering me?" The assistant came to Yimin and said, "Director, now Chen Jingting and Qin Muyuan are also ranked first in popularity." Yimin said, "Whether it's a fire or a house collapse, just look below." Hai Wei looked at Chen Jingting and the other person and said, "Now let's connect with a viewer via video. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, host. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask them? I actually know Qin Muyuan. I'm her ex-boyfriend." "What? What do you want to ask?" When Chen Jingting saw the scene, he was also stunned. How did his ex-boyfriend suddenly appear? Then he looked at Qin Muyuan and asked, "Is this your ex-boyfriend?" Qin Muyuan nodded and replied, "Yes." Chen Jingting muttered, "Isn't he coming here to continue his fate with you?" Qin Muyuan twisted his arm again and said, "I've already married you, why are we still talking about bad fate? Besides, I haven't been with him for long and we haven't had sex." Chen Jingting had a bad feeling in his heart. A hint of pride appeared on Jiang Ling's face. The ultimate move she had prepared was about to come into play. Hai Wei continued the video call and asked, "What is the purpose of your call this time?" "I want to tell everyone the true face of Qin Muyuan. She is actually a gold digger. She cost me millions when she was with me." Lin Feng in the video shouted loudly. Chapter 12, A Big Curse. "You're talking nonsense. I never spent any of your money when we were dating. It was you who cheated on me that caused us to break up." When Qin Muyuan heard what Li Feng said, she was immediately furious. "Don't get excited, I'm here, sit down." Chen Jingting held her hand tightly and comforted her. Qin Muyuan quickly took his arm and said, "Hubby, don't listen to him. I haven't done anything like that." Chen Jingting stretched out his hand and pinched her cheek, then replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I naturally believe you. If you want to make money, you would have lived in a big villa long ago. Just leave it to me." Qin Muyuan nodded, feeling warm in her heart that her man could trust her unconditionally. The live broadcast room was also noisy at this moment. "I didn't expect such a pretty sister to be a gold digger. It's really unbelievable. You can know a person's face but not his heart. Didn't my sister say that it wasn't a problem? That's right, who knows if it's a script?" Yimin saw that the popularity of the live broadcast room had exceeded 1 million, and the TV station's ratings were also rising steadily, so he knew who would be the next and who would be the focus. In the video, Lin Feng was still angrily denouncing Qin Muyuan's various evil deeds. "At that time, my company was in urgent need of funds, and we had 1 million to maintain operations, but she found various excuses to ask for money, and in the end the company almost collapsed." Li Jing said angrily, "This is really too much. There are actually women like this." Jiang Ling also echoed, "That's right, I didn't expect that she looked so dignified, but turned out to be a gold digger. You can't judge a person by his appearance." Qin Muyuan was very angry when she heard Lin Feng talking nonsense. Seeing that he was talking non-stop and spewing shit, Chen Jingting interrupted him and said, you are just talking here. If you have the guts, show us the evidence. Chat records, transfers. I'm still sorting it out, don't worry, I'll post it later. Lin Feng was still talking non-stop. What the hell are you doing? You bastard, you're still barking here after cheating on your wife. I've never seen someone so shameless. Chen Jingting also started cursing. Seeing that something was wrong, Heman quickly disconnected the connection. The live broadcast room became even more lively. Brother touching legs is really domineering, I support you. He is a real man who protects his wife. Barking wildly, shameless, and well-spoken. Perhaps it is because they say that a cornered dog will jump off the wall. After receiving the reminder, Hai Wei came to Chen Jingting and said, Mr. Chen, please be careful with your words. We are broadcasting live. Chen Jingting said angrily, I can't tolerate him slandering my wife here. When you called him here, you should have expected the current situation. Hai Wei quickly said, this is really a random connection. Chen Jingting waved his hand and replied, they are all 1,000-year-old foxes, what's the point of playing Liao Zhai? I hope this situation will not happen again. We are here to be on the show, not to be splashed with mud. Hai Wei could only persuade her patiently. Qin Muyuan came up, pulled Chen Jingting to sit down, and said, hubby, don't be angry. It's not good for your health if you get angry. You are my wife. I can't let anyone slander you like this. Chen Jingting held her hand tightly. He did this because he was angry and also wanted to attract some attention for her. I know, my husband is the best. Qin Muyuan felt warm in her heart and immediately leaned over and kissed him on the face. When Jiang Ling saw Chen Jingting's defense being broken, she felt extremely proud. Their reputation will soon become ruined. Heman quickly called his assistant and asked, what is the current situation online? The assistant smiled and said, it's pretty good. Chen Jingting is highly praised. He is domineering and protective of his wife. He is very charming and manly. Okay, continue the live broadcast. Heman finally felt relieved. An hour later, the first stage also entered the final punishment stage. Jiang Ling is very happy now. Now that Qin Muyuan has so much negative information, they will definitely be punished. Now let me announce the popularity rankings online. The first place is Chen Jingting and Qin Muyuan, the second place is Li Jing and Wang Gang. Hai Wei began to announce the results. Upon hearing this ranking, Jiang Ling was shocked. She couldn't understand why Qin Muyuan and the others could still get first place. She and Xiao Chengguan were ranked second to last. Then Hai Wei led the last person to start drinking apple cider vinegar. At this time, Chen Jingting received a message from Wei Pang, saying that the person who spread the rumors about Qin Muyuan on the internet had been found, and it was Jiang Ling, and conclusive evidence had been found. After knowing this, a smile appeared on his face. Then he secretly told Qin Muyuan the news. Qin Muyuan looked at Jiang Ling with an expression of great anger on her face. Don't worry, wife. I will take care of them all. Chen Jingting made an okay gesture to her. My husband is the best. Qin Muyuan now looks like a little woman. Hai Wei looked at everyone and said, next we are going to have an outdoor session. Before lunch, you will each do something meaningful. The crew will follow you throughout the process. Everyone went out. Heman said to Hai Wei, follow Chen Jingting and the others, they are very popular now. Hai Wei nodded and followed immediately. After arriving downstairs, the five couples separated. Chen Jingting held Qin Muyuan's hand and walked slowly on the street. Qin Muyuan looked around and said, husband, what meaningful things should we do? Let's help those in need. Chen Jingting nodded. Only by helping others can one be called a meaningful person. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, please give me some money. I'm almost starving. Just then, a beggar came over with a QR code in his hand. This old man is so pitiful, let's help him. Qin Muyuan took out her mobile phone and prepared to scan the code to pay. The camera on the side was also ready to record this scene. Chen Jingting stopped Qin Muyuan. Qin Muyuan asked in confusion, what's wrong? Chen Jingting leaned close to her ear and whispered. Qin Muyuan stretched out her hand and pinched his arm, saying, this is not good. Chen Jingting smiled and said, just do as you are told. Be obedient. Okay, I'll go buy it. After saying that, Qin Muyuan turned and walked away. Uncle, don't be impatient, wait a moment. Chen Jingting smiled and comforted the old man. Highway stood nearby, not knowing what he wanted to do. Wouldn't it be enough to just give him some money? However, the show is all about authenticity, so she couldn't interfere and could only stand by and watch quietly. Soon, Shin Muyuan came over with a bag of steamed buns, took out a steamed bun and handed it to the old man, saying, "Uncle, you are hungry. Eat it quickly." When the old man saw the steamed buns, he was stunned. He didn't expect that they would give him steamed buns. He wanted money, not buns, and being hungry was just an excuse. How can these two be so honest? Chapter 13 Not Enough Face. Highway watched Shin Jingting and the other man buy steamed buns for the beggar, and for a moment she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She also knew that this old man was probably a professional beggar and being hungry was just a casual excuse. Shin Jingting shook the steamed bun in his hand and said to the old man, "Uncle, you are hungry. Eat quickly." The old man took the steamed bun and started to eat it slowly. Shin Jingting looked at him like this and said with a smile, "Uncle, you don't look very hungry." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man couldn't help but speed up his movements. Soon the steamed bun was eaten up. Hiccup. The old man also burped. "Master, I'm so hungry. One steamed bun is not enough. Eat another one." Shin Jingting handed over another steamed bun. "I'll save it for when I get home." The old man took the steamed bun and put it in his pocket. Shin Jingting shook the bag of steamed buns and said, "No need to save them. I have plenty. Eat as much as you want." "Eat shit, poor bastard, you're not willing to give me anything." When the old man saw that he couldn't continue the performance, he cursed, threw down the steamed bun, turned around and walked away. Shin Muyuan's eyes widened, as if she had seen a ghost. She thought the other person was really a beggar, but she didn't expect him to be a liar. Highway covered her mouth and laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Shin Jingting's move was really too mean. I really don't know how he came up with it. At the same time, people in the live broadcast room were talking non-stop. The leg-touching guy is really interesting. I didn't realize he has so many little thoughts. It was obvious that the old man was full. He ate one and felt something was wrong, so he ran away. I wanted to see the old man continue eating, but he just ran away like that. Sister staring is so naive. She really looks like she thinks he's a beggar. Shin Jingting came to the side and started chatting with Highway. "Sister Wei, let me ask, who is the least popular now?" Highway said quickly, "Now it's Zhao Qingwen and the others who are lagging behind. People on the internet are saying that they don't look like a couple. They're not like you, touching legs and tearing stockings. If no one saw it, you would really dare to show us something inappropriate for children, right?" Shin Jingting started to explain, "How could that be possible? I still know my limits. I really can't tell." Highway spread her hands, expressing her deep doubt. "Sister Wei, let me ask you something. Is the punishment this time still drinking vinegar?" Shin Jingting asked. Highway nodded and replied, "Yes." Shin Jingting leaned over and said, "Can you do me a favor? Can the punishment be replaced with chili sauce? The extra spicy kind." Highway replied without hesitation, "That's not a problem, I'll arrange it." Shin Jingting quickly thanked her, "Thank you, Sister Wei." Highway smiled and went to make arrangements. Shin Jingting thought that making Zhao Qingwen cry would complete the mission, and when the 1 million was deposited into his account, he could choose any skill of his choice. Around noon, 5 couples gathered together. "Everyone, let me announce it now. The last 2 are Zhao Qingwen and Jiang Ling. Their punishment is to eat chili sauce." Hedwig came out, holding a bottle of hot sauce. "I can't eat spicy food, how much do you want to eat?" Jiang Ling showed a trace of uneasiness on her face. "Then just take a small spoonful." Wei responded. Jiang Ling immediately picked up the spoon, scooped a little and put it into her mouth. Then she immediately frowned and her face turned as red as a monkey's butt. Then she quickly went to the side to vomit. The spiciness was so intense that tears came out. Highway handed the chili sauce to Zhao Qingwen. Shin Jingting was very happy at this moment, as the task was about to be completed. With 1 million in hand, I am one step closer to buying a villa. However, Zhao Qingwen directly scooped a large spoonful of chili sauce into his mouth and ate it with relish, without blushing or getting nervous. Seeing this scene, Shin Jingting was stunned and asked, "Aren't you hot?" "It's okay, just a little bit. I can handle spicy food." Zhao Qingwen replied calmly. He. Shin Jingting forced a smile. He had never expected that he could eat spicy food. This is really a case of carelessness leading to failure. It seems that if we want to make Zhao Chengwen cry, we have to think of other ways. It's getting late. Let's go have lunch and then go back to the station in the afternoon. Hei Wei threw out this. There's a restaurant nearby called Shuyanjia, the food is pretty good, let's go eat there. Li Jing suggested. All right. Seeing that she had already spoken, everyone naturally didn't know what to say. However, when they arrived at Shuyanjia restaurant, they found that there were already many people queuing at the door. Hei Wei said, it looks like there are no seats left. After all, it's the weekend, so business is pretty good. Li Jing said proudly, what's the big deal? I'll contact them, there will be no problem. After that, she walked over and started chatting with the waiter. Sorry, we are really full now. The waiter directly rejected Li Jing's idea of going in. Don't you know who I am? Go talk to your boss. I'm here to bring you a lot of traffic. When Li Jing was rejected, she felt very embarrassed and immediately put on her celebrity attitude. The waiter said with an embarrassed look on his face, we really can't make room now. Li Jing said sternly, I don't care, go get your boss. The waiter ignored her. When the people in the live broadcast room saw the scene, they started discussing it again. That's too much. This is just showing off. I thought she was nice before, but I didn't expect she would be this kind of person. Now I finally see his true face. It's so abominable. He just bullies the waiter. Wang Cheng came to Li Jing and reminded her, wife, there are cameras here, please pay attention to your image. Li Jing's expression changed instantly and she showed a warm smile. This admiration was also clearly seen by netizens in the live broadcast room. Hei Wei said, it looks like we have to go somewhere else to eat. Chen Jingting came out and said, it's okay, just eat here, I'll contact someone. Jiang Ling immediately teased, Sister Jing can't do it, how can you still have such a big face? Chen Jingting just smiled. The store happened to be managed by Lu Xiying, so he just needed to contact her. So he called her immediately. Let's go. The box is vacant. Soon Lu Xiying came out and greeted him. Let's go. Go in. Chen Jingting invited everyone to come in. Jiang Ling and others were all shocked. They didn't expect that he could solve the problem with just one phone call. Everyone came to the box and sat down. Lu Xiying said to everyone, thank you all for coming to our restaurant for dinner. I will cover all the expenses. But Jingting, your cooking skills are so good, you must show off your skills. Yeah. Didn't you say you're a good cook? Let us see it. Hei Wei quickly agreed. Okay. You guys wait. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Chen Jingting immediately stood up and left. Jiang Ling teased herself, everyone can brag. How delicious can he cook? Yes. If he ruins everyone's mood, he can afford the responsibility. Li Jing agreed. Qin Muyuan interrupted and said, my husband's cooking is delicious. I've eaten it and it's no worse than what you can eat outside. No matter how delicious the food at home is, it can't compare to what's served outside. You look like you've never eaten anything good. Li Jing's tone was full of contempt. Qin Muyuan didn't say anything, because she believed in her husband's cooking skills. After coming outside, Chen Jingting said to Lu Xiying, you obviously did this on purpose. Lu Xiying smiled and replied, isn't it just a coincidence that I asked you to design new dishes for us? Now is the day to do it. Show off your skills and cook a few more dishes. I won't have to ask you for help again in the future. Chen Jingting agreed and said, okay, I'll give you a knife to burn but to broaden your horizons. Okay, I'll wait and see your eyes open. Lu Xiying thought that his cooking skills were better than hers, and he had the national first-level professional qualification, so she could only listen to what he said. Chapter 14 Will the French horn work? 40 minutes later. Chen Jingting led a group of people and walked in with more than a dozen dishes. The table was filled with dishes that looked tempting and fragrant. Chen Jingting sat down and said, eat. Try my cooking. Hei Wei immediately picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks and put it in her mouth. Her eyes widened and she exclaimed, it's delicious. It's so tender and juicy. What kind of dish is this? Chen Jingting introduced, this dish is called soft-shelled eel, and its characteristics are tender, fresh, and refreshing. Hei Wei nodded repeatedly and agreed, it is exactly as you said, soft, tender and refreshing, so delicious. Your cooking skills are much better than those of the chef. Lu Xiying smiled and said, his cooking skills are among the best in the entire chef world. Li Jing muttered, is it that exaggerated? It's not an exaggeration at all. I'm a national second-level chef. I can't compare with him in cooking skills. Lu Xiying explained seriously. Li Jing didn't say anything else, just thinking about how delicious it would be. Wang Cheng picked up a piece of meat and put it in her bowl, saying, wife, this meat is really good. It tastes good. Li Jing tasted some and found it really delicious. She liked it right away. Then her hand movements could not help but speed up. Chen Jingting served Qin Muyuan a bowl of soup and said, wife, try it. It's delicious. After Qin Muyuan took a sip, her face was full of happiness. I'll make soup for you every day from now on. Chen Jingting leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. Qin Muyuan nodded, feeling as happy as if she had drunk honey. Soon, all the dozen dishes on the table were eaten up. People in the live broadcast room were constantly discussing this. I didn't expect that the leg-touching brother actually has this skill. Look at this skill, it's really extraordinary. After get off work, I'll go try it and see how it tastes. Li Jing said she didn't like it, but she ate it more happily than anyone else. A woman's mouth is a lie. After dinner, everyone rubbed their stomachs. This was the happiest meal they had ever had. Highway said to everyone, we have 2 hours of free time now, and the last part of the live broadcast will start at 3 o'clock. Everyone left as well. Chen Jingting found Lu Xiying and said, I'll teach you these 10 dishes. Don't blame me if you can't learn them. Don't worry, I've learned it a long time ago. I was born to cook, so I still have to thank you. Lu Xiying smiled, then came closer, left a lip print on his collar, then turned and walked away. What are you doing? You are trying to hurt me. Chen Jingting hurriedly wiped the lipstick off his collar. If Qin Muyuan saw it, he would be in big trouble. Zhao Chengguan and Zhang Ling were sitting together chatting at this time. Zhang Ling said, now Qin Muyuan and the others are more popular than Li Jing. The last part is a talent competition, which is your strong point. Zhao Chengguan said, don't worry, I'm confident. I've written a lot of songs over the years, and they will definitely shine when the time comes. Zhang Ling nodded in satisfaction and replied, that's good. Besides, Chen Jingchang is so shameless that he says he can play all the instruments. Then we will make him look bad in public. Zhao Chengguan was very satisfied with the song he was going to produce. After all, he had sent it to many companies, all of which wanted to buy it at a high price. Chen Jingting held Qin Muyuan's hand and walked slowly on the street. Qin Muyuan took his arm and said, my mother just called me and asked us to go back this weekend. Chen Jingting nodded and replied, sure. Anyway, I have plenty of time, any time is fine. Qin Muyuan smiled and said, what do you mean you have more time? You don't study hard every day. I heard that you often skip classes. I'm doing this to make money and support you and the child. Chen Jingting put his arm around her waist. I don't have a baby yet. Disgusting. Qin Muyuan looked shy. In a hotel room, Li Jing was losing her temper and smashing her tablet to the ground. Wang Cheng quickly advised, wife, don't be angry. There's nothing to be angry about. It's not good for your health if you get angry. Li Jing said angrily, a woman with so many scandals is actually more popular than me. I can't swallow this. You are a waste and have no ability at all. I don't know why I like you. Wang Cheng's face also looked very unhappy. Every time she was angry, she would scold him, and he was used to it. Li Jing said, the last part is a talent show. I must be the most popular. Go contact some online shopping trolls. It doesn't matter how much money you spend. I want to be the most popular. Wang Cheng nodded and immediately went to make arrangements. TV station. He Min is checking the data. The assistant smiled and said, Director, now all the data are far beyond the target, so the year-end bonus is settled. He Min smiled and replied, yes. It's been a long time since we have such good data. What is the most popular topic online now? The most discussed topic is who is the plagiarist between Chen Jingting and Zhao Changkai, and who has better talent. The assistant explained. Okay, they will be the focus in the final stage. No matter what, one of them will be ashamed to face others in the future. He Min naturally knew what the result would be, but only in this way could the ratings be higher. Jiang Ling was smoking at the entrance of the TV station. She didn't get anything good from being on the show this time. She was just a background board. However, as long as Chen Jingting is embarrassed, maybe his fame will be improved. Chen Jingting came over and said, "Hello." Jiang Ling glanced at him and said unhappily, "What are you doing here?" Chen Jingting handed over the phone and said, "Take a look." Jiang Ling took it and looked at it. Her face suddenly darkened and she asked sternly, "How do you have these things? Where did you get them from? These are all irrefutable proof that you hired trolls to spread rumors about my wife. If I call the police, you'll have to go to jail for a few years." Chen Jingting put his hands in front of him, looking as if he was sure of victory. "What do you want?" Jiang Ling's voice began to tremble. Chen Jingting replied without hesitation, "I want you to explain at the end of the show that you and Zhao Chengguan are not a couple, and say that he plagiarized my song." Jiang Ling asked, "Will you not call the police in this case?" Chen Jingting looked at her and said in a deep voice, "You have no room for bargaining." After saying that, he turned and went in. Jiang Ling's face was so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. 3 o'clock. 5 couples gathered here again. Highway looked at them and said, "Now you each need to perform your talent. It doesn't matter what you do. You have half an hour to prepare." Li Jing quickly said, "Didn't classmate Chen say he could play all the instruments? I've always liked the French horn. Can you perform for me?" Chen Jingting agreed without hesitation. Soon someone brought up the French horn. The live broadcast room is also very lively at this moment. The French horn is the most difficult brass instrument to learn. It is mainly used in symphony orchestras. Really? Why don't I recognize this thing? The French horn has very strict requirements on playing technique and pitch, and the coordination between lips and fingers is also very high, and one must have strong lung capacity. If I hadn't learned this since elementary school, I wouldn't have touched it. Li Jing watched Chen Jingting fiddling with the French horn and thought he was just putting on an act. What is popular now are piano and violin, but the French horn is a niche among niches. It is good enough to find one person out of 10,000 who can play it. Chapter 15 A handsome man and a beautiful woman. Qin Muyuan looked at Chen Jingting nervously. There were only 2 students in the school who could play this. Chen Jingting reached out and pinched her cheek and said lightly, "What? Don't you trust your husband?" Qin Muyuan quickly said, "Of course I believe you. You are my husband." Chen Jingting said confidently, "Just wait and see." After saying that, he picked up the French horn and started playing. This time he played the theme song of Titanic, "My Heart Will Go On." The soft tone spread out and echoed in the studio. The sound of the trumpet is surging and lingering, making people intoxicated. At this moment, Qin Muyuan looked straight at Chen Jingting, her eyes full of love and admiration. Li Jing and others widened their eyes, their faces full of shock. They didn't expect that Chen Jingting could actually play the French horn. And the music it produces is so beautiful. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. "It's so beautiful, does anyone know what song it is?" "I don't know. This is the first time I've heard it, too. This should be about feelings. I can really relate to it. I am a professional French horn player who has practiced for more than 10 years. He has deep skills and is a master." The song is over. The studio was very quiet and the only sound we could hear was each other's breathing. No one had recovered from their shock. "Director, the ratings have reached a new high now." The assistant ran over and shouted excitedly. Hemin's face was full of smiles. Letting Chen Jingting and others to participate in the show was the best decision she had ever made in her life. Zhao Chengguan looked dumbfounded at the moment. Chen Jingting's talent and ability suddenly made him feel that he could not compare with him. Then he shook his head and gave up the idea, thinking that his song was not bad and would definitely be Chen Jingting's. "This piece of music is so beautiful. I didn't expect that you, Chen, can even play such a complicated instrument as the French horn." Wei clapped and cheered. "It's all a piece of cake. If I say I know all of them, then I definitely know all of them." Chen Jingting's tone was full of confidence. Wei continued, "Then please get ready. The performance will begin in half an hour." Everyone went to prepare. Li Jing came to the backstage, picked up her phone and looked at it, frowning and saying, "Why are Chen Jingting and his friends still more popular than us?" Wang Chang said, "We have already spent 1 million to hire internet trolls to boost popularity, but it doesn't work. Chen Jingting's performance just now can be described as explosive. Li Jing said angrily, I don't care about that. No matter how much money I spend, my popularity must be number one. Otherwise, it will be a loss of face for me. You are my husband, and you only have a little money. Don't you want to use even this advantage? Okay, I'll satisfy you. You will definitely be the most popular person today. Wang Cheng said this in a harsh voice. This is my good husband. Li Jing immediately went over and hugged his arm. Chen Jingting and Qin Muyuan were also chatting in the backstage. Qin Muyuan said, Hubby, your performance just now was really good. How about you perform another show later? Chen Jingting held her hand and said, You should go. I don't like to be in the spotlight. I will write the lyrics and compose the music for you for the song just now. Qin Muyuan nodded and replied, Okay. The song you played just now was really beautiful. Chen Jingting picked up a pen and started writing on the paper, saying, Honey, it's an English song, is that okay? Qin Muyuan nodded and replied, No problem. Don't underestimate me. I'll play the piano for you then. Chen Jingting wrote the English lyrics of my song My Heart Will Go On. Zhao Qingguan was also preparing with all his strength, and said to Jiang Ling, Come and sing the song with me later. Jiang Ling shook her head and replied, I'm not feeling well, you should go. Zhao Qingguan didn't force it, after all, her abilities in all aspects were relatively average. He Min is making final preparations for the show. Li Jing came over and said, Director, you're busy. He Min asked, Miss Li, what's the matter? Li Jing directly stated her purpose, I want to ask if I can be the last one to perform. No problem. He Min agreed without hesitation. After all, she is a top star now and it would be inappropriate to offend her. Thank you, Director. Li Jing was very happy. After spending money to hire internet trolls and perform as the finale, she believed that being the most popular would not be a problem. Half an hour later, the live broadcast of the show continued. Zhao Cheng confidently held his guitar, sat on the chair, and said, Now I'm going to sing a song I wrote. I hope you like it. After saying that, he began to sing. In winter, snowflakes are falling. Various online comments also appeared on the huge electronic screen in the studio. Yes, there is a brush, but it has no bristles. It's just so-so, nothing amazing. After listening to the song Touching Legs, Zhao Qingsai's singing seems very ordinary. It's so different from the level of Spring Courtyard Snow. It's definitely not written by him. The song is over. Zhao Chengkai looked at the netizens' comments on the screen with a look of disappointment on his face. He didn't expect that the song he wrote with so much effort would be taken so lightly. Just as he was in a daze, Jiang Ling suddenly came out and said loudly, I have something to say. Hai Wei quickly asked, What's the matter? Jiang Ling took a deep breath and said, I deceived everyone. We are not actually a couple. The song Spring Courtyard Snow was actually copied by him. Oh. When everyone heard this, they all exclaimed in surprise. You are talking nonsense, nonsense. Zhao Chengkai shouted immediately. I'm not talking nonsense. I have a recording. If you want to listen to it, I can play it. Jiang Ling took out her cell phone. Zhao Chengkai was so anxious that he started to cry and yelled, You lied, you lied. Soon the security guard rushed up and dragged him down. Complete the mission and get a cash reward of 1 million. You can choose any industry ability. When Chen Jingting saw that his task of making Zhao Chengkai cry was successfully completed, a smile appeared on his face. Qin Muyuan asked in surprise, Why would Jiang Ling suddenly say this? Chen Jingting leaned over and explained in her ear. After understanding what was going on, Qin Muyuan showed a smile on her face. Soon this unexpected storm passed. Okay, classmate Chen, you can continue your performance. Hai Wei continued to host. Okay, we're going to sing the song I wrote for the tune I just played, My Heart Will Go On. After saying that, Chen Jingting went to sit down at the piano and started talking. The melodious sound of piano began to be heard. Qin Muyuan's gentle and passionate voice also rang out. Every night in my dreams. I see you, I'll feel you. That is how I'll know you go on. Various heated discussions flashed one after another. It's so beautiful. I didn't expect it to be an English song. From now on, sister is my goddess. As expected of a vocal teacher, it's simply heavenly music. They are such a good match. They are a perfect match. Chapter 16 The crazy woman enters the house. He Min looked at Qin Muyuan singing passionately on the stage and Chen Jingting playing the piano beside her, and then looked at the exploding ratings, and she exclaimed that she had picked up a treasure. When Li Jing saw this scene, her heart sank to the bottom. The quality of this song is good, and Qin Muyuan's ability is not bad either, which makes her feel a lot of pressure. Wang Cheng came close to Li Jing and whispered, "Their popularity has surpassed ours now. If we want to be the most popular, we have to spend at least another 5 million. Li Jing replied without hesitation, "It's only 5 million. I have to spend it. It can't affect my reputation. It will be easy for me to make money in the future." Wang Cheng nodded and immediately sent a message to have someone make the arrangements. "Next, please welcome Miss Li Jing to perform." Hai Wei looked at Li Jing. "I will sing one of my famous songs, Dream Seaflower." After saying that, Li Jing began to sing seriously. Her demeanor and expression were relaxed and appropriate. Qin Muyuan leaned close to Chen Jingting's ear and said, "Honey, this Li Jing is really talented. Her singing skills are very solid. She sang the song that made her famous. She has a lot of fans, and her popularity is rising very fast now." Chen Jingting nodded. Li Jing was indeed very talented and her famous song was of very high quality. Wang Cheng has been paying attention to the popularity rankings. With the support of 5 million, Li Jing's popularity finally climbed to the first place. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If he didn't spend money, he would definitely lose. And after spending 6 million, all I got in return was fake popularity that I couldn't eat or drink. Well, let's congratulate Miss Li Jing for ranking first in popularity. Hai Wei announced the result. "Congratulations." Everyone went over to congratulate him. Li Jing finally smiled. Although Chen Jingting felt a little regretful, he didn't care too much. After all, the mission was completed, he got 1 million, and he could choose a professional ability. After finishing the recording, he prepared to leave with Qin Muyuan. Hai Wei caught up and said, "Wait a minute, you two." Li Jingting stopped and asked, "What's the matter?" Hai Wei smiled and said, "You guys are very popular on the internet, and because of you, the ratings have broken records, so the station will give you an appearance fee of 1 million, which will be transferred to your account soon." Qin Muyuan asked in confusion, "Isn't Li Jing the most popular? We found out through our investigation that her popularity is fake, so you are the real number one in popularity." Hai Wei explained. "How could she do this? It's too much." Qin Muyuan was indignant about this. Hai Wei spread her hands and replied, "This isn't an important competition, it's just a show, we can't investigate it, but congratulations anyway." Qin Muyuan felt much better and turned around and left. After getting in the car, Chen Jingting said to her, "Wife, where do you want to go? Let's go eat something delicious." Qin Muyuan said, "I have something to do at school. Please take me there. Go to the supermarket to buy some food, and I'll come back to make you something delicious." Chen Jingting nodded and drove to school. Qin Muyuan looked at her and said, "I have prepared a surprise for you tonight. I guarantee you will like it." "What's the surprise?" Chen Jingting became curious. "We'll know when the time comes, just keep it a suspense." Qin Muyuan kept the secret. Chen Jingting's curiosity was aroused. After sending Qin Muyuan to school, he went to the supermarket to buy a lot of things and then went home. When he arrived at his doorstep and was about to open it, a girl of about 18 or 19 suddenly rushed over, bumped into him, and then fell to the ground. Chen Jingting quickly asked, "Beauty, are you okay?" "I sprained my ankle." The girl rubbed her feet, her face full of pain. "Do you want to go inside and rest for a while?" Chen Jingting asked. Fong Li nodded and replied, "Okay, thank you." Chen Jingting immediately helped her in, then put her on the sofa and said, "I'll go get you some healing wine to rub on." Having said that, he went to get the medicine for trauma. Fong Li stretched her head out and looked around. Chen Jingting handed over the medicine for injuries and said, "Wipe it on yourself." Fong Li shook her head and replied, "It's not convenient for me, please help me check it out." Chen Jingting shook his head and replied, "It's inappropriate for men and women to be intimate with each other." Fong Li muttered, "You old antique, what era is this? Men and women are still not allowed to touch each other. Wipe it yourself. I'm going to the kitchen to cook." "Okay, you can go on your own." Chen Jingting gave some instructions and went to the kitchen to get busy. Ouch! Suddenly there was a cry of surprise. Chen Jingting came out quickly and saw Fong Li lying on the ground. He asked, "Why did you fall to the ground?" Fong Li explained, "I fell down while applying the medicine, please help me up." Chen Jingting reached out his hand to help her up. Fondly quickly put her arms around his neck and said, "Handsome guy, I think you're my type, be my boyfriend." Chen Jingting threw her directly onto the sofa and said seriously, "I'm already married, hurry up and leave." Fondly rubbed her feet on his legs and said, "It's okay. I'm not going to marry you, we just want to have fun together. Hurry and go." Chen Jingting pointed directly at the door and ordered everyone to leave. Sizzle. At this moment, the pot in the kitchen began to boil. Chen Jingting hurried into the kitchen to turn off the fire. Taking this opportunity, Fang Li went straight to the bedroom and closed the door. After Chen Jingting came out, he saw her running into the bedroom. He was very puzzled and wondered what this woman was going to do. Then he went over and prepared to knock on the door. Suddenly the door opened and a piece of underwear was thrown out. "What are you doing? Crazy woman." Chen Jingting quickly dodged, thinking that this woman was probably a psychopath. But as soon as he finished speaking, a pair of lace briefs was thrown out again. Chen Jingting quickly picked up his phone to call the police. Clang. At this moment, Qin Muyuan pushed the door open and walked in, shouting, "Husband, I'm back." Chen Jingting looked at the pants and underwear on the ground and knew that he was in big trouble. Sure enough, after Qin Muyuan saw the underwear on the ground, she said calmly, "Husband, since you like it and brought it back, let me see it. We can be good sisters from now on." Chen Jingting spread his hands, thinking that the love-brained woman really didn't mind anything, and replied, "Wife, don't get me wrong, I said there is a crazy woman in there, do you believe it? A crazy woman stripping naked in my house? Husband, you don't have to demonstrate, I can really accept it." Qin Muyuan's face was full of smiles, not angry at all. "Wife, I am so innocent." Chen Jingting feels extremely aggrieved now. Qin Muyuan thought he didn't seem to be lying, and said angrily, "Then I want to see who that vixen is. She is so shameless, she must be born without anyone to support her." After saying that, she came to the door and banged on it heavily. "Why are you so impatient? I've already been stripped naked by you. Sooner or later, I'll be yours." A woman's voice came from inside. "Open the door, vixen." When Qin Muyuan heard this, she became even more angry. But she also felt that the voice sounded familiar. Chapter 17 My sister-in-law is here. "Sister, I'm here." Qin finally rushed out of the house and hugged Qin Muyuan's arm. "Why are you here? Is this underwear yours?" Qin Muyuan was a little dazed now. She didn't imagine that it would be her sister. Qin finally smiled and said, "You are married, aren't you? I have to come and see how my brother-in-law is doing in person." Qin Muyuan stretched out her hand and twisted her ear, saying, "So you're going to use this trick, a honey trap, right?" Qin finally said quickly, "Sister, this is the only way to see clearly the character of my brother-in-law." Qin Muyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and asked, "Then what did you see clearly?" Qin finally pulled her aside and whispered, "Sister, is there something wrong with your brother-in-law?" Qin Muyuan asked quickly, "Why do you ask that? I am also a great beauty." I threw myself into his arms, but he was indifferent. "Do you think he doesn't like women?" Qin finally expressed her doubts. "What are you talking about? He's fine. The fact that he's indifferent to you shows that he has a firm mind. Don't worry about it." Qin Muyuan reached out and nodded at her head. Qin finally muttered, "You are my sister, of course I have to consider you." Qin Muyuan ignored her and said to Chen Jingting, "Hubby, this is my sister." Chen Jingting saw that the two sisters were indeed somewhat alike, and said, "Your sister is really naughty." Qin Muyuan said, "She has been like this since she was a child, very clever and eccentric." Chen Jingting went to the kitchen and said, "Let's eat first." Qin Muyuan also went to help. After dinner, "Sister, let's sleep together tonight. Have a good chat with me." Qin fondly looked at Qin Muyuan. "There'll be plenty of time later. Do you want to sleep in the living room or go to a hotel?" Qin Muyuan asked. Qin fondly said, "I want to sleep with you." Qin Muyuan said quickly, "It's not convenient today, let's do it tomorrow. I'll get you some bedding." After saying that, she immediately went into the house to get the bedding. Qin finally came in front of Chen Jingting, clapped her hands, and said, "My sister said something's wrong, you guys need to have thunder and lightning." Chen Jingting thought that his sister-in-law was really bold in saying anything, so he said, "Just go to sleep and don't get involved in things that shouldn't be your business. My sister's business is my business, how can I ignore it? Can this make my sister happy?" Xin Fangli came forward, looking very curious. Ask your sister. Chen Jingting thought that she really dared to ask anything, with no taboos. Xin finally said quickly, my sister will definitely say that she is very happy. I don't know whether it is true or not. Chen Jingting ignored her, thinking that she was really nosy. Xin Muyuan took the bedding out of the room, put it on the sofa, and said, hubby, what are you talking about? Chen Jingting said directly, your sister asked me if I can make you happy? Xin Muyuan understood what she meant, and immediately rushed to Qin Fangli and said, little girl, you are becoming more and more disrespectful. Sister, I meant happiness, not the last name Fu. Qin Fangli hurried to explain. You are itchy. Xin Mu rushed over and started playing and joking with her. Chen Jingting returned to his room and lay on the bed. He thought that he already had 2.3 million now, and he planned to buy a villa, which would cost at least 10 million, so he had to save money well, which would probably only take 2 or 3 months. Qin Muyuan walked in with a charming smile on her face. Chen Jingting asked quickly, wife, didn't you say you would give me a surprise? Where is it? Wait, what's the hurry? Qin Muyuan began to twist her graceful body. Chen Jingting's eyes widened. Qin Muyuan was very satisfied with this and said, do you like it? Chen Jingting kept nodding his head. Qin Muyuan looked at him and said, you can ask me to do anything, I am willing to satisfy you, but if you dare not love me, I will castrate you. Chen Jingting smiled and replied, wife, you are so beautiful, how can I not love you? After saying that, he pulled Qin Muyuan into his arms, ready to punish her. Sister, are you asleep? At this moment, Qin Fangli suddenly pushed the door and walked in. Seeing the two of them like this, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Get out now. Qin Muyuan also looked shy and went straight into the bed. Qin finally pushed it out while stretching her neck to look inside, trying to take a few more glances. Chen Jingting hugged Qin Muyuan tightly and said, this girl is really cunning. Qin Muyuan smiled and said, she is like this, always causing trouble, and she transferred to our school to study directing. Chen Jingting thought that his sister-in-law was not an easy person to deal with. I'll go close the door. I want you to be happy today. After saying that, Qin Muyuan went to close the door. If she wanted a man to be obedient, she had to let him hold on. The next day, Chen Jingting got up early in the morning to make breakfast. Qin Fangli stood at the kitchen door, licking a lollipop and looking at him quietly. Chen Jingting glanced at her and said, what are you doing here? Qin Fangli smiled and said, 10 minutes TSK. Chen Jingting rolled his eyes at her and said, you really like eavesdropping. Qin Fangli quickly said, I have to consider my sister's happiness. I am the one responsible for your sister's happiness, not you. Chen Jingting started pouring oil and frying eggs. I really don't know what my sister likes about you. You're only 10 minutes old and you're not handsome. How did you win my sister over? Qin Fangli's eyes were full of curiosity. Chen Jingting mouthed to her, it's none of your business. Qin Fangli muttered, I have to add, it's uncultured and too rude. Chen Jingting looked at her and asked, you seem to look down on me. Qin Fangli said directly, it's not that I don't like it, I totally don't like it. My sister has no one like her and has already found a mature, steady, rich, kind, and loyal man. I seem to meet all the requirements. Chen Jingting agreed without hesitation. Pa, you really know how to flatter yourself. Qin Fangli rolled her eyes at him. Chen Jingting thought that he had to discipline his sister-in-law well. Otherwise, she would be disobedient. After dinner, the three of them went to the garage. Qin Fangli took Qin Muyuan's arm and said to Chen Jingting, I didn't expect you to have a car. Well, my sister is looking for you, you can't be without a car. Chen Jingting walked straight to the Panamera and opened the door. Is this your car? When Qin Fangli saw the car, her eyes widened and her face was full of disbelief. Come in. Qin Muyuan opened the car door. After Qin Fangli got into the car, she said, Sister, this car costs $1 million at the cheapest. You didn't buy it for him, did you? Qin Muyuan smiled and said, most of my money is sent home every month, so how can I afford to buy a car? Qin Fangli muttered, no wonder you want to be with him, he's not without merits. Sister, it's a pity that it only takes 10 minutes. What are you talking about, you little bitch? Qin Muyuan grabbed her ears again, and the two started playing and fighting. Chen Jingting thought that this little girl was not easy to deal with. He had to make her behave herself. Chapter 18 Dead Sales. Chen Jingting is going to the classroom. Jean finally came over, took his arm, and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, I will have my birthday in a few days." Chen Jingting casually replied, "Oh, just celebrate your birthday." Jean finally smiled and said, "You are my brother-in-law, you must show some appreciation for my birthday." Chen Jingting replied without hesitation, "Of course I have to show my appreciation. I'll give you a cake. I guarantee you'll like it." Jean finally said, "Brother-in-law, I've been in a bad mood these days. I want my sister to accompany me every night. I'm afraid you'll have to sleep on the sofa." Chen Jingting looked at her and said, "Sister-in-law, you have so many thoughts. Aren't you destroying her happiness? My sister looks and has a good figure. If she wants to find someone who treats her well, it won't take long. So she will definitely be very happy. But you, where can you find a woman as good as my sister?" Jean fondly raised her head and looked at him. He was 10 years younger than her sister. He was either attracted by her beauty or a gigolo. "You want a gift?" "Sure, it depends on whether you listen to me or not." Chen Jingting thought that if he couldn't make her behave, he and Qin Muyuan would have no good days in the future. "Well, it depends on who my sister likes more." Qin fondly was not willing to be outdone, so she was ready to compete with him and turned around and left. Looking at her leaving figure, Chen Jingting thought that if he couldn't get this girl, he would be unworthy of his identity as a time traveler. Wei Pang and his friends came over, looked at him with a smile and said, "Brother, you are amazing. You have hooked up with another beautiful girl. Teach me some tricks." Chen Jingting rolled his eyes at him and said, "Don't talk nonsense, that's my sister-in-law." Wei Peng immediately became excited, "Brother Ting, you have to introduce her to me. You are married, but I don't even have a girlfriend. I won't introduce myself. If something goes wrong, I'll be in big trouble." Chen Jingting refused directly, and he knew that Qin Fangli would definitely not like this little fat boy. "Brother Ting, you're going to treat me to a meal. How about tonight? Invite your sister-in-law and go talk by yourselves." Wei Pang is now full of energy. Chen Jingting also agreed. Wei Peng continued, "Brother Ting, can you please not call me sister-in-law when we have dinner tonight?" Chen Jingting asked, "What's wrong?" Wei Peng explained, "My sister-in-law is a teacher. We are not used to her going there. I always feel like she will ask me to call the parents at any time." Chen Jingting nodded and replied, "Okay, don't call her." "Great, I'll go take care of it first and leave a good impression on her." After saying that, Wei Ping turned and ran away. There is really no humanity in the opposite sex. Chen Jingting couldn't help but mutter something when he saw how excited he was. Women's restroom. Qin Muyuan was washing her hands and getting ready to go to class. Jiang Ling came over, looked at her and said, "Muyuan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spread rumors about you online. Please don't call the police, okay? I helped you by exposing Zhao Chengwen's true face. He has been fired." Qin Muyuan ignored her and turned around to leave. Jiang Ling quickly grabbed her and said, "Muyuan, I was really wrong. Please forgive me. I will never dare to slander you again." After saying that, she started slapping herself. Soon her face became red and swollen. "Okay, stop fighting." Qin Muyuan shouted quickly, it would be troublesome if others misunderstood that she had hit her. "Have you forgiven me?" Jiang Ling looked at her straight. Qin Muyuan said, "Then apologize to me online for a month, and I won't care about it anymore." Jiang Ling quickly agreed, "No problem, I will apologize sincerely." Qin Muyuan didn't want to argue with her anymore, otherwise others would think she was a stingy person. Around noon, Chen Jingting walked into the office with the takeaway food he ordered from the hotel and placed it on Qin Muyuan's desk. "Honey, you don't have to order for me. I can just eat in the school cafeteria." Qin Muyuan's face was filled with a happy smile. "It's nothing. You're my wife, I have to take good care of you. Come on and eat." Chen Jingting opened it for her. Qin Muyuan looked at the steak, pasta, and a glass of wine, and said with a smile, "Honey, there's also red wine." Chen Jingting said, "After all, it's steak. There's no wine. No way, there has to be a sense of ceremony." Other people in the office envied her. "Muyuan, your husband is so good to you. This blue moonlight is the most authentic Western food. One serving must cost several thousand. If I had such a good husband, I would tie him to my belt." "Yeah. Being pretty is good. While eating, Qin Muyuan said to Chen Jingting, "Husband, many entertainment companies called me today and said they wanted to sign me." Chen Jingchang picked up a tissue and wiped her mouth, then asked, "What do you think?" Qin Muyuan replied without hesitation, "I don't want to go. First, I don't like it. Second, if I go, our relationship will definitely be in trouble. I just want to be with you forever." Chen Jingting smiled, pinched her cheeks, and said, "Don't worry, you just need to be beautiful, and I will be responsible for making money to support the family." Qin Muyuan asked curiously, "How do you make money to support your family while you're still studying?" "I have my own way." Chen Jingting's face was full of confidence. "By the way, there is a meeting tonight, so you should take your sister back first." Qin Muyuan talked about this. Chen Jingting nodded and replied, "Okay, I'll take her out to eat as a welcome party for her." Qin Muyuan said, "Now that my sister is here, we can't let her sleep on the sofa all the time. I'm going to buy a bigger house with a down payment. What do you think, husband?" Chen Jingting quickly said, "Leave it to me. Just study hard." "Okay, let's go to my mom's house together this weekend." Qin Muyuan nodded and concentrated on eating. In the evening, Wei Peng was standing outside in a suit and tie, dressed like an elite. Chen Jingting came over and smelled a scent of perfume. He asked, "You've taken the right medicine, haven't you? Are you going to an interview dressed like this? Why don't you dress formally to leave a good impression on your sister-in-law?" Wei Peng straightened his suit and tugged at his tie. "Don't scare people. If they don't know you, they might think you're going on a blind date." Chen Jingting didn't expect that he would do this. But Wei Peng didn't care about it. He was very satisfied with this outfit anyway. Soon Qin finally came out with a bag on her back. Her hair was tied into a ponytail and she looked very heroic. Wei Peng walked over and greeted, "Hi." "Hey you, go away, you salesman." Qin fondly cursed directly. "I'm not a salesperson." Wei Peng quickly explained, thinking, "Does this look like a sales pitch? If I had known, I wouldn't have worn this suit." Chen Jingting thought to himself that his sister-in-law was really a pushover. He had to find a way to make her obey. Chapter 19 punctured the tire. Not a sales pitch? Who are you trying to fool? My eyes are my ruler. Seeing that Wei Peng was still trying to argue, Qin finally glared at him fiercely. She thought that the little fat boy looked very honest, but she didn't expect that he was so cunning. "I'm Brother Ting's friend, my name is Wei Peng." Wei Peng quickly introduced himself to avoid any misunderstanding. Qin finally glanced at him and said, "His friends are not good people at first glance." Wei Peng quickly came up to Chen Jingting and whispered, "Brother Ting, why doesn't your sister-in-law seem to like you very much?" Chen Jingting shrugged and replied, "I didn't say she liked me." Wei Peng's heart suddenly skipped a beat, thinking that there would be no hope if he were to help them get together. Chen Jingting said to Qin fondly, "What do you want to eat?" Qin fondly quickly said, "Let's eat hot pot." "I haven't eaten hot pot for a long time." Chen Jingting immediately led them there. Half an hour later, the three of them came to a hot pot restaurant. Qin finally also ordered many dishes without hesitation. Chen Jingting was thinking about how to make her behave and not cause trouble for him. "What do you want to drink?" "I'll get it for you." Wei Peng looked at Qin fondly with an attentive look. "Give me some yogurt." Qin fondly replied. Wei Peng immediately ran to get it. Qin finally looked at Chen Jingting and said, "I want to have a long talk with my sister tonight, so you can sleep on the sofa." Chen Jingting replied without hesitation, "That won't work. I sleep with your sister in my arms every day. I can't sleep without her." Qin finally said directly, "I'll give you a pillow and you can hug it. It's the same. If you really can't do it, buy yourself a silicone doll." Chen Jingting stared at her and said, "Do you think I'm stupid? What else do I need a doll when I have your sister?" Qin finally picked up her chopsticks and ate, saying, "I don't care. You have to sleep on the sofa tonight anyway." Chen Jingting didn't want to sleep alone at night, so he said, "How about this? Let's play rock paper scissors. If you win, you can sleep with your sister." Qin fondly shook her head and replied, "I slept with my sister even if I didn't win. Do you really think I'm stupid?" Chen Jingting thought that this girl was quite smart and not easy to fool. So he said, "How about this? If you win, I will buy you whatever you want for your birthday present." "Okay, come on." Qin finally agreed without hesitation. Rock, paper, scissors. Chen Jingting immediately started to imitate her. The next moment Qin finally jumped up and danced with excitement. I won, I won. Chen Jingting patted the money he had handed out, thinking that even God would not let him deal with his sister-in-law. Qin finally looked at him and said, "Brother-in-law, I want a bag. It's not expensive. A bag worth 20,000 yuan will do. Is that okay?" Chen Jingting nodded and replied, "No problem, I'll take you to buy it later. By the way, I promised to buy you a bag, so you can sleep on the sofa tonight." "No way, I won." Qin finally refused directly and was very happy. Chen Jingting thought that he could only coax Qin Muyuan and let her take care of her sister. Then the three of them ate hot pot together. Chen Jingting got up and went to the bathroom. Qin finally immediately looked at Wei Pang. Wei Pang blushed immediately and lowered his head, thinking, could it be that she likes me? "Fatty, don't think too much. I'm attracted to you. I have something to tell you." Qin finally threw out this statement. "What is it?" Wei Pang suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave, from heaven to hell. Qin finally asked, "Do you have any dirt on my brother-in-law? Tell me." Wei Pang immediately felt embarrassed. This is not good. Qin finally quickly said, "If you can help me, maybe I will change my mind one day." Wei Pang quickly rambled on, "There are too many. For example, he once liked a girl, and he would secretly follow her after school every day." Stalking pervert. Qin fondly widened her eyes. He often secretly took photos of her and looked at them by himself when no one was around. A peeping maniac. After Chen Jingting came back, he saw the two of them whispering to each other. He noticed a hint of anger in Qin Fingli's eyes. Wei Peng's eyes kept dodging and he looked very guilty. After dinner, Chen Jingting led Qin Fangli to a LV specialty store. After entering, Qin Fangli looked around, her face full of excitement. "Hello, miss, take a look." The lady at the counter came out and greeted us warmly. "Bring these here, let me have a look." Qin Fangli pointed at several bags on the shelf. The clerk took the bag down and said, "Miss, your boyfriend is so nice to you. This bag is not cheap. It costs 20,000 or 30,000 yuan." Qin Fangli smiled and replied, "He is not my boyfriend, he is my brother-in-law." Hearing this, the clerk widened his eyes and showed a surprised expression. But she will recover soon. After all, in this day and age, brothers-in-law and sisters-in-law often get into trouble. Qin Fangli was now immersed in the joy of choosing a bag and didn't pay any attention to what she said. Chen Jingting also took a fancy to a beautifully shaped, red bag worth over 100,000 yuan and said, "Pack that bag for me. I'll buy it." "Okay." The shop assistant was also very happy as this was a great achievement. "Brother-in-law, this bag is for me. You are so kind to me." Qin Fangli's eyes almost popped out of her eyes when she looked at the bag worth 100,000 yuan. Chen Jingting laughed and said, "This is for my wife. Just choose yours. Ask your husband to buy it for you in the future." Qin Fangli glared at him fiercely, then picked out a bag, but after the comparison, it suddenly didn't seem so attractive. School parking lot. Qin Muyuan prepared to drive home. Muyuan. At this moment, Lin Feng came over and greeted her. Qin Muyuan didn't want to pay any attention to her and turned around to get in the car. Lin Feng quickly stopped her and said, "I'm here to apologize. I shouldn't have said anything bad about you on the show." Qin Muyuan said in a deep voice, "No need, I have nothing to do with you." Lin Feng said, "This time I came to sign you as an artist for our company." "No need, not interested, get out of the way." Qin Muyuan roared loudly. "If you don't agree, I'm afraid there will be some bad news about you on the internet." Lin Feng threatened directly. Qin Muyuan snorted coldly and said fearlessly, "I'm afraid of you. If you dare to make up rumors about me, I will call the police." Lin Feng said disapprovingly, "How could I make up a rumor? Some photos and videos must be true." Qin Muyuan's face darkened and she said, "What do you mean?" Lin Feng said, "If you don't sign with our company, some of the photos will appear on the internet." Qin Muyuan quickly said, "I haven't been with you for long, and we haven't had any intimate behavior. Outsiders don't care about these things. They just think that you were once my woman." After saying that, Lin Feng turned and left. Now their company has violated the rules. If they don't turn things around, they will go bankrupt. Therefore, he had to sign Qin Muyuan, no matter what means he used. Qin Muyuan clenched her fists tightly. She didn't expect him to be this kind of person. She must have been blind to be with him in the first place. Then she drove back immediately, ready to discuss the matter with Chen Jingting. Chapter 20 Threat appears. In the evening. After Qin Muyuan returned home, she saw Chen Jingting sitting on the sofa with a bored look on his face, and said, "Hubby, why are you sitting here?" Chen Jingting pointed to the bedroom and said, "Your sister is in the room. She said she wants to have a good talk with you tonight." Qin Muyuan sat down and talked about Lin Feng's threat. After hearing this, Chen Jingting frowned and angrily scolded, "What a piece of shit! If he dares to mess around, I will never let him off." Qin Muyuan lay in his arms and said, "I care more about your thoughts. Do you think I am a loose woman?" Chen Jingting quickly put his arm around her shoulders and said, "What are you talking about? Who doesn't have an ex? Your past doesn't belong to me. What I own is your present and future, and you two haven't had any intimate behavior. Hubby, you're so nice. When I first agreed to it, he wanted to have sex with me, but I was more careful and didn't let him succeed. Qin Muyuan now feels very warm in her heart and is not afraid at all." "Your bag." Chen Jingting took out the bag he bought. Qin Muyuan took the bag and asked curiously, "Why did you give me a bag?" Chen Jingting explained, "I took your sister to buy her a birthday present, and I bought one for you as well." Qin Muyuan laughed and said, "She lied to you. Her birthday had already passed. This girl really dares to say anything." Chen Jingting said, "It's nothing. Just consider it as a gift to her. I won't be able to hug you and rest tonight. I won't be used to it. I'll sneak out later after she falls asleep." Qin Muyuan threw out this. "Okay, I'll wait for you." A smile suddenly appeared on Chen Jingting's face. Qin Muyuan kissed him, then got up and went into the house. After arriving in the bedroom, she saw Qin Fangli fiddling with her bag and said, "It's getting late, let's go to bed." Qin Fangli lay beside her and said, "Sister, why do you like him?" Qin Muyuan smiled and replied, "Why can't I like her?" Qin Fangli said, "He is younger than you. I think you should find someone mature and stable. I feel like he is just coveting your beauty." Qin Muyuan looked at her calmly and said, "If you don't covet my beauty, what else do you covet? Covet my age? What's wrong with being older? You are one of the most beautiful women." Qin Fangli was very envious of her looks. "He is younger than me and has bought a car. I don't have to worry about my life. I must have taken advantage of him." Qin Muyuan threw out this. Qin Fangli replied without hesitation, "He is a man, isn't this what he should do?" Qin Muyuan held her hand and said, "You will understand when you fall in love. Love is mutual and giving is mutual. Only such a relationship can last." Qin Fangli lay down, thinking that she would keep a close eye on her brother-in-law and would never let him do anything to let her down. 2 hours later. When Chen Jingting was half asleep, he suddenly felt someone crawling into his bed. "Honey, I'm in a good mood today." Qin Muyuan said this softly. "Will it disturb your sister?" Chen Jingting asked. Qin Muyuan couldn't care less about all that and just wanted to make herself happy first. The next day. School. When Chen Jingting was about to go to the classroom, he saw Qin Fangli following him. Qin Fangli looked at him and said, "Can't you be more careful? I still live at home. You and my sister are always talking in the living room. My sister has been corrupted by you." Chen Jingting said, "I am your sister's husband. It is normal for me to have endless quarrels with her. It is none of your business. It's not okay if it affects me. You have to be more careful in the future. It's one a month." Qin Fangli made this request. "Tell your sister that it will be fine if she agrees to it." Chen Jingting responded casually. Qin Fangli quickly said, "No, my sister will never reject you. She is a virtuous woman." Chen Jingting asked curiously, "Why do you have such a big problem with me?" Qin Fangli replied without hesitation, "I just don't like sister-brother relationships, and I also know a lot of negative information about you." Chen Jingting spread his hands and replied, "For example? Like you stalked the girl you liked, took pictures of her secretly and did some disgusting things." Qin Fangli said this directly. So that's what the fat guy was mumbling about. Chen Jingting thought to himself that Wei Peng really had no humanity for the opposite sex. He sold him out and even exaggerated it. Qin Fangli pointed at her eyes and said, "I will keep an eye on you at all times. If you dare to hurt my sister's heart, I will never forgive you." After saying that, she left. Chen Jingting thought that this sister-in-law was a little bit leaky. She was not a caring little cotton-padded jacket at all. After arriving at the classroom, he immediately walked towards Wei Pang. Wei Pang ran away. "Where are you running to? You really value women over friends. You sold me out like that." Chen Jingting grabbed him. "Brother Ting, I have to fight for my happiness too. What if she falls in love with me? We're relatives then." Wei Pang smiled very happily. Chen Jingting said, "Don't think about it. She won't like you." Wei Pang said quickly, "It's not easy to meet someone, of course I can't miss it, even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, I will try it." In response, Chen Jingting just smiled and said, "Since he wants to bang his head against the wall, then let him do it." Office. When Qin Muyuan was correcting students' homework, her cell phone suddenly rang. When she picked up the phone, she found that it was a MMS message from a foreign number. However, when she opened the picture, she was shocked because it was a private photo of her. Qin Muyuan knew that it must have been Lin Feng who did it, but she didn't expect that he would so casually Photoshop the photos. If he really Photoshopped the photos and posted them online, it would definitely affect her reputation. Qin Muyuan then called Lin Feng. "You are so shameless. You actually Photoshopped the photo to threaten me. I don't know what you're talking about. It wasn't me. It's no use if you don't admit it, except for you. Come to our company. I'll always be waiting for you." After hanging up the phone, Qin Muyuan was very angry when she saw that Lin Feng did not admit it at all. Lucky Entertainment Company. After Lin Feng hung up the phone, he looked very unhappy. He didn't expect Qin Muyuan to be so difficult to deal with that even threats like this were useless. But now the company has reached a difficult point and drastic measures must be taken. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked in with a gloomy face. Lin Feng asked, "Dad, what's going on?" Lin Jiangwo said quickly, "We have signed a bet agreement with Yangxing Company. If our company's artists can enter the top 10 in the popularity rankings at the end of the month, we can get 50 million in financing. If we fail, the company will belong to the other party." Lin Feng said in a deep voice, "Dad, can we do it? If we don't gamble, we'll go bankrupt. If we gamble, we still have a chance. Right now, the person with the most attention online is Qin Muyuan, your ex-girlfriend, so we have to sign her." Lin Jiangwo threw out this statement. "I tried, but she didn't want to." Lin Feng responded. Lin Jiangwo continued, "If she can't do it, try Chen Jingting, first soft and then hard." Lin Feng nodded, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes, and he already had an idea in his mind. Chapter 21 Young Mother-in-Law. Weekend. Chen Jingting brought Qin Muyuan and her sister to his mother-in-law's house, ready to meet her. When he went in, he saw a woman in her 40s, wearing a cheongsam and with a dignified temperament, busying herself with something. Qin Muyuan quickly shouted, "Mom, we are back." Wang Shuqian looked at them and said, "Come in. You must be Jingting. You look so young." Chen Jingting didn't expect his mother-in-law to be so young, and quickly said, "Mom, you are quite young too. You are already old, how can you still be young? Come and sit down." Wang Shuqian quickly greeted them. After Chen Jingting went in, he saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses, with a square face and a leadership demeanor. Qin Muyuan leaned over and whispered, "That's the leader of my mother's company and also her suitor." Chen Jingting smiled and asked, "Does your mother like it?" Qin Muyuan shook her head and replied, "I don't like it, but I keep pestering her. Since she's my leader, it's hard for me to say anything." Chen Jingting thought that such a shameless leader was causing trouble in the town, so he had to help his mother-in-law solve this problem. "Muyuan, I heard that you got married, why didn't you tell me in advance?" Xian Dafu was chatting with Qin Muyuan. "It happened suddenly, so there was no time to notify you." Qin Muyuan explained casually. Xian Dafu glanced at Chen Jingting and said, "He looks very young. What does he do?" Qin Muyuan said, "He is still a college student." Xian Dafu immediately said in a didactic tone, "Muyuan, this is not your uncle telling you that when you look for a man, you must look for one with a stable career and good financial conditions. Life is just about the daily necessities of life." Qin Muyuan just smiled and said nothing. Chen Dafu looked at Chen Jingting again and said in a condescending manner, "Little Chen, right? You think it's inappropriate for you to get married at such a young age? Can you bear the burden of supporting a family?" Chen Jingting sat down and said disapprovingly, "Old Chen, are you going to support my family?" Xian Dafu quickly replied, "Why should I support your family? Who are you to me?" Chen Jingting took the opportunity to reply, "Yes. Who are you to me? You are still lecturing me here. This is the teaching of your elders, so that you won't take a detour in the future." When Chen Dafu saw that he dared to talk back, he immediately became angry. "Old Xian, you really like to meddle in other people's business. If you don't know, you would think you have to taste even the dog's poop to see if it's salty or not." Chen Jingting teased without any scruples. "Pa!" Xian Dafu immediately slammed the table and stood up, angrily saying to Qin Muyuan, "Look at what kind of man you found. He has no manners at all." Chen Jingting replied without hesitation, "You are well educated, but you are sitting here shamelessly without any sense. You are still a leader, and you have lived in vain for decades. You." Chen Dafu was so angry that his whole body was shaking. "That's right. No one invited you here, but you come here every day." Qin fondly echoed. Wang Shuqian said quickly, "Lear, what are you talking about?" Qin finally said directly, "Mom, you don't like him at all. If he wasn't your leader, you would have kicked him out long ago." Wang Shuqian also remained silent. "You have raised a good daughter." After Chen Dafu uttered a harsh word, he turned away. "What are you doing? You are all so disobedient. He is the most narrow-minded person. How can I stay in the company in the future?" A trace of worry appeared on Wang Shuqian's face. Chen Jingting said, "Mom, don't worry, I'm here, you don't have to be afraid of him." Qin Muyuan walked over and said, "Yes. Mom, even if you lose this job, we can still let you live a carefree life." Qin Fangli echoed, "That's right, Mom, you don't have to spoil him anymore, you should beat him when he deserves it and scold him when he deserves it." Wang Shuqiang nodded and replied, "Okay, you guys are grown up now, and Mom doesn't have to worry about you anymore. The meal is ready, let's eat." Qin Muyuan took out a box and handed it over, saying, "Mom, this is the jewelry Jingting bought for you." Wang Shuqian looked at Chen Jingting and said with a smile, "Jingting, how can this be good? It's my first time meeting you, so of course I can't go empty-handed. It's just a small gift." Chen Jingting replied. Wang Jingshu opened the box and saw a gold necklace and a gold bracelet. She said, "They are so valuable. They must be expensive." Chen Jingting smiled and said, "Mom, it's just a little thing. I'll go to the kitchen to get the dishes and chopsticks." After that, he went to the kitchen. Wang Shuqian looked at Qin Muyuan and asked, "How much did this cost?" Qin Muyuan replied casually, "Only a few $100,000. "Only a few $100,000? Wang Shuqian's eyes widened when she knew the price. "Just accept it. It's just a token of his appreciation." Qin Muyuan started to persuade. Wang Shuqian nodded and put it away. Soon the four of them sat together and ate. Wang Shuqian looked at Chen Jingting and said, "You just got married, what are your plans for the future?" Chen Jingting said, "Let's work hard to make money first." Wang Shuqian said while eating, "You have to make money and have children. Muyuan, you are not young anymore, you have to think about having children." Qin Muyuan looked shy and kept nodding her head. Qin finally said, "Mom, don't worry about them. They make babies every day regardless of the occasion. It only takes a few minutes for them to get pregnant." "What are you talking about? You have no respect for your elder sister. You don't study hard but just worry about your elder sister every day, right?" Wang Shuqian picked up the chopsticks and knocked her on the head. "They don't avoid me at all. I don't want to watch it either. It pollutes my ears for 10 minutes every day." Qin fondly muttered. Qin Shuyuan stretched out her hand and twisted her leg. How could she casually talk about such a private matter? Qin finally jumped up in pain and immediately twisted Chen Jingting's arm. Chen Jingting was puzzled. "Why are you pinching me?" Qin Fangli replied without hesitation, "Your wife pinched me, I shouldn't pinch you." Qin Shuyuan said, "Why are you twisting my husband? That's my brother-in-law. What's wrong if I twisted it? I heard that my man, no one can bully him. Why don't we screw him together?" "That's fine." Wang Shuqian watched the two sisters start bickering again with a smile on her face. After dinner, Qin Muyuan and her sister decided to stay. Chen Jingting was preparing to go back. Qin Muyuan said to him, "Go back and do your homework well. Don't be lazy. I will check it tomorrow." Chen Jingting smiled and said, "I want to check you, too." Qin Muyuan stretched out her hand and twisted his arm, saying shyly, "You are getting more and more dishonest as you get older. You dare to say anything." Chen Jingting took the opportunity to hug her and said, "Isn't it that you are so charming, old lady? I think about you every day. Be good, I'll be back tomorrow." After saying that, Qin Muyuan kissed him on the face and went into the house. Chen Jingting went home. Soon he received a call from Lin Feng, who said he wanted to talk to him. Chapter 22 A Heart Attack. Cafes. After Chen Jingting arrived, he sat in the seat by the window. Lin Feng had been waiting for a long time. Chen Jingting took a sip of coffee and asked expressionlessly, "What do you want to do in life by calling me here?" Lin Feng directly stated his purpose: "I will give you 5 million, and you and Qin Muyuan will sign in to our company." Chen Jingting laughed jokingly and said, "Who are you looking down on? Are we only worth 5 million? Lin Feng said without hesitation, "The price is negotiable, just tell me what price you want." Chen Jingting looked at him and said bluntly, "You are so disgusting. I will not go to your company no matter how high the offer is." Hearing this, Lin Feng's face suddenly darkened and he said, "Are you a fool if you don't make money?" Chen Jingting said angrily, "You used random photoshopped pictures to threaten my wife, and I still made money for you. Am I stupid or something?" After saying that, he poured the coffee on the table directly onto Lin Feng's face, then turned and walked away. Looking at his departing figure, Lin Feng thought that since Chen Jingting wanted to die, he might as well send him off. 2 hours later, Chen Jingting was taking a bath in the bathroom. Suddenly he heard the door open and immediately came out wrapped in a bath towel. When he came outside, he saw Qin Muyuan rushing in a hurry and asked hurriedly, "Wife, why are you back?" Qin Muyuan said anxiously, "Some private photos of me suddenly appeared on the internet. It must be Lin Feng who did it." Chen Jingting frowned and said, "He approached me and wanted us to sign with his company, but I didn't agree. I guess that's why he did this." "Then call the police." Qin Muyuan nodded and replied, "I have returned from the police station, but according to preliminary investigation, those who sent the photos are all foreign LPs. It is very difficult to find out and it will not be completed in a short time." Chen Jingting helped her sit down and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely solve this problem." Qin Muyuan leaned her head on his shoulder and said, "Hubby, I'm lucky to have you, otherwise I don't know what to do." Chen Jingting hugged her tightly and said, "I am your husband, and I am here to protect you from the wind and rain. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be like this." Qin Muyuan sat on his lap, put her arms around his neck and said, "It doesn't matter what happened. What matters is that we trust each other. Husband, don't you agree?" Chen Jingchang nodded, thinking that it was not that easy to deal with Lin Feng. There was no other way. Qin Muyuan kept scrolling through her phone, and suddenly said in surprise, "There seem to be fewer pictures online now." Chen Jingchang asked, "Did the internet police play a role?" "It's possible. No matter what, it's always a good thing. I'm a little upset right now, and I need you to help me relax." Qin Muyuan's eyes were so tender that they were almost dripping with tears. Chen Jingting immediately carried her into the house. Bar box. Lin Feng was drinking with a burly man with tattoos all over his body. Gao Chang drank the wine in the glass and said, "Brother Feng, if you have any questions, just tell me. I promise to help you handle it properly." Lin Feng directly took out a photo and handed it over, saying, "This man is called Chen Jingting, a student of Jiangnan University of the Arts. Take him away and let him sign the contract." Gao Chang smiled and said, "Brother Feng, don't worry, this is a piece of cake for me." Lin Feng picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then said, "After the matter is done, 1 million will be put on your card. Brother Feng is generous. I will definitely make him sign the contract." Gao Chang is very excited now, after all, it's 1 million. The next day, Chen Jingting was carrying a basket and preparing to go to the supermarket to buy some vegetables. At this moment, a woman with short hair, wearing a white suit and high heels got out of a Bentley and said to him, "Mr. Chen, do you have time to chat?" Chen Jingting glanced at the woman, who looked very strong, and asked, "We don't know each other, right? What are you talking about?" Suman said, "I helped you, otherwise your wife's photos would still be circulating on the internet? Those photos are fake. How can you help?" Chen Jingting asked curiously. "I spent millions to find the group that spread the pictures and deal with them." Suman explained. Chen Jingting looked at her and asked, "Why do you want to help me?" Suman opened the car door and said, "Get in the car. Let's go somewhere else to talk." Chen Jingting nodded in agreement and got into the car immediately. He found that the car was spacious and luxurious, and there was a faint fragrance. Suman sat down next to him and introduced herself. I am the chairman of Yangsheng Performing Arts Company. My name is Suman, and Lin Feng from Hongyun Performing Arts Company wants to sign you and your wife, right? Chen Jingting nodded and replied, yes. You know all this. Suman replied expressionlessly, of course, we are competitors. We are paying close attention to their every move. Chen Jingting asked, you don't want to sign us, do you? That's not the case. I just need your help. Let's work together. Suman explained the whole story. Go on. Chen Jingting became interested. Suman explained, our two companies signed a bet agreement. If someone from his company can make it into the top 10 of the popularity list, I will inject 50 million into their company. If they lose, their company will belong to me. After understanding what was going on, Chen Jingting nodded and replied, in principle, I am willing to help. After all, he is also my enemy, but I can't help you just because of this. Suman took out a contract and handed it over, saying, if you can help me take over their company, your reward will be 10 million. That's it. I'm definitely willing. Chen Jingting took a look and then signed his name. There are two people in their company who have the best chance of entering the top 10 of the popularity list. They are both singers. We will talk about their information and subsequent plans later. Suman picked up the sunglasses and put them on. Chen Jingting extended his hand and said, then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Suman ignored her and sat on the chair motionless, like an icy beauty. New mission, strip Suman of her clothes, monetary reward, 1 million, skill reward, charming eyes. After Chen Jingting knew the abilities given by the system, he immediately gave up hope. Suman is not stupid, how could she let him strip her naked so easily? Soon the car arrived at a secluded restaurant on the beach. This restaurant is very quiet. Let's have a meal here. Suman walked straight inside. Chen Jingting thought that going to this remote place to eat was a unique habit. Not far away, Gao Chang led a dozen people down from a van with a dagger on his waist. Chapter 23 Kung Fu Master. When Chen Jingting arrived at the restaurant, he found that there was only an old man busying around inside. Suman greeted him with a smile, Grandpa Xiao, I'm here to see you again. Xiao Lianeng said, you guys sit down, it's still the same as before, right? Suman nodded and replied, yes. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Jingting looked at the smile on her face, as if she had become a different person with a unique charm. Seeing that he was staring at her, Suman's face darkened and she asked, why are you looking at me like that? Chen Jingting smiled and said, you are pretty, why do you always have a stern face? Oh, I understand, you have to act like a boss. I don't like to laugh, is that okay? Suman rolled her eyes at him. What a waste of this body. Chen Jingting muttered. Suman said in a deep voice, you don't need to worry about my health. Chen Jingting thought that she was just a piece of ice, and any man who dated her would never last more than 3 months. The mushroom and shredded pork noodles are here. Xiao Lianhun came over with 2 bowls of noodles and placed them on the table. Thank you, Grandpa Joe. Suman thanked him immediately. Chen Jingting took a bite and nodded, saying, it tastes really good. Suman ate the noodles elegantly and said, of course, Grandpa Xiao was once the president of the National First Class Chefs Association. Hearing this, Chen Jingting immediately gave a thumbs up, as expected of a former president of the Chefs Association, and asked, he must be retired now, right? Suman said, he didn't retire, he was fired. Chen Jingting quickly asked, what happened? Suman replied while eating noodles, don't ask about other people's affairs. TSK, you shouldn't have said that. Now you're blaming me, women. You always like to pass the buck. Chen Jingting muttered. Suman didn't bother with him and concentrated on eating the noodles. After dinner, the two of them went out directly and prepared to leave. But as soon as they came out, they were surrounded by a group of people. Chen Jingting immediately sensed something was wrong, and protected Suman by his side, saying, be careful. You should be careful. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. After saying that, Suman rushed forward and kicked one man down. Then he turned around again and knocked down a man with a sidekick. His movements were swift and efficient. Chen Jingting stood behind and thought to himself, this woman is really amazing. She is not only beautiful but also good at kung fu. But soon several people knocked Suman to the ground. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Let her go. Chen Jingting rushed over and prepared to help. "Fuck you." Gao Chang walked up and punched him in the face. Chen Jingting suddenly felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Gao Chang ordered his men, "Take them all aboard." Then Chen Jingting and the other person were taken to a fishing boat. Soon the fishing boat also sailed away. An hour later, after Chen Jingting slowly woke up, he found that he and Su Man were lying in a cabin. The air was filled with a fishy smell. At this moment, he still felt a little dizzy. "Where is this?" Su Man sat up slowly and looked around. "It should be a fishing boat," Chen Jingting replied. Su Man sat up, leaned against the wall, and said, "Do you know who they are?" Chen Jingting shook his head and replied, "I don't know." Su Man rubbed his head and was also confused. Clang. Gao Chang led a group of people holding machetes and pushed the door open and walked in. Chen Jingting immediately became alert. Gao Chang sat on the chair, took out a contract and threw it over, saying, "Sign it." Chen Jingting picked it up and took a look, and found that it was a contract with Hongyun Entertainment Company, and it had to be signed for 10 years. Now he understood that these people must have been brought by Lin Feng. Gao Chang threw the pen over and urged, "Don't waste time. Once you sign, we can go back." Chen Jingting remained silent. If he signed the contract, he would be in big trouble, as it was like selling himself. Gao Chang walked over, put the machete on his neck, and said, "If you don't sign, you may not be able to return alive." "Sign." "I'll sign right away." Chen Jingting immediately picked up the signature. "If you dare to call the police when you get out, we will kill your whole family. Your wife and sister-in-law are pretty," Gao Chang threatened in a stern voice. Chen Jingting thought it was important to get out of this situation first. Gao Chang picked up the contract, checked it, put it away, and said with a smile, "You are sensible." Chen Jingting asked, "Can you let us go?" Gao Chang looked at Su Man and said with a smile, "Don't worry, this woman is very beautiful, let the brothers have fun and take her away." "Go away, go away," Su Man shouted sharply. However, several people came over and dragged her outside. Su Man looked at Chen Jingting and shouted, "Save me, save me." As soon as she finished speaking, she was taken out. Chen Jingting was also very anxious, but there was nothing he could do now. Lucky Entertainment Company. Lin Feng poured Lin Jiangwo a cup of tea and said with a smile, "Dad, don't worry, the man has been caught on the boat. I promise he will be honest and work for our family in the future." Lin Jiangwo showed a satisfied look on his face and praised, "Not bad, you finally did something big." Lin Feng is very proud now, and dealing with Chen Jingting is just a piece of cake. That kid actually dared to go against him. He was simply overestimating his own abilities. Just when Chen Jingting was getting extremely anxious, he suddenly remembered that there was a random skill that he hadn't used when he completed the task last time. Then he immediately entered the system. What he needs now is Kung Fu. Chen Jingting directly chose Kung Fu Master. Kung Fu Master is loading. You can learn all the Kung Fu in the world. Immediately afterwards, an electric current flowed through Chen Jingting's body. Many new moves immediately came to his mind. And very skilled. He rushed out directly to rescue Su Man. In the next room, Gao Chang was pressing Su Man on the table, preparing to use a gun. Su Man's heart was filled with despair. She never expected that she would encounter such a thing. Clang. Suddenly the door was kicked open. Chen Jingting knocked down a man with one punch. "Boy, you are really capable. I can't leave without teaching you a lesson." Gao Chang didn't care at all. After all, he was twice as strong as him. He immediately rushed over and kicked him. Chen Jingting immediately kicked forward with a sweeping kick. Gao Chang fell to the ground with a thud. Chen Jingting is now full of confidence, and knocking him down is a piece of cake. Gao Chang quickly stood up and wanted to fight back. Chen Jingting threw another flying knee, hitting him directly in the face. Gao Chang fainted on the ground immediately. "Brother Chang." The people outside heard the noise and rushed in. Chen Jingting was not afraid at all and knocked down those who rushed towards him one by one. Soon those people fell to the ground one after another. Chen Jingting came to Su Man and asked, "How are you?" Su Man said as she sorted out her clothes, "It's okay, how come you are so powerful? You can beat more than 10 people by yourself." After saying that, she came to Gao Chang and kicked him hard a few times. "I'm already very powerful, let's go." Chen Jingting immediately led her out. After coming outside, she found that the fishing boat was just over 100 meters away from the shore, not very far away. Suman looked at the lights on the shore and asked, "How do we get back?" As soon as he finished speaking, a wave came. The ship shook violently. "Ah, help, I can't swim." Suman lost her balance and fell into the sea. Chen Jingting looked at her struggling in the water and thought that this was a good opportunity to take off her clothes and complete the task. Chapter 24 The house was stolen. Chen Jingting jumped down and hugged Suman's waist. Suman was now in a panic and hugged his head. Chen Jingting took the opportunity to quietly take off her clothes. "Pa!" Suman slapped him directly and said in a deep voice, "Watch your claws." Chen Jingting said, "In fact, I don't want to do this, but I have reasons to do it." "Do you understand?" Suman looked at her coldly and said, "I don't understand what you are saying. If you dare to be dishonest again, I will continue to slap you." Chen Jingting knew that this task might not be completed, so he said, "Okay, I'm going to swim to the shore now, hold on to me." After saying that, he began to swim. Suman hugged him tightly, afraid of being left behind. 5 minutes later, the two finally reached the shore. Phew! Chen Jingting was so tired that he was breathing heavily. The Lin family is doing this now. It's probably because they are desperate. It means they are really at the end of their rope. Suman talked about this while holding the clothes on her body. "You should have a solution." Seeing her calm and composed look, Chen Jingting thought she must have been prepared. Suman nodded and said, "There is a solution, but you are the key." Chen Jingting asked curiously, "Why me?" Suman looked at him straight in the eyes and said, "It's very simple, because you are very talented, but your character is not good." Chen Jingting thought that he was just trying to complete the task and didn't intend to take off her clothes and take advantage of her. Suman looked at him unhappily and said, "You are still acting well when you feel wronged. Come to my company tomorrow and arrange the follow-up plan. I will ask someone to call a car to take you back." After saying that, she turned and left. Chen Jingting is so unlucky that he has not completed his mission and is still being treated as a pervert. Soon a taxi drove over. Chen Jingting immediately got in the car and went home. Good luck, company. Lin Feng received a call from Gao Chang, saying that things went wrong and they had to run away. He kicked the chair over with one foot, his face full of anger. "What are you doing? You still have the nerve to get angry. You are more likely to cause trouble than to help." Lin Jiangwo walked in and shouted harshly. "Dad, I messed up." Lin Feng took the initiative to admit his mistake. Lin Jiangwo said, "Didn't you say there was no problem? Why is this happening?" Lin Feng lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect them to fail." Lin Jiangwo sat down and said, "The music competition is about to begin. As long as our artists perform well, it will be no problem for them to enter the top 10 of the popularity list." Lin Feng quickly said, "Yansheng Company also sent people to participate in the competition. It is obvious that they are deliberately going against us." Lin Jiangwo said calmly, "The competition is not just about strength. I have an idea." After saying that, he turned and walked out. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel relieved. Sunrise Entertainment Company. Suman sat in the office, handling the company's daily work. Man, busy." A young man in a suit walked in with flowers in his hands. "Why are you here?" When Suman saw him, she couldn't help but frown. Sun Qing smiled and said, "After all, I am also a shareholder of the company. Why not come and take a look? I even brought you flowers." Suman replied expressionlessly, "I am allergic to flowers." Sun Qing sat in front of her and said, "You are not allergic to flowers, you are allergic to me." Suman replied without even looking up, "It's good that you know, don't waste your time." Sun Qing said disapprovingly, "But I believe that a strong woman is afraid of a clinging man. This bet is of great importance. 50 million is not a small amount. If you lose, you will have a hard time explaining it to the board of directors." Suman said in a calm tone, "This is none of your business." "How can it be none of my business? I am also part of the company." Sun Qing's face was full of smiles. Suman just stood up and walked out, not wanting to pay any attention to him. After coming outside, she said to her assistant, "Why don't you stop him? Don't you know I don't like seeing him?" The assistant quickly explained, "Boss Su, I can't stop you. It's because you don't have a boyfriend. If you had a boyfriend, he would definitely not bother you anymore." After hearing this, Suman felt that it made a lot of sense. It's hard to find a real boyfriend, but you can find a fake boyfriend. At this time, she also had a candidate in mind. Lu family. After Lu Xiying returned home, he found Lu Nanfeng and said with a smile, "Dad, our business has been very good these days. It shouldn't be a problem to become the number one in revenue." Lu Nanfeng replied calmly, "First is first, there is nothing to brag about." Lu Xiying quickly said, "Dad, didn't you say that if I rank first in revenue, I can participate in the operation and management of the company?" Lu Nanfeng replied without hesitation, "Your brother is in charge of the company, so you don't have to worry about it." Lu Xiying immediately became excited and said, "Dad, didn't you promise me that? How can you go back on your word?" Lu Nanfeng said in a deep voice, "If you are fine, go out. I still have things to deal with." Bang! Lu Xiying slammed the door and walked out. After Chen Jingting returned home, he immediately went to the bathroom to take a shower. Qin Muyuan left a message saying that she and Su Qian went shopping. Boom boom boom. After taking a shower, Chen Jingting heard someone knocking on the door, so he went over to open it. When he found that it was Lu Xiying standing outside the door, he asked, "Why are you here?" "I'm in a bad mood, so I asked you to come drink with me." Lu Xiying shook the red wine in his hand. "It's not appropriate to come here to drink. You should go drink outside." Chen Jingting didn't want her to stay at home, but if Qin Muyuan saw it, he was too lazy to explain. However, Lu Xiying simply picked up the glass, poured herself some wine and started drinking, while at the same time talking about how her father was partial. Chen Jingting soon understood what was going on and said, "You can just start out on your own. Why do you have to worry about your family's business?" "Yes. That's right. I can do anything on my own. Come, have a drink." Lu Xiying immediately laughed and leaned towards him. "Drink it yourself." Chen Jingting pushed her away, then took a video and sent it to Qin Muyuan, asking his wife to come back quickly. At this time, Qin Muyuan and Su Qian were shopping in the mall. When she saw Lu Xiying looking drunk in the video, she suddenly became nervous and said, "Shanshan, I have to go back. Something happened at home." Su Qian looked at her and said, "We finally got out for a stroll, why are you in such a hurry to go back? If you don't go home, it will be stolen." After saying that, Qin Muyuan walked away immediately. Lu Xiying was now drunk and threw herself on Chen Jingting, saying in a daze, "Today, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you take advantage of me." "I don't mind." Chen Jingting quickly pushed her away and said, "If you are drunk, just stay still and don't make any moves. Look at you, I'm just teasing you, I don't like you like this, I like your wife like this." Lu Xiying said this with a smile. Chen Jingting didn't take it seriously and thought it was just drunken talk. Chapter 25 Pretend to be a boyfriend. "Honey, I'm back." Qin Muyuan hurriedly opened the door and found Lu Rushi lying on the sofa, struggling like a drowning fish. "It's good that you're back, otherwise I really can't do anything to her." Chen Jingting laughed and laughed at himself. Qin Muyuan walked over, pulled Lu Xiying's skirt down to cover her exposed white thighs, and said, "What's wrong with her? She drank so much." Chen Jingting explained it to her. "Let me help her back to her room." After saying that, Qin Muyuan helped Lu Xiying back to the room. Chen Jingting stayed to clean the table. Ah! Not long after, Qin Muyuan's scream was heard from inside. Chen Jingting rushed in and saw Lu Xiying hugging Qin Muyuan with his hands in a restless state, as if he was possessed by Zhu Beiji. Qin Muyuan's clothes were also torn. Chen Jingting quickly carried Lu Xiying away, then took Qin Muyuan out and closed the door. Qin Muyuan said as she sorted out her clothes, "I didn't expect her to be like this." "That's good. It was you who pounced, not me." Chen Jingting was smiling happily beside him. "I feel like she likes women." Qin Muyuan expressed her feelings. Chen Jingting nodded and replied, "That should be the case. Women's intuition is always very accurate." Qin Muyuan looked at him and said, "You are honest. You called me when you knew something was wrong." Chen Jingting hugged her and said, "Wife, I love you wholeheartedly." "That's great, let's make something delicious tonight and go shopping in the supermarket." Qin Muyuan hugged his arm. Chen Jingting immediately let her out. In the evening, Lu Xiying opened the door and walked out, seeing that the two of them had already prepared dinner. Qin Muyuan quickly greeted, "The meal is ready, come and eat." Lu Xiying sat down and said, "Sister Qin, I was drunk before, don't mind it." Qin Muyuan smiled and replied, it's okay for me to be taken advantage of by you. Lu Xiying felt embarrassed and quickly looked at Chen Jingting and said, you said you wanted me to work alone, so let's open a restaurant together. Chen Jingting said, that's nothing, but I have to go to school. I can't stay in the restaurant every day. Lu Xiying replied without hesitation, I will provide the funds, you will provide the technology, I will take 60% of the shares and you will take 40%. You will be responsible for developing new dishes, and you only need to come to the restaurant when needed. Okay, that's no problem. Chen Jingting thought that he also needed to do some business and find something to do. Okay, I'll come back to you in a few days when I'm done. You guys can eat it. I won't eat it. After saying that, Lu Xiying couldn't wait to get up and leave. Qin Muyuan said to Chen Jingting with a smile on her face, hubby, if this restaurant really opens, then we will have a place to eat in the future. Chen Jingting stretched out his hand and pinched her cheek, saying, I only know how to eat you. Qin Muyuan held his hand and said seriously, my mother is right. I am not young anymore. It's time to think about having children. Chen Jingting asked, what do you think? We just got married, and I want to spend more time with the two of us. Let's have a child in 3 years, okay? Qin Muyuan threw out these words. Good. Chen Jingting nodded and agreed. After dinner, the two of them went back to their room and hung a sign on the door saying do not disturb. The next day, Chen Jingting arrived at Yangsheng Performing Arts Company early in the morning. Mr. Chen, please take a seat. President Su will be here soon. The assistant took him to the office and made him a cup of coffee. Chen Jingting sat in a chair and drank his coffee. Soon Su Man came in, threw a document to him, and said, Lin Jiangwo was going to let the artists under his company participate in the music program Sing Out the Style. People from our company will also go. Your task is to help him win the championship. Chen Jingting looked at the information and found that the singer participating in the program was a young singer named Dongshan, whom he had heard of. He was considered a second-rate singer. Su Man said, the contestants on this show are all second-rate singers. Just help Dongshan win the championship. She is one of the singers that our company is optimistic about. The competition will start tomorrow. I will take you to get acquainted with her later. Chen Jingting nodded. Winning a championship was a piece of cake for him. Su Man looked at him and said softly, can you do me a favor? Chen Jingting asked casually, what can I do for you? Su Man said, pretend to be my boyfriend and help me get rid of a suitor in the company. Chen Jingting replied without hesitation, I'm not stupid. I don't know whether you have a boyfriend or not. Unless. Su Man quickly asked, unless what? Chen Jingting said seriously, unless drastic measures are taken, no matter if it is a man or a woman, if they see the person they like being intimate with someone else, they will definitely give up. Su Man bit her lip and said, how fierce that is. Chen Jingting smiled and said, you can be intimate with your ex-boyfriend however you want. Do you need to be taught? Ahem. Su Man coughed and said, I haven't had a boyfriend yet. Haven't you talked about it yet and haven't seen it yet? You must have seen the porn movie. Chen Jingting threw out this statement. That would allow you to take advantage. Su Man blushed immediately. Chen Jingting said, if you want to accomplish something, you have to pay a price. At this moment, the assistant came in from outside and said, Boss Su, Sunshine will be here soon. Su Man said quickly, don't let him in. The assistant immediately retreated. Su Man saw Sun Qing coming over and immediately said to Chen Jingting, okay, hurry up, he's coming, let you take advantage. Chen Jingting rushed over immediately and took off her clothes. Although Su Man wanted to resist, she thought that as long as she could get rid of Sun Qing, she would just suffer a little loss. Man, what are you doing? When Sun Qing came in, he saw Su Man hugging a man with all her clothes stripped off. He was immediately shocked. Who are you? Get out now. Chen Jingting shouted angrily. Su Man quickly turned around and put on her clothes. Chen Jingting looked at Sun Chang and said, I'm being intimate with my girlfriend. You have no sense at all, why don't you get out of here now? Sun Chang was now shaking with anger. After Su Man had put her clothes in order, she looked at him and said, why are you here? You didn't even knock on the door. Sun Qing asked, who is he? Su Man replied without hesitation, you saw it too, he is my boyfriend. You've never had a boyfriend, how come you suddenly have one? Sun Qing was very puzzled by this. There are so many things you don't know. Just leave if you have nothing else to do. Suman directly issued an order to expel the guests. Sun Cheng just turned away. Suman looked at Chen Jingting with cold eyes, as if she wanted to kill him. Chapter 26 Jealousy. Congratulations on completing the mission, the reward is 1 million, and you get the Eye of Charm. Eyes of Charm, staring into someone's eyes can make them complete a task, which cannot last more than 2 minutes. This ability can only be used once. Chen Jingting was very happy when he saw that he had completed the task assigned by the system. Pa! Seeing that he could still laugh, Suman immediately slapped him in the face. After Chen Jingting came to his senses, he immediately came to his senses, covered his face and asked, "Why did you hit me?" Suman said angrily, "Although I asked you to pretend to take advantage of me, I didn't ask you to seriously take off your clothes." Shameless. Chen Jingting thought that the task was completed, so he spread his hands and replied, to make it more realistic. "Look, he got mad. Think about it carefully, I didn't touch you anywhere." Suman also knew that apart from taking off his clothes, he was actually very honest, so she immediately called her assistant in. "Boss Su, you're looking for me." The assistant came in. "Take him to see Mr. Dong," Suman ordered. Chen Jingting immediately left with his assistant in a very good mood. Soon the two came to a dance hall. A handsome young man with dyed white hair was dancing with his movements being wide and smooth. Chen Jingting asked his assistant, "Isn't he a singer? He looks like he's a great dancer too." The assistant explained, "Our company is going to promote him, so he has to be good at both singing and dancing." Chen Jingting stared at Dongshin. Judging from his appearance, he would become famous in time. The assistant called Dongshin over and said, "Dongshin, this is Mr. Chen Jingting. He will go with you to the competition tomorrow and write a song for you." Dongshin glanced at Chen Jingting and said, "Let's see how good you are tomorrow. If you write well, I'll use yours, otherwise I'll just sing what I'm good at." After saying that, he turned around and walked away with a very arrogant attitude. Hey, he's quite temperamental. Chen Jingting felt very unhappy when he saw him being so arrogant. "He is just like that, don't mind it," the assistant advised. Chen Jingting asked, "Didn't your CEO Su tell him to listen to me?" The assistant quickly replied, "I said it. Don't worry, you have the final say in the end." Only then was Chen Jingting satisfied. The assistant turned and walked away. Chen Jingting didn't want to try to please someone, so he turned around and left. At this moment, a girl wearing glasses and with ordinary looks came over with a bottle of water and greeted him. "Hello, Teacher Chen, have some water." Chen Jingting quickly responded, "Thank you." The girl introduced herself, "My name is Wu Xiao." Chen Jingting started chatting with her, "Are you an employee here?" "In fact, I am also a singer signed by the company," Wu Xiao replied. "The sound is very good, very crisp and distinctive," Chen Jingting praised. Wu Xiao smiled modestly and replied, "Teacher Chen, you are too kind. Now I can only learn more in the company. I don't know how long I have to wait before I can release a song." Chen Jingting encouraged, "Just study hard, opportunities always come to those who are prepared." "Thank you, Teacher Chen." Wu Xiao quickly thanked him. Chen Jingting was chatting and laughing with her, and he knew the reason why she was ignored, it was because of her appearance. School. After class, Jean finally went to the lake to play in the water. "Hello, beautiful lady. Can I meet you?" Lu Hanjun came over and greeted her. Jean finally refused directly, "Sorry, no one is allowed to join us." Lu Hanjun smiled and said, "It's okay, just add one more person and get to know him." Jean finally said unhappily, "Don't you have any sense at all?" Lu Hanjun continued to pester her and said, "I really want to get to know you." "I don't want to know you, leave now." Jean finally turned her head away and ignored him. At this moment, Wei Peng and others walked over from a distance. One person said to Wei Peng, "Brother Peng, Lu Hanjun is over there, and it looks like he wants to harass Teacher Qin's sister." Wei Peng immediately strode over, looked at Lu Hanjun and yelled, "What are you doing?" Lu Hanjun said angrily, "It's none of your business." "What are you doing here?" Wei Peng replied without hesitation, "You are harassing my friend, I can't just ignore it, get out of here, or I will blame you for being rude." Lu Hanjun was not to be outdone and cursed back, "Who do you think you are? Talking to me like that? I am your father." After saying that, Wei Peng punched him. "If you dare to hit me, I will kill you." Lu Hanjun rushed over and wrestled with him. Xin finally stood aside, cheering and taking out her cell phone to take pictures. In the evening, Chen Jingting prepares dinner at home. Clang. Qin Muyuan led Qin fondly back with a hint of anger on her face. Chen Jingting asked, "Wife, what's wrong? Who made you angry?" Qin Muyuan pointed at Qin fondly and said, "Who else could it be? It's this girl." The two of them were fighting over her, and she was just watching the show, afraid that the noise wouldn't get any bigger. "You're quite charming. You'll make people jealous of you." Chen Jingting smiled and gave Qin fondly a thumbs up. "That's right, don't you see who I am?" Qin finally looked very proud. Qin Muyuan glared at him and said, "You are still here encouraging her. I have to deal with you too." Qin finally smiled and replied, "Brother-in-law has a keen eye for talent." Qin Muyuan snorted and said, "Didn't you persuade me to divorce him before? You're praising me so soon." Chen Jingting pointed at Qin fondly and said, "Okay. You actually stabbed my tire from behind. That's so mean. I'm the one who spoke up for you. Honey, you can do whatever you want to her." Qin finally spread her hands and replied, "You guys eat, I'll go take a shower first." After that, she ran into the bathroom. This girl, when people were fighting, she was still fanning the flames. Qin Muyuan sat on the chair, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. "Her personality is really different from yours. She's so naughty." Chen Jingting talked about this. Qin Muyuan suddenly looked up at him and said, "Did you skip class again today?" Chen Jingting quickly said, "I was going there to do business and earn money to support you." Qin Muyuan said seriously, "You can't neglect your business studies. If you fail the exam, humph." Chen Jingting's heart skipped a beat and he said, "Wife, what do you mean by hee?" Qin Muyuan said, "If you fail the exam, forget about dancing, old men, and the like in the future." "Honey, don't worry, I will definitely pass the exam." Chen Jingting nodded firmly. "You don't know how to think of anything else. You get excited when you talk about these things." Qin Muyuan reached out and grabbed his ear. Chen Jingting was thinking about how Su Man could win the bet and get a reward of 10 million so that she could buy a villa. And the competition will officially start tomorrow. I hope Dongshin doesn't make any mistakes. Chapter 27 The Consequences of Arrogance. The next day. Photo studio. Chen Jingting, Dongshin and others were preparing backstage. Wu Xiao came over with a box and said to Chen Jingting, "Teacher Chen, I bought some cakes. Would you like to try some?" Chen Jingting picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, then asked, "Do you know the girl who put makeup on Dongshin? I feel like they have a different relationship." Wu Xiao came over and whispered, "Her name is Wang Jiao, and she is Dongshin's girlfriend." Chen Jingting grumbled, "No wonder, they look so close. The company doesn't care." Wu Xiao smiled and said, "If you are not a first-line star, no one will care about these things, and everyone will pay attention to them in public." Chen Jingting started chatting with her. "Yesterday I also watched Duan Xiao from Hongyun Art Company who participated in the show. He is more popular than Dongshin." Wu Xiao nodded and agreed. Duan Xiao is handsome, and he has been mainly singing love songs since his debut, so he is more popular than Dongshin. Chen Jingting smiled and replied, "It's nothing, just a song." Wu Xiao said with admiration, "Teacher Chen, you are also very talented. If you participate in the competition, you will definitely win the championship." Chen Jingting smiled slightly, thinking that if he went, it would just be pure bullying and there would be no fun at all. Next door, Lin Feng was standing in front of a handsome man and said, "Duan Xiao, as long as you play well, you will definitely get first place." Duan Xiao was fixing his hair in the mirror and said, "I'm not worried about Dongshin, but I heard that Chen Jingting wrote songs for him, so he is quite talented." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, you don't have to worry about these. Just focus on your performance and I will take care of the rest." Duan Xiao understood what he meant. Soon after, a group of contestants came on stage and introduced themselves. Chen Jingting stood by and watched the situation above. Today we will have 3 competitions in total. The music theme of the first competition is love. Each contestant has 1 hour to prepare. The host announced the news. Everyone chose to get up and go down. Duan Xiao came to Dongshin's side and said jokingly, "I heard that you even asked someone to write songs for you. You have so little confidence in yourself." Dongshin snorted coldly and said, "The company hired me. It will be easy for me to beat you." Duan Xiao looked at him provocatively, "You asked someone to write the song just because you feel you are not as good as me. And he is not that good. I guess you will have to listen to him and sing whatever he tells you to sing, just like a dog." I'm telling you, I don't need him to defeat you. I can defeat you by myself. After saying this, Dongshin turned away. Seeing his angry look, Duan Shao showed a hint of satisfaction on his face. Disrupting the opponent's mentality is also a way of playing the game. At this moment, Chen Jingting was sitting at the table, writing furiously, writing the music score and lyrics. Soon he finished writing, and came to Dongshin and said, "The song is already written. 1 hour should be enough." Dongshin refused directly, "No, I have my own songs that I am good at, I will be more proficient in them." Hearing this, Chen Jingting said seriously, "Don't other people have songs they are good at? Now we can only come up with a surprise attack that can make you famous in one fell swoop." Dongshin was very disdainful of this and said, "I became famous because of myself, not because of your song." Chen Jingting said, "Take a look first. Maybe you will change your mind." "No need. No one can change what I have decided." Dongshin's tone was firm. "Your President Su told you to listen to me, right?" Chen Jingting couldn't help but feel angry when he saw how arrogant he was. If it wasn't for the 10 million, he would have slapped the guy to death long ago. Dongshin snorted coldly and said jokingly, "Don't use chicken feathers as a token of authority here." After saying that, he walked away without paying any attention to Chen Jingting. So arrogant. Chen Jingting is also very puzzled now and doesn't understand why he, a contracted artist, dares to be so arrogant. "Teacher Chen, don't be angry. I saw him talking to Sun Qing from the company this morning." Wu Xiao threw out this statement. Chen Jingting thought that Dongshin had found a backer. He couldn't help but feel angry. If this continues, the 10 million will be wasted. Then he immediately called Suman. "Mr. Chen, I'm Mr. Su's assistant. Mr. Su is in a meeting with some directors of the company right now, so it's not convenient to answer the phone." The assistant's voice came over the phone. Chen Jingting hung up the phone. Now he had no way to deal with Dongshin. Sunrise Entertainment Company. Meeting room. Suman looked at the shareholders in front of her with a frown on her face. She knew that this was someone Sun Qing had deliberately brought here. One person said, "Boss Su, you rashly signed a gambling agreement with Hong Yun Company. If you lose, you will have to pay 50 million. It's too risky. You must give us an explanation." "Yes. You must give us an explanation." Everyone echoed. "What explanation do you want?" Suman frowned. Then someone said, "If you lose, you will have to resign as chairman." Everyone nodded in agreement. Suman looked at them like this and knew that she had to agree, so she stood up and said, "Okay, I agree." After saying that, she got up and walked out. Sun Qing quickly followed and said, Man, wait a minute." Suman did not stop and said, "You played this trick very well. I am impressed by you." Sun Qing said, Man, as long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I can let them stop pursuing this matter. It seems that my vision is still very accurate. You are just a villain." After some teasing, Suman left. Looking at her leaving figure, Sun Qing's eyes showed a hint of cruelty. After she lost the bet, she would have to do whatever he asked her to do. An hour later, Suman also came to the studio and saw Dongshin already on stage to perform. She quickly came to Chen Jingting and asked, "What's the situation?" Chen Jingting spread his hands and replied, "It's a good performance, but the popularity is not high. Now it's at the bottom." Suman frowned and said, "He is so arrogant that he doesn't even listen to me." Chen Jingting came over and said, with Sun Qing backing him up, "He has nothing to fear." Suman said in a deep voice, "If he dares to mess up, I will make him pay." Soon Dongshin finished his performance, walked down with confidence, and greeted her, "Boss Su, you are here." Suman said unhappily, "Looking at you like this, you must think you did a good job." Dongshin nodded and replied, "Yes. I played very well and didn't make any mistakes." Suman snorted coldly and said, "There weren't any mistakes, right? So what? You are the least popular now. How could this happen? It's impossible." Dongshin could not accept this result at all. Confidence is a good thing, but being overconfident is arrogance. If you mess up, you'll be put on ice. Suman's tone was very stern. Chapter 28 Another loss. Congratulations to our contestant Duan Xiao for winning the first place in popularity after the first round. The theme of the music for the second round is friendship. Please be prepared. The host announced the theme of the competition and then left. The contestants immediately went down to prepare. Lin Feng looked at Duan Xiao and said with a smile, "You performed well, keep it up." Now Dongshan's popularity is almost 50,000 lower than yours. Duan Xiaofeng replied calmly, "I'm not worried about Dongshan. His ability is just so-so. Why doesn't he use the song written by Qin Jingting?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, we will definitely win. Don't worry about Qin Jingting. It will be the same with or without him. I'm going to practice first." Duan Xiao stood up and walked away. Lin Feng turned around and walked out. Soon he reached the stairwell. There was already a woman waiting there. It was Dongshan's girlfriend, Lu Ying. Lin Feng looked at her and said, "You received the 500,000, right? That was the reward for tipping you off. This time I want 1 million. Do you want to earn it?" Lu Ying quickly said, "Of course." Lin Feng asked, "Is Dongshan going to sing the song written by Qin Jingting?" Lu Ying nodded and replied, "Yes, the songs written by Qin Jingting are very good and of high quality." Lin Feng came over and said, "If you want to get this 1 million, don't let Dongshan go on stage." "Can you do it?" "Of course." Lu Ying agreed without hesitation. After all, it was 1 million. It was so easy to make this money. "Okay, I've got it done. The 1 million will be deposited into your card right away." Lin Feng made a serious promise. Lu Ying nodded, turned, and left. Lin Feng thought that if he won the bet he would get 50 million, and it was totally worth spending more than 1 million. Friends walked together for a lifetime. Dongshan is practicing singing seriously. While listening, Suman said to Qin Jingting, "You are really talented. You can write such a high-quality song in such a short time." Qin Jingting smiled modestly and said, "It's okay." Suman thought that this song would definitely bring back a lot of popularity, and even reach number 1. A little later. The game is about to begin. Qin Jingting is very confident about this. After all, the song Friends is a very classic and will definitely make Dongshan's popularity significantly higher. "Boss Su, Teacher Chen, something bad has happened. Dongshan suddenly has a stomachache." Wu Xiao said this with an anxious look on his face. "What? How could this happen?" Suman was very surprised and walked over immediately. Sitting on the chair, Dongshan was looking at his stomach with a look of pain on his face. Suman looked at Lu Ying and asked, "What's wrong with him?" Lu Ying quickly shook her head, "I don't know. I suddenly had a stomachache. No, I need to go to the bathroom." After saying this, Dongshan ran away immediately. "How so?" Suman is now completely confused. Qin Jingting asked, "No substitute?" Suman shook her head and replied, "It's too late even if there are substitutes. This game will have to be vacant." Qin Jingting said in a deep voice, "Dongshan is no longer capable, we have to replace him for the last game." Suman nodded in agreement and said, "Okay, I'll send someone else." Qin Jingting looked at Wu Xiao next to him and said, "Just let her go. I've heard her sing before, and her basic skills are very solid." Suman stared at Wu Xiao and asked, "Are you willing to go?" "I do." Wu Xiao was very excited, she had been waiting for an opportunity. "Okay, get ready first and adjust your state." Suman gave instructions. Wu Xiao nodded and went to prepare. Suman looked at her phone and said, "We are already 100,000 behind in popularity. Even if Wu Xiao performs well, it will be difficult to catch up. Moreover, Duan Zhao's popularity will continue to rise. He is only 30,000 away from the 30th place in popularity." Qin Jingting knew that it was very difficult. Firstly, Wu Xiao had to perform extremely well, and secondly, Duan Zhao's popularity had to stop rising, so as to prevent him from winning the championship and his popularity would not reach 300,000. Now he has made up his mind. Since the other party is unkind, don't blame him for being unjust. At this moment, Sun Qing led a group of people in, looking very arrogant. Suman looked at the people from the board of directors coming here and asked, "Why are you here?" Sun Qing said, "Now the outcome is clear. We have already agreed that I will take over as chairman of the board." Suman said in a deep voice, "It's impossible for you to be the chairman." Sun Qing smiled and said, "It's not up to you. You've already agreed to resign as chairman if you lose the bet. I'll just walk away and wait." After saying that, he sat down, crossed his legs, and looked very arrogant. The thought of being able to take charge of the Su family's business made him even more excited. He didn't have to go to. Lin Feng was chatting with Lin Zhangwo in the corridor. Lin Jiangwo said with a look of satisfaction, "You did a good job, there were no mistakes. Now as long as Duan Xiao plays steadily, we will win." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Father is really thoughtful and thought of bribing Dongshin's girlfriend." Lin Jiangwo looked very relaxed and said, "It's nothing. She is just a girl from an ordinary family. 1.5 million is a fortune that she cannot earn in most of her life. How could she not do it?" Lin Feng is very happy now and said, "With these 50 million, our company will definitely be able to move to a higher level." "That's right, this is 50 million. Lin Jiangwo is very proud now and has already planned the company's future development. We are now entering the final round of competition, which will determine the champion of this competition. There are no restrictions on the theme of this round, so you can express yourself freely." The host announced the rules of the competition. Chen Jingting started writing songs immediately. He had heard Wu Xiao sing. Her voice was very distinctive, soft and delicate. There was already a song suitable for her to sing. Suman stood by and watched Chen Jingting writing the song almost without hesitation. She was also very shocked. She didn't expect him to be so talented. There was also a hint of admiration in her eyes. Soon Chen Jingting finished writing the song and handed it to Wu Xiao, saying, "It's still early, you can practice slowly, don't rush." "Yes, Mr. Chen." Wu Xiao started practicing immediately. She was determined to seize the opportunity she had finally fought for. Chen Jingting looked at Su Man, who still had a sad look on her face, and comforted her, "Don't worry, victory already belongs to us." Su Man sighed and replied, "As long as Duan Zhao's popularity continues to rise, we will still lose. He is only 30,000 away from the 30th popularity. Don't worry. I have my own way. You paid me 10 million yuan to hire me, so I am definitely worth the price." Chen Jingting patted her shoulder, smiled confidently, then turned and walked out. Looking at his confident figure, Su Man suddenly felt very comforted, and her anxious heart relaxed a lot. She was also very curious about how Chen Jingting could turn defeat into victory. Chapter 29 200,000 Popularity. Chen Jingting is now preparing to use his charming eyes to drive Duan Xiao crazy for 2 minutes, and then he will not be able to continue to increase his popularity. Just as he was about to go over, he ran into Lin Feng head-on. Lin Feng, holding a cigarette in his mouth, looked at him proudly and said, "You are very capable. How come you still lost?" Chen Jingting replied without hesitation, "You can only use some tricks. If you fight me head-on, you won't even know how you died." Lin Feng blew a puff of smoke at him and said jokingly, "Don't you know that the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit? You are so naive to fight head-on." Chen Jingting replied unwillingly, "The outcome is still undecided, don't be too happy too soon." Lin Feng looked at him viciously and said, "Boy, do you think I will let you have an easy life? I will destroy your family and your wife will be mine sooner or later." After saying that, he turned and left. "It's a pity you didn't get the chance." Chen Jingting muttered, since he wanted to destroy his family, he would not be polite. Soon it was Duan Zhao's turn to perform on stage. Chen Jingting walked over and looked at him. To use the Eye of Charm, what does he need to do? Let him go crazy for 2 minutes. Chen Jingting muttered to himself. Received instruction, executing. Duan Xiao walked onto the stage, holding his guitar, ready to start his performance. He. All of a sudden he just stood there and started grinning. What is he doing? What is he daydreaming about? Lin Feng was also a little surprised when he saw Duan Xiao standing on the stage and grinning foolishly. "Can you go and see what's wrong with him?" Lin Jiangwo shouted quickly. Lin Feng rushed out immediately. After he came to the stage, he quickly shook Duan Xiao and shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you grinning like an idiot? Eat nay." Duan Xiao immediately pounced on Lin Feng. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Feng hurriedly tried to push him away, but it was useless. Then a few more people came up and dragged Duan Xiao away. Lin Jiangwo shouted immediately, "Wake him up quickly and tell the competition organizers to adjust the order of the competition." Lin Feng quickly asked, "Dad, what should we do now?" Lin Jiangwo said, "Let Duan Xiao recover first." Everyone immediately tried their best to help Duan Xiao regain his sanity. That's great. Even if he misses this game, he still has a high chance of winning. After all, it's unlikely that the other players will surpass him in popularity. When Suman saw that Duan Xiao was in trouble, she couldn't help but feel happy. Rest assured. Chen Jingting gave her a firm look. At this moment, the assistant came over and said to Su Man, "Boss Su, the program team just notified us that Hong Yun Company wants to change Duan Zhao's competition order." Su Man said quickly, "How can that be possible? If he can be replaced, then we have to change in the second round too." The assistant continued, "Lin Jiangwo knows the program leader, so they agreed to arrange for Duan Xiao to be the last to appear." "Damn it, I have to go find them." Su Man went over immediately. After all, winning or losing was related to 50 million yuan. And her position as the chairman of the board. Chen Jingting was of course aware of their shady dealings behind the scenes, and he couldn't change anything. Then he came to Wu Xiao and asked, "How are the preparations going?" "Very good, I am already familiar with this song, Teacher Chen, you wrote it so well." Wu Xiao's face was full of excitement. She had a feeling that after today, she might become famous. Today is your battle to become famous. Make the most of it. I will accompany you. Chen Jingting encouraged himself. Wu Xiao nodded and immediately prepared to go on stage. Su Man came back with an angry look on her face. Chen Jingting asked, "Is it because they don't agree?" Su Man nodded and replied, "It's so infuriating. Duan Xiao has recovered now. He will be the last one to perform. He must have 30,000 fans. I am going to lose." Chen Jingting comforted him, "Don't worry. The dust hasn't settled yet." Looking at his determined eyes, Su Man felt much more relieved. "The song I sang for you is later. I hope you like it." After Wu Xiao came to the stage, he bowed to the audience. Chen Jingting sat at the piano and played the familiar song. Wu Xiao also sang with great emotion, and her voice was like the chirping of an oriole. "Then I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you have already gone far away and disappeared in the crowd. Later, I finally understood in tears." As Su Man listened to the melodious and pleasant song, her youthful love memories from her school days suddenly came to her mind. "Now I am touched by this song, and my heart is filled with mixed feelings." At the same time, the audience couldn't help but shed tears. It's so touching, so beautiful to hear. The lyrics are so well written. Chen Jingting is so talented. Why are you crying? Are you missing your ex-boyfriend? What do you care, Wu Wu? Duan Xiao stood by, looking at Wu Xiao, who was confident and cheerful on the stage, and then at the audience who were all crying. He knew that he would not be able to win even if he went on stage. Chen Jingting is really talented. If Dongshin had listened to him, he would have won long ago. Lin Feng looked in front of Lin Jiangwo and said anxiously, "Dad, Wu Xiao's popularity has skyrocketed by 200,000. She has already reached the 30th place on the popularity list." Lin Jiangwo's face was full of astonishment, and he said, "How could this happen? Even if Duan Xiao continued to compete, her popularity would not be higher than hers. We actually lost. Dad, think of a solution." Lin Feng shouted. He didn't want the company to go bankrupt. His family had invested all their assets in the company. Lin Jiangwo collapsed to the ground at once, and he seemed to have aged by 10 years. Suman was very excited when she saw that she had won. Then she came in front of Sun Cheng and the others and laughed, "See, we won." Sun Cheng and others looked at each other in surprise. It was clearly a game we were sure to win, so how could it suddenly turn around? After Chen Jingting came down, he saw that Wu Zhao's popularity had jumped directly to 30th place. He was also filled with emotion. "The charm of the Milk Tea Queen is so great. Thank you." Su Man rushed over, threw herself into Chen Jingting's arms, and hugged him tightly. "Men and women should not touch each other, what are you doing?" Chen Jingting pushed her away directly. Su Man looked at him and asked, "You wanted to take advantage of me so much, and now that I'm throwing myself into your arms, you're still disgusted?" Chen Jingting said seriously, "I took advantage of you because I had no choice, not because I wanted to take advantage of you." "I don't understand, but you took it anyway." Su Man grumbled. "Don't talk so much, transfer the money quickly, 10 million. Chen Jingting urged. Su Man said, "You don't understand the situation. I will arrange for the finance department to transfer the money to you right away." Chen Jingting thought that he now had 5 million in the card, and with an additional 10 million, it would be no problem to buy a villa. Then he immediately went to see the house. Su Man looked at his departing figure, and suddenly she felt something different in her heart. Chapter 30 Villa for my wife. In the evening, Qin Muyuan was driving Qin Fengli on the street. Qin Fengli glanced at the street outside the window and said, "Sister, aren't we going home?" Shin Muyuan explained, "Your brother-in-law sent me a message, asking me to go to a friend's house for dinner, and I will be there soon." Shin finally didn't say anything and picked up her phone to play. Soon the car arrived at Country Garden. "Sister, this place is where rich people live. They are all single-family villas, and they all start at least tens of millions. I didn't expect my brother-in-law to have such a rich friend." Shin finally looked at the magnificent residential area in front of her and was shocked. "What a fuss." Shin Muyuan was very calm and drove straight in. 5 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a villa. Chen Jingting was already waiting at the door. Shin Muyuan got out of the car with a basket of fruit in her hand. Chen Jingting went up to her and asked, "Wife, why did you bring fruit?" Shin Muyuan smiled and said, "It would be so rude to come to someone's house without bringing a gift." Chen Jingting thought that this was just a surprise to trick her into coming here. Now he has bought this villa worth 13 million. Then he led the two of them inside. "Why is there no one in the room? Didn't we say we were going to have dinner? It doesn't look like anyone has lived here before." Shin finally saw that the house was very clean and suddenly felt something strange. "It's just right that no one is living here. We'll move in from now on." Chen Jingting said this with a smile. Shin Muyuan asked quickly, "Husband, what do you mean by this? How can we live in someone else's house?" Chen Jingting took out the property certificate, handed it to her, and said, "Who said it was someone else's house? This is our house." Shin Muyuan was stunned when she saw their names on the property certificate and couldn't recover for a long time. "Wife, are you okay?" Seeing that she was stunned, Chen Jingting quickly stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her. "Honey, is this really the villa you bought?" Shin Muyuan was so shocked that she was speechless. She had never thought that she could own a villa. It was good enough to have a house of more than 100 square meters. Chen Jingting held her in his arms and said, "Of course, you saw it. The property certificates are all here." Shin Muyuan immediately hugged his neck, so happy that she was speechless. "Wow! This house is so big." Shin finally looked at the layout of the room and was also surprised. "Hubby, where do you get so much money?" Shin Muyuan was also very curious. Chen Jingting explained casually, "I helped the company complete a big project. That's why I have the money to buy a villa. Let me take you for a look. There is everything here, you can add whatever you like." Shin Muyuan nodded, now very excited. Shin finally quickly said, "Brother-in-law, what about me?" Chen Jingting replied without hesitation, "You can live in whichever room you like. Choose it yourself." After saying that, he took Shin Muyuan upstairs. Soon after, the two came to a bedroom of 100 square meters. "This room is too big. The rooms we live in are all big." Shin Muyuan looked at the bedroom, which was fully equipped with everything. "As long as you like it." Chen Jingting saw how happy she was and knew that the money was well spent. Shin Muyuan put her arms around his neck and said charmingly, "Honey, I want to try the bathroom. Can you come with me?" "Okay, let's go." Chen Jingting immediately took her to the bathroom. A few minutes later, after Shin finally chose the room, she went to find Shin Muyuan. However, when she arrived at the door, she heard the sound coming from inside and immediately turned around and left, thinking that Chen Jingting was like a dog with exploding male hormones, and he was never idle for a moment. For C's Trading Company. After cleaning up her place, Wang Shuqiang prepared to go home after get off work. Xian Dafu came over and said, "Shuqiang, come to my office for a while. I have something to tell you." Wang Shuqiang immediately followed him into the office and asked, "Manager Qian, what can I do for you?" Xian Dafu looked at her and said, "Shuqiang, you know that I have liked you for a long time. Just promise me. Be my girlfriend." "Manager Chen, I've told you many times that I don't like you and there's no chance for us." Wang Shuqiang refused directly. "This is the account you made, right? Take a good look, there are hundreds of thousands missing." Xian Dafu's face immediately turned gloomy and he threw the account book directly at her. Wang Shuqiang looked at the account book and said puzzledly, "That shouldn't be the case. I remember every entry clearly, there will be no problem." Xian Dafu snorted coldly and said, "Really? It's obvious that you embezzled public funds, and you still dare to quibble." When Wang Shuqiang heard this, her face darkened and she said, "I didn't do it, manager, please don't wrongly accuse me." Xian Dafu said in a deep voice, "If this gets out, no company will want you, so go back and think carefully about being my girlfriend." Wang Shuqiang heard his threat and immediately turned around and walked out. Villa. Chen Jingting and Qin Muyuan lay together and snuggled. Qin Muyuan looked at him and asked, "Husband, I did everything you said, is it okay?" Chen Jingting pinched her cheek and smiled, "My wife is the best." Ding-a-ling. Suddenly the cell phone rang. Qin Muyuan immediately got up to answer the phone. A few minutes later, she hung up the phone and said, "Honey, my mom asked me to go back." Chen Jingting said, "Let me take you back." "No, just go back and move your things here." After saying that, Qin Muyuan got up and left. Chen Jingting put on his clothes and went downstairs. When he came to the living room, he saw Qin finally eating fried chicken and said with a smile, "You are quite quick. You have already ordered takeout and started eating." Qin finally ate with gusto and said, "Aren't you eating my sister? You're not idle either. Girl, stop focusing on this matter between me and your sister. That's really outrageous." Chen Jingting sat down, picked up the chicken wings and started to eat them. "I like it, no way." Qin finally directly retorted. Chen Jingting muttered, "You still have this habit?" Qin finally looked at him seriously and said, "I will keep an eye on you. If you dare to treat my sister badly, I will castrate you." Chen Jingting ignored her and continued eating. Of course his wife must be in pain. "Eat slower, you've eaten it all. You're like a starving ghost. How can my sister bear it?" Qin finally immediately picked up the chicken wings and stuffed them into her mouth. School. Wei Pang and Lu Hanjun were also arguing at this moment. Lu Hanjun said, "Fatty Wei, we will hold a martial arts competition in a few days. Let's compete with each other then. Do you dare? What's there to be afraid of? Whoever loses is the son." Wei Pang naturally would not show weakness and agreed directly. "Okay, I'll wait for you to call me dad." A hint of pride appeared on Lu Hanjun's lips. He had signed up for a karate training class during this period, and it would be easy to deal with him when the time came. Chapter 31 50 million annual salary. The next day. Qin Muyuan hurried back to the villa at 8 o'clock in the morning. Chen Jingting saw her sad face, and hurried over to hold her hand, and asked, "Wife, what's wrong? You look so bad." Qin Muyuan said, "Shen Dafu slandered my mother for embezzling public funds and wanted my mother to be her girlfriend. It's so shameless." Chen Jingting quickly comforted her, "Don't worry, there will definitely be a way, just catch him and that will be it." Qin Muyuan nodded continuously and asked, "Husband, you are right, is there any solution?" Chen Jingting thought for a moment and said, "Professional matters must be handled by professionals. I'm going to Su Man's company today. She's in the entertainment industry and should know a lot of paparazzi and detectives. I'll go ask her. That's all I can do." Qin Muyuan is also a little at a loss now. "Honey, don't worry, leave this to me, I will definitely be able to handle it, you just need to go to class." Chen Jingting tried to comfort her seriously. Qin Muyuan nodded, accepted it, and went to school. Chen Jingting also went to find Su Man, and the two had already agreed on a location. Good luck, company. Half an hour later. Chen Jingting also arrived downstairs of the building. When Su Man saw him, she immediately greeted him, "You are here, come on. Go in." Chen Jingting asked, "What are you doing here?" Su Man smiled and replied, "Of course I am here to take over. This is now our group's company." Chen Jingting gave her a thumbs up and said, "Not bad. Awesome." Su Man looked at him and said, "It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, if I had lost the bet, I wouldn't be the chairman of the group now." Chen Jingting spread his hands and replied, "It's mutually beneficial. That 10 million is still very attractive." Su Man stared at him and said, "I would like to ask you to write songs for our company's artists. What do you think?" Chen Jingting answered without hesitation, "It's not impossible, it depends on the conditions you offer." Su Man took out a contract and said, 50 million a year, 10 songs, and during the year, you are not allowed to write songs for others. Chen Jingting took the contract and read it, then said, "Buyout." "Sure, how do I pay?" Su Man said, "How about paying monthly?" Chen Jingting shook his head and replied, "One-time payment. We have a relationship, can't you be more flexible?" Su Man rubbed her hands in front of her. "This is business, don't mind it." Chen Jingting responded with a smile. Su Man nodded and replied, "Okay, no problem, 50 million will be transferred to your card in the next few days." At this moment, Lin Feng walked out of the house holding a box. When he saw Chen Jingting, he immediately rushed over and said sternly, "You bastard, just wait for me, I won't let you have an easy time." Chen Jingting pointed at Su Man and smiled and replied, "You didn't bet with me, so you should blame her." "Humph, I must avenge this tonight." Lin Feng glared at him, then walked away angrily. Chen Jingting didn't care about it at all. He was not afraid of anyone. Su Man looked at him and said, "I'll let you know when I need you to write a song." Chen Jingting asked, "By the way, you should know some great private detectives. Can you introduce one to me?" Su Man nodded and replied, "No problem, I'll give you the phone number later, you can contact him yourself, although the price is expensive, but the ability is really strong." "Okay, I'll go first." After saying that, Chen Jingting turned around and left, ready to go to school. Su Man was also preparing to have someone clean up the place in order to start new business. Sun Xing suddenly walked straight towards him. Su Man frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" Sun Xing asked, "You spent 50 million to let Chen Jingting write a song. Isn't that obviously embezzling the company's money to give to your man?" Su Man showed no fear and said, "This is none of your business." Sun Qing asked solemnly, "Do you think the shareholders on the board will agree? Now that I have acquired Hongyun Company, how much has the stock price increased and how much they have earned? Ask them if they will agree." After saying that, Su Man left immediately. She knew Chen Jingting's ability, so he would be worth it even if it was more than 50 million. Sun Chang is now very angry, but there is nothing he can do. But as far as he knew, Chen Jingting was married. If the other party's wife knew that Chen Jingting was cheating outside, it would definitely be a big deal. School. Chen Jingting contacted the private detective and spent 1 million to have him conduct a comprehensive investigation on Xian Dafu. As long as he got the evidence, Xian Dafu would behave himself. When he arrived at the playground, he saw Wei Peng exercising and said with a smile, "When did you start exercising? Don't you always dislike moving?" Wei Peng wiped his sweat and explained, "There will be a martial arts festival at school the day after tomorrow. I want to fight with Lu Hanjun, and whoever loses will call me dad." Chen Jingting looked at him and said, "It's obvious that you have no chance of winning. Even if you sharpen your spear before the battle, it won't be able to get rid of the skin." Wei Peng said quickly, "It's not fast, but it's light. Lu Hanjun can't do anything, and I'm stronger than him. You are just puffy, not strong." Chen Jingting smiled happily. "Just wait and see. I will definitely beat him." Wei Peng is very confident about this matter. Chen Jingting smiled and said, "Then practice well." After saying that, he walked towards Qin Muyuan, who was not far away. Qin Muyuan looked at him and said, "Hubby, my colleagues all know that I bought a villa, and they all want to go and see it." Chen Jingting smiled and replied, "Sure. I'll buy some ingredients online and treat them tomorrow. It's a good time for us to get together." Qin Muyuan nodded and replied, "Okay, then I'll go tell them." Chen Jingting pointed at his face and said, "Kiss me." Qin Muyuan stretched out her hand and twisted his arm, then said shyly, "Why kiss me? There are so many people here." Chen Jingting smiled and replied, "You are my wife, there is nothing wrong with a kiss." Wave. Qin Muyuan quickly kissed him on the face, then turned and walked away, as if she had done something shameful. Chen Jingting bought ingredients online and bought whatever was expensive. When Wei Peng was exercising vigorously, Qin finally came over and kept circling around him. Wei Peng asked quickly, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Qin finally said, "Come with me tonight to teach someone a lesson. Are you willing to go?" "Of course I do." Wei Peng agreed without hesitation. "Okay, I'll come see you in the evening." Qin finally immediately turned around and walked away. Chen Dafu dared to bully her mother. This could not be tolerated. The old guy must be taught a lesson. She planned to teach Chen Dafu a lesson tonight and let him know how powerful their family was. Chapter 32 Sister-in-law causes trouble. 9 o'clock in the evening. Qin finally and Wei Peng had been waiting downstairs at Sihai Trading Company for 2 hours, ready to teach Chen Dafu a lesson. Both of them wore baseball caps and masks, covering themselves tightly. Wei Peng checked the time and said, "It's been 2 hours now, could he have left long ago?" Qin finally also realized this possibility and said, "We will just come up empty-handed. It would be a waste of our efforts." Wei Peng replied without hesitation, "If we can't get through this time, we can try next time." Qin fondly shook her head and said, "No, I have to give him something nice to look at." After saying that, she looked around. Soon she saw a Land Rover parked on the side of the road, recognized it as Qian Dafu's car, and immediately said, "Let's go and smash his car." Wei Peng was very clear-headed and said, "That car is worth more than 1,000,000 yuan. We can't afford to pay for it if we smash it." Qin finally quickly said, "We are all dressed like this, no one will know it was us who did it, what are we afraid of?" After saying that, she picked up a stone from the ground and threw it directly at the Land Rover. Bang! With a loud bang, the windshield of the Land Rover shattered. Wei Peng also joined immediately. Soon under the fierce attack of the two, the Land Rover was also shattered into pieces. "What are you doing?" Just then, several security guards walked in. Qin finally turned around and ran without saying a word. Wei Peng was also ready to run. But before he could run a few steps, a security guard rushed over and pinned him to the ground. Villa. Chen Jingting and Qin Muyuan were eating together. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone suddenly rang. After Qin Muyuan answered the phone, her face suddenly darkened and she said, Okay, I'll be there right away." Chen Jingting asked quickly, "What's wrong?" Qin Muyuan said anxiously, "My sister was taken to the police station. They said she smashed someone's car. Let's go. Let's go check it out." Chen Jingting put down his chopsticks immediately. He's been in trouble all day long. I heard that Wei Peng was also arrested. Qin Muyuan picked up the bag and wanted to see what was going on. Then the two of them drove out. Half an hour later, the two of them came to the police station and saw Qin Fangli and Wei Peng sitting in a room. A policeman asked, "You must be her sister and brother-in-law." Qin Muyuan nodded and replied, "I am her sister." The police explained, "They smashed someone else's car. The owner is on his way here. You two should discuss compensation. It would be best if you can resolve the issue with compensation." Qin Muyuan pressed on, "Of course we have to pay compensation, as long as we pay the money, everything will be fine, right?" The police explained, "They smashed the car on purpose. The estimated damage is hundreds of thousands of yuan. This is a serious violation of the law. If the car owner pursues the matter, they will all go to jail." Hearing the seriousness of the situation, Qin Muyuan was shocked and staggered. "Honey, it's okay. It's just a little money. It's not a big deal." Chen Jingting quickly supported her. "What were you thinking? You actually did something so stupid." Qin Muyuan looked at Qin Fangli and Wei Peng, and was very angry for a moment. Wei Peng quickly said, "Teacher Qin, this is none of my business. Fangli asked me to go with her, saying that person bullied your mother." Hearing this, Qin Muyuan's eyes widened and asked, "You didn't smash Qian Dafu's car, did you?" Qin finally nodded, and now her expression became nervous. After all, she was going to go to jail. Qin Muyuan wanted to slap her now and said, "Why don't you smash whose car you want to smash? It's not a matter of compensation at all." The policeman's voice rang out, "Madam, please be careful with your words. Don't smash anyone's car. You should handle the situation calmly. The owner of the car is here too. You two can discuss it." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Dafu walked in. When he saw the people inside, he said angrily, "You are so powerful. That was my new car that I just bought not long ago, and you smashed it." Qin Muyuan said quickly, "It's because they are ignorant. Mr. Qian, you are very generous. We will definitely compensate them." Chen Dafu snorted coldly and said, "Do I need hundreds of thousands of dollars? I won't sue for compensation. I will sue them and put them in jail." Qin Muyuan said anxiously, "No. They have just started college, and they will be finished if they go to jail." Qian Dafu said, "You don't have to sue them. Go back and ask your mother to tell me what you promised me, and I won't pursue the matter. This is my only condition. I will give you 3 days to think about it, otherwise they will go to jail." After saying that, he turned and left. The police officer said, "You can bail them out now, do you want it? If necessary, I'll bail them out." Qin Muyuan nodded quickly in response. Then she followed the police to go through the formalities. Chen Jingting looked at the two of them and said, "Fortunately, you guys smashed the car. If you smashed someone for fun, it wouldn't be so easy to solve it." Wei Peng said, "We went to teach him a lesson, but he was not there, so we smashed the car." Chen Jingting was also still frightened and said, "It means God is helping you. Use your brains in the future and don't be so impulsive." The policeman came over and said to Qin Fangli, "You run really fast, girl. It took me several blocks to catch up with you. Don't do this again in the future." Jean fondly nodded obediently. Then the group went out. Hubby, Mom's problem hasn't been solved yet, and now this has happened. I don't know what to say. Jean Muyuan is now in a state of confusion. Don't worry, the two things are actually just one thing. If you solve Qian Dafu's problem, everything will be solved. Chen Jingting put his arm around her shoulders and comforted her. Jean Muyuan nodded, then looked at Jean fondly and said unhappily, "You're pretty good. The police had to chase you for several blocks before they caught up with you." Jean fondly said, "Sister, we are unlucky. If the security guards hadn't come out, we would have run away long ago." Jean Muyuan sighed and ordered, "Get in the car first, I'll deal with you when I get back." Jean finally got into the car immediately. Jean Muyuan looked at Wei Peng again and said, "If she asked you to go, you would really go? If she asked you to kill someone or set a fire, would you go?" "Teacher, don't worry, I have the ability to distinguish, and I will definitely not do anything like murder or arson." Wei Peng quickly made the assurance, looking very smart. "If you had the ability to distinguish, you wouldn't have messed around with her." Jean Muyuan scolded seriously. Wei Peng said, "Teacher, I will pay attention next time. I'm leaving now." After saying that, he turned around and ran away. Jean Muyuan got into the car, ready to go back and teach her sister a lesson. Jean finally also knew that she had to think of a way to escape this disaster. She turned her attention to Chen Jingting and had an idea in her mind. Chapter 33 400,000 Ingredients. After arriving home, Jean Fangli jumped out of the car and ran towards the bedroom. Jean Muyuan said calmly, "Don't even think about running away. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you really don't know how powerful your sister is." After that, she followed. Chen Jingting thought that the two sisters were probably going to start making trouble again. Jean Muyuan chased to the bedroom door and saw that Jean Fangli had already closed the door. She immediately knocked on the door and shouted, "Open the door quickly. Don't think you'll be fine if you don't come out." But no one inside paid any attention to her. Jean Muyuan kept knocking on the door, as she had to have a good talk with her sister. After Chen Jingting returned to the room, he immediately took off his clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Boom boom boom. "Brother-in-law, I'm taking a shower." Jean Fangli's voice suddenly rang out. "Why are you here?" Chen Jingting's heart also skipped a beat. Jean Fangli smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, my sister is blocking me now. Can you help me?" Chen Jingting couldn't help but ask, "How can I help you?" "Your sister is definitely going to punish you." Jean fondly smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, you just don't like to be with her. Why don't you just pull her back?" Chen Jingting said angrily, "How can your sister be in the mood to be annoying when she is like this? She just wants to punish you." Jean Fangli said quickly, "Isn't this the time to show your charm? As long as you agree, I will be absolutely honest in the future and do whatever you say." Chen Jingting replied without hesitation, "Your reputation in Wangwang is not very good. What if I don't agree?" "No, brother-in-law, what would my sister think if my pants suddenly appeared in your pocket?" Jean fondly threatened directly. "Okay, I agree." Chen Jingting, in the spirit of a true man, pretended to agree first. Jean finally climbed out the window and went back home contentedly. After taking a shower, Chen Jingting put on his clothes and went to pull Jean Muyuan back. Jean Muyuan asked hurriedly, "Husband, I have to go in and teach her a lesson, otherwise I will definitely get into trouble again." Chen Jingting quickly talked about what had just happened. After hearing this, Jean Muyuan was even more excited and said, "This girl is really rebellious. She even dared to frame you. She must be dealt with." After saying that, she also climbed over through the window from outside. "Ah, sister, I was wrong." Immediately afterwards, Jean Fangli's voice was heard from the next room. Chen Jingting lay down and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Jean Muyuan was busy in the kitchen early in the morning. Her colleagues and some students from school would come today. Chen Jingting sat at the table eating buns, fried dough sticks and drinking soy milk. Jean finally walked down with dark circles under her eyes, staring at him. Chen Jingting greeted her with a smile, "Sister-in-law, you didn't sleep well last night. You have such heavy dark circles under your eyes." Jean Fangli said angrily, "How dare you say that? You promised me, but you turned around and sold me out." Chen Jingting picked up a fried dough stick and handed it over, saying, "I can't hide it from your sister. Trust is the most important thing between husband and wife. Sheen finally took the dough stick and took a bite of it hatefully, as if the dough stick was him, and muttered, "If you don't keep your word, you're not a man. It's enough for your sister to know whether I am a man or not. To you, it doesn't matter whether I am a man or not." Chen Jingting laughed and teased. "My sister is blind." Sheen fondly threw out this statement. Qin Muyuan came over, grabbed her ear, and said, "You are so bold, aren't you? You dare to say that I am blind." Qin finally quickly explained, "Sister, I meant that you are not blind, you heard it wrong." Qin Muyuan let go of her hand and said, "Come to the kitchen to help after you finish eating." Ha ha. Chen Jingting was smiling happily at the side. Not long after, Su Qian and more than 20 others arrived. Chen Jingting asked everyone to sit down. "Mu Yuan, this villa is great." Su Qian looked at the house, his eyes full of envy. "Well enough." Qin Muyuan smiled modestly and started cutting the steak with a knife. Su Qian stood by and said, "I didn't expect you to find a rich man. You've never let me down. You even live in a villa." Qin Muyuan adjusted the gold bracelet on her wrist and said, "I actually didn't expect that. At the beginning, I just wanted to find someone who was serious about the relationship. Whether he had money or not was secondary." Su Qian looked at her and said, "You are just planting willows by accident and getting shades. But men with money can easily become bad. You have to keep a close eye on him. He is fine in that aspect." Qin Muyuan quickly said softly, "Of course it's good. Isn't that what men like? It's good to be young. Look at your rosy face, you are well nourished." Su Qian reached out and pinched her delicate face. "By the way, how are you and your boyfriend?" Qin Muyuan started chatting with her. Su Qian spread his hands and replied, "I feel like he doesn't care about me that much now. Let's not talk about this. These steaks, Australian lobsters, and sea cucumbers look really good. They must have cost a lot of money." Qin Muyuan smiled and replied, "These ingredients probably cost more than 400,000 yuan. If you want to eat, just eat happily." Su Qian's eyes widened immediately and he said, "It's great to have money." After Qin Muyuan finished cutting the steak, she said, "It's rare for us to get together, so let's eat happily." At this moment, a girl with a height of 1.75 meters, long hair and pure appearance walked in and said, "Teacher Qin, is there anything I can do?" "Yana, just help wash the vegetables." Qin Muyuan greeted. "Okay." Yana rolled up her sleeves and started to work. When she saw these top-quality ingredients, envy appeared in her eyes. She had never seen many of the ingredients before and was shocked. Around noon, the big table was filled with sumptuous dishes. One of them looked at a black coal-like object on the plate and asked quickly, "It smells so good." "What is this?" Qin Muyuan explained, "That's truffle." "Truffle? This is a very expensive ingredient. One piece of this must cost tens of thousands of dollars. And one for each person." A look of shock appeared on the man's face. "Yes. I saw online that they shaved off a little bit and charged by the gram." Others were also surprised. After all, this one truffle alone was worth 1 or 2 months' salary for them. Qin Muyuan said, "Why don't we just get together and have a good meal? There's also red wine here, so feel free to do as you please." Su Qian picked up the red wine and looked at it, and said, "This is red wine produced by Chateau Lafite, it costs tens of thousands of yuan a bottle." "Then you have to taste it." Everyone started pouring wine. After all, they didn't have much chance to drink such expensive wine on normal days. "Honey, go get a few more bottles." Qin Muyuan greeted Chen Jingting. Chen Jingting immediately got up to get the wine. Yana looked at his figure, and a different look appeared in her eyes. Chapter 34 Power of a Kick. The next day. School office. Some people were chatting excitedly. "Yesterday at Teacher Qin's villa, we drank more than 10 bottles of red wine worth tens of thousands of yuan. It was so enjoyable. And those truffles worth tens of thousands of dollars, one per person, that is so generous. The steaks and other things are all flown in fresh. Let's ask Teacher Qin to treat us to dinner again this week." Jiang Ling listened to their discussions and felt extremely envious. However, she and Qin Muyuan don't even say hello when they meet now, and she won't even invite her to her home. When Chen Jingting arrived at the school, he saw that everything had been decorated. Various martial arts clubs had put up their signs, and there was an arena on the playground. A lot of students gathered around, some of them were rubbing their hands, eager to try. Wei Peng came over in his training clothes and greeted Chen Jingting. Brother, now you are here, wait and see how I will deal with Lu Hanjun later. Chen Jingting gave him a thumbs up and said, keep going. Wei Peng nodded, full of confidence about this matter. Then he went to prepare. Jingting. Yao Na came over in a white floral dress and greeted Chen Jingting. Are you coming to watch the game too? Chen Jingting replied that she came to his house for dinner yesterday, so they got to know each other. Yao Na walked up to him, smoothed her hair, and replied with a smile, yes. It's very lively today, so of course I have to join in the fun. Chen Jingting smelled the faint fragrance of perfume coming from her body, thinking that she was worthy of being the school belle, with a top-notch figure and appearance. Seeing him staring at her, Yao Na showed a hint of shyness on her face. She moved closer and said, Jingting, who do you want to see compete? Chen Jingting pointed at Wei Peng who was preparing and said, look at him competing with Lu Hanjun. He must be a hero and compete with him. Yao Na said, I know Lu Hanjun has been learning karate and is already a 6th degree master. Hearing this, Chen Jingting frowned and said, then I have to talk to Fatty. After saying that, he walked towards Wei Peng. Wei Peng was gesturing excitedly at this moment. Fatty, that Lu Hanjun is a 6th degree karate master, you can't beat him, so forget it. Chen Jingting threw out this statement. What are you afraid of? What if I'm only 6 dan? I'll draw my sword when I meet an enemy. I can lose, but I can't be a coward. Wei Peng's tone was firm. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Chen Jingting warned him, be careful and protect yourself. Wei Peng made an okay gesture and went on stage. Chen Jingting knew the result and thought that he would just get beaten if he went up. Yao Na patted his shoulder and said, don't worry too much. After all, it's just a competition. Nothing will happen. I hope so. Chen Jingting sighed. In the distance, Qin Fanli was secretly taking pictures of the men with her cell phone. After Wei Peng came to the stage, he said to Lu Hanjun, come on. Let me teach you a lesson. Lu Hanjun said with a smug look on his face, really? Fatty, come and give it a try. Wei Peng immediately rushed over and punched with all his strength. Lu Hanjun quickly dodged to the side. Bang! Wei Peng lost his balance and fell to the ground. You're no good either. You fell flat on your face before I even started to make a move. Lu Hanjun smiled very happily. Wei Peng stood up and rushed forward again. Lu Hanjun kicked him directly on the head with a high kick. Wei Peng fell to the ground again, feeling dizzy. Get up! Get up! The playful expression on Lu Hanjun's face became even more intense. After a while, Wei Peng slowly stood up. But he was greeted by another kick from Lu Hanjun. Wei Peng fell to the ground, completely unable to move. Seeing that Lu Hanjun was still trying to rush over, Chen Jingting quickly shouted, you've already won, and the game is over. There's no need to go too far. Who the hell are you? Should I listen to you? Lu Hanjun stepped directly on Wei Peng's head. You're going too far. Chen Jingting immediately rushed to the stage. Classmate, this is a competition. Many people stopped him. Lu Hanjun said with a proud look on his face, if you think you can do it, then go and sign up. Come up and I'll have some fun with you. Chen Jingting nodded and replied, okay. You wait. After that, he went to sign up. Lu Hanjun looked fearless and was ready to beat him up when the time came. Wei Peng was quickly helped down, grimacing in pain. Chen Jingting came over and said to him, it's all right now. You got beaten up for nothing. Wei Peng said, at least I have proved that he is really good at fighting. You should not go. It's okay for me to get beaten up, but if you go up there, you will just be asking for trouble. Chen Jingting smiled and replied, don't worry, I'm not like you. You'd go up there knowing you'd get beaten. Wei Peng quickly said, then I'll see how you perform. Do you really want to fight? It's very dangerous. Yao Na looked at Chen Jingting with concern. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Chen Jingting smiled confidently. He knew all the skills and beating Lu Hanqing was like a piece of cake for him. Yao Na came up and whispered, there's a woman over there who's been staring at us, sneakily. Chen Jingting turned around and saw that it was Qin Fanli. He knew that girl was causing trouble again, so he said, don't worry, it's my sister-in-law. Yao Na muttered, it seems like she doesn't trust you very much. Chen Jingting smiled and replied, maybe it's jealousy. Yao Na leaned closer to him. 10 minutes later. The two contestants now are Lu Hanjun and Chen Jingting from karate. Please come on stage. The host picked up the list and began to read it. Chen Jingting walked up, ready to end the battle quickly. Lu Hanjun looked at him provocatively. Boy, I'll let you get the same as your fat friend, and turn it into a pig's head. Chen Jingting hooked his finger at him, his eyes full of contempt. Yeah. Lu Hanjun shouted loudly and rushed over. Chen Jingting kicked him directly with great speed, steady, accurate and fierce force, hitting him in the chest. Lu Hanjun flew backwards and fell off the stage. Are you okay? Some people hurried over to inquire about the situation. Several ribs are broken. Take me to the hospital. Lu Hanjun screamed in pain. Everyone quickly carried him away and sent him to the hospital. Chen Jingting clapped his hands and walked away calmly. Wei Peng's eyes widened in surprise. Brother, how can you be so powerful? You knocked him out with just one kick. Chen Jingting spread his hands and replied, he is only worthy of one kick from me. Any more kicks are just my own incompetence. Yana came up to him and said with admiration, you are amazing. I didn't expect you can do kung fu. Chen Jingting smiled and replied, there are so many things you haven't thought of. Yana shook her hair lightly, smiled innocently, and said, really? Then when can you let me see it again? Don't worry, there will be a chance. Chen Jingting replied. At this time he received a message that the detective had already investigated Qian Dafu thoroughly. Xin Fangli, who was standing far away, looked at them talking and laughing, and took out her cell phone, ready to tell her sister about it. Chapter 35 Don't buy this. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Muyuan was waiting for Chen Jingting in the parking lot, ready to settle accounts with Qian Dafu. Xin Fangli hurried over and said, Sister, I have something to tell you. Qin Muyuan said, we have things to do now. We'll talk about it when we get back. Xin Fangli said seriously, we can't wait, otherwise it will be too late. This is about my brother-in-law. Qin Muyuan suddenly became interested and asked, what happened to him? Xin Fangli quickly took out her phone, sent the photo, and said, Sister, look how close my brother-in-law is to this woman. They are talking and laughing, and it seems like something is wrong. You really seem to have nothing to do. Qin Muyuan looked at the photo and saw that Chen Jingting and Yao Na were just chatting normally, so she grabbed her ear again. Sister, if you don't keep an eye on your brother-in-law, he will definitely cheat on you. Xin Fangli is very serious. Qin Muyuan let go of her hand and said seriously, if there is really a problem with the relationship, nothing I do will help. You don't study hard every day and you become a paparazzi. Go home and read a book by yourself. Xin Fangli slipped away immediately. Chen Jingting came over and asked with a smile, is this girl in trouble again? Qin Muyuan spread her hands and replied, you just do nonsense all day long. Let's go. Chen Jingting got into the car and drove off. Husband, do you have any evidence of being rich? Qin Muyuan couldn't wait to ask. Chen Jingting nodded and replied, according to the videos and photos provided by the detective, as well as the chat records, Qian Dafu was having an affair with his sister-in-law and they often go to hotels to book rooms. Qin Muyuan's eyes widened and she said, there is such a thing. Isn't his brother the boss of the company? Chen Jingting smiled and said, yes. So with this handle, I don't believe Qian Dafu is dishonest. By the way, I have always been curious about a question. Although our mother is also very beautiful, why does Qian Dafu still miss our mother when he can find someone younger and more beautiful? Qin Muyuan sighed, maybe what you can't get is the best. He and my mom were high school classmates, and he has liked my mom since high school. No wonder, old love is hard to forget. Chen Jingting finally understood what was going on. An hour later. Cafes. The two also met Qian Dafu. Qian Dafu looked at them and said, is your mother willing to be my girlfriend? We are all family, and I don't want to make things too extreme. Chen Jingting took out the printed photos and chat records and said, let's take a look. Qian Dafu picked it up, took a look at it, and then threw it on the table. Chen Jingting looked at his indifferent attitude and suddenly felt something was wrong. That's it. It seems you have put in a lot of effort, but I also understand that you really don't want to accept my offer. Qian Dafu's face darkened and he slammed the table. You and your sister-in-law are messing around. If your brother finds out, you'll be in big trouble. Qin Muyuan started to question. Qian Dafu smiled and said, you haven't done enough homework. My brother and my sister-in-law play with each other. At home, my sister-in-law sleeps with me. My brother knows it. Hearing this, Chen Jingting and Qin Muyuan looked at each other in bewilderment. They had not expected this to happen. Qian Dafu looked at them and said, "Since you don't want to drink my toast, don't blame me. Your mother and your sister will have to go to jail." After saying that, he stood up and left, looking very arrogant. Qin Muyuan took a long time to recover from her shock and asked, "Husband, what should we do now? He is going to sue my mother and sister." Chen Jingting held her hand and comforted her, "Don't worry, I have a way. In this case, I can only use some hard means." Qin Muyuan looked at his confident expression and felt relieved. Chen Jingting was going to send her back and then go meet Lu Xiying. Her shop was also ready, so he had to go over and take a look. Hospital. Lu Hanjun was lying on the hospital bed. Chen Jingting's kick broke 4 ribs and he had to rest for several months. "Lu Sang, are you okay?" At this moment, a group of people walked in from outside, led by a muscular middle-aged man. "He is the director of the karate gym, Masahiro Yamamoto." "Director, why are you here?" Lu Hanjun asked quickly. "You're injured, so of course I have to come and see you." Yamamoto Masahiro was in trouble because the video of him being kicked off the ring had spread online. If they didn't get their revenge, the reputation of their karate would be ruined. Lu Hanjun explained, "I lost because I was too careless. When I get better, I will definitely beat him." Yamamoto Masahiro patted his shoulder and said, "You should take good care of your injuries. I will go to your school tomorrow and personally restore my reputation." Upon hearing this, Lu Hanjun also became excited and said, "Are you going to look for Chen Jingting?" Yamamoto Masahiro nodded and replied, "We have to find it back wherever we lost it." Lu Hanjun was very excited and said, "Great, you must teach him a lesson for me." "Don't worry, it's easy to deal with him." Yamamoto Masahiro's face was full of confidence. After all, he was a 9th degree belt in karate and few people could match him. Ing Cottage. When Chen Tingjing arrived, he saw some waiters cleaning up. Lu Xiying came over and said, "You're here, would you like a drink?" Chen Jingting sat down and said, "Okay." Lu Xiying took out a bottle of wine and started pouring it. Chen Jingting looked around and said, "It's very nicely decorated. Very cozy, with flowers everywhere." Lu Xiying introduced, "I plan to make this a high-end couples hotel as a selling point. What do you think?" Chen Jingting nodded and replied, "Very good, it must have cost a lot of money. About 2 million, right? It's your turn soon. You should prepare the dishes." Lu Xiying picked up the wine glass and took a sip. "That's no problem, it's a small matter, but the store's popularity is a problem." Chen Jingting raised this question. Lu Xiying smiled and said, "I've already thought of a solution. You are very familiar with Su Man, the chairman of Yangcheng Performing Arts Company, right?" Chen Jingting nodded and replied, "Somewhat familiar." Lu Xiying smiled and said, "Their company is planning a show, a variety show that combines cooking skills. When the time comes, you can just ask her to set the filming location here." Chen Jingting said, "You can give it a try. Whether it succeeds or not is another matter. By the way, do you know Sihai Trading Company?" Lu Xiying replied without hesitation, "Is it the company that supplies food to the hotel restaurant?" "Yes, I have some grudges with them and I want to settle it." Chen Jingting asked about this. "I see. Their company is competing with another company for a large supply order from a hotel chain, and I happen to know the chairman of the hotel. Let me take you there now." Lu Xiying threw out these words. Chen Jingting nodded. Lu Xiying looked at him and said, "But it's not easy for you to get close to him. You may be able to succeed if you are a good cook." "Really? Does he like it very much?" "That's not the case. He likes the food his mother made for him when he was a child and has always wanted the chef to make it for him, but he has never succeeded." "Then I'd like to try it." Chapter 36 The Taste of 60 Years Ago. 9 o'clock in the evening. Lu Xiying led Chen Jingting to a manor. In the living room, several chefs were busy working. A tall and fat old man in his 60s was sitting there drinking tea. Lu Xiying walked over and greeted him. "Grandpa Huang, you haven't eaten yet." Huang Degai said with a smile, "Why are you here, girl?" "There must be something wrong." Lu Xiying said quickly, "Nothing. I know you like to eat mapo tofu, so I brought a friend to try it. His cooking skills are better than mine." Huang Degai glanced at Chen Jingting and said, "He can't be your boyfriend." Lu Xiying immediately showed a shy look on her face and said, "Grandpa Huang, no, we're just friends." Huang Degai looked at her like this. As someone who had experienced this, how could he not know what she was thinking? He looked at Chen Jingting and said, "Young man, your cooking skills are better than this girl's. Who taught you?" Chen Jingting quickly replied, "Mr. Huang, I am self-taught." "That's not easy. It must have taken a lot of effort." Huang Daigai praised him. "Fine." Chen Jingting replied modestly that he couldn't say that he became a top chef all of a sudden. The butler next to him came over and said, "Master, the mapo tofu is ready." Huang Degai said, "Bring them all up." Soon several plates of mapo tofu were served. Huang Degai immediately picked up the spoon and scooped up a piece to taste. After tasting a few plates, he also put down the spoon, waved his hand, and replied, "No, it doesn't taste like that." The chefs also showed disappointment on their faces. Lu Xiying said, "Grandpa Huang, why don't you let my friend give it a try?" "Okay. You talk to him, I'm going to take a walk." After saying that, Huang Degai got up and went out. "We can't make it. If he can, all the cooking we've done over the years will be in vain." Those chefs looked at Chen Jingting with a hint of contempt in their eyes. After all, they were all top-level chefs. Lu Xiying said to Chen Jingting, "Don't listen to them, they are just incompetent and furious." Chen Jingting smiled and replied, "I don't care about their attitude. Is Mr. Huang so strict about mapo tofu? They should be the top chefs too." Lu Xiying quickly explained, "It's not strict, it's that Grandpa Huang wants to recreate the mapo tofu that his mother made for him when he was a child. His mother opened a small restaurant at the time, but unfortunately she died of illness not long after." Chen Jingting rubbed his chin and said, "That must have happened a long time ago. Grandpa Huang was only 4 years old at that time, and that was 60 years ago. He has wanted to taste the mapo tofu made by his mother all his life, but he has never been able to do so." Lu Xiying sighed. It's really hard to make the mapo tofu that this person likes. What if his mother added something else in it? Who knows? Chen Jingting thought that although he knew all kinds of cuisines, it was impossible for him to know how mapo tofu was made in an unknown small restaurant 60 years ago. Lu Xiying said, "But no matter what, mapo tofu is still mapo tofu no matter how it is made. The general process is the same, right?" Chen Jingting now has a general idea. Mapo tofu made in a certain era must have some relationship with that era. This is the characteristic of the era. He then picked up his cell phone and began to look up some things that happened 60 years ago in Huang Dagai's hometown. 10 minutes later, Chen Jingting discovered some clues, and combined with his rich cooking experience, he suddenly had an idea. Then he got busy. Lu Xiying felt very at ease looking at his serious expression. Seeing that all the necessary ingredients were there, Chen Jingting immediately picked up the soybeans, poured them into the soup and started to cook them. After they were cooked, he flattened them and fried them again in oil. After doing all this, he started making mapo tofu. The chefs were talking non-stop nearby. "Mapo tofu doesn't require meat. You don't even know this common sense. It seems your cooking skills aren't that good. What do people who come from the wild know? No wonder you dare to come here and embarrass yourself when you don't know anything. I guess it's to curry favor with Mr. Huang." Half an hour later, a dish of colorful and fragrant mapo tofu was ready. Huang Dagai walked in quickly from outside. Lu Xiying asked quickly, "Grandpa Huang, please walk slower." Huang Dagai said, "The taste of this mapo tofu is somewhat familiar." Lu Xiying smiled and said, "It's ready, come and try it." Huang Dagai couldn't wait to pick up the spoon and take a bite, and then tears started to flow. Lu Xiying quickly asked, "Grandpa Huang, what's wrong with you?" "This is the taste. This is the taste of the mapo tofu my mother made. I finally got to eat it." Huang Dagai wiped his tears and ate mapo tofu with big mouthfuls. "That's a good thing." Lu Xiying smiled very happily, knowing that now she had a legitimate reason to ask him for help. Huang Dagai quickly finished the whole plate of mapo tofu, wiped his mouth with paper, looked at Chen Jingting and said, "How did you make this mapo tofu?" Chen Jingting said, "The key is the meat inside." Huang Dagai looked at the meat in the bowl and said, "Is there anything different?" Chen Jingting smiled and said, "Mr. Huang, please taste it carefully again." Huang Dagai put the meat into his mouth and tasted it carefully, then said, "Although it tastes like meat, it is not actually meat if you eat it carefully." Chen Jingting nodded, took out a soybean, and said, "This meat is actually made of soybeans. Add soy sauce and cook it and season it. This way it will taste like meat." Huang Degai was also an expert and asked, but if you do this, the flavor of the mapo tofu will disappear. Chen Jingting smiled and replied, so I fried it again, so that the flavor can be locked in. Yes, this is a very clever idea. How did you come up with the idea of using soybeans instead of meat? Huang Dagai's eyes were full of curiosity. Because I looked up some of the conditions in your hometown 60 years ago. At that time, various animal plagues were prevalent and all poultry died. There was no meat to make mapo tofu, so I thought of soybeans, which are known as vegetarian meat. Chen Jingting explained. Huang Degai applauded, I didn't expect this to be the case. Young man, you are really thoughtful and considerate. Chen Jingting replied modestly, Mr. Huang, you are too kind. Lu Xiying quickly said, Mr. Huang, we came here this time to ask you for a small favor. Huang Degai smiled and said, I've known this for a long time. You never come to visit me for no reason. Tell me. What's the matter? Chen Jingting quickly told what happened between him and Chen Dafu of Sihai Trading Company. It's a small matter. I'll ask my assistant to remind the boss of their company. He will contact you then. Huang Daigai agreed immediately. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Chen Jingting hurriedly thanked him. This matter should be resolved completely, and Chen Dafu must be severely punished. Chapter 37 Immediate Results. Trade around the world. After finishing his work, Chen Jun prepared to go home. The assistant came in and said, Mr. Qian, I just received a call from the secretary of the chairman of Honda Group, saying that they might not consider our company supplying them. Qian Jun frowned, stood up immediately and said, Why? We have paid too much for this order. If we fail to complete it, our company will suffer a huge loss. The assistant quickly said, from what the secretary said, it seems that manager Qian has offended someone. Qian Jun said in a deep voice, Dafu? What has he been doing recently? The assistant said, he had some conflicts with Wang Shuqiang, the finance manager, and also with her daughter and son-in-law. I know about his relationship with Wang Shuqiang. Are you sure it's because of this? Qian Jun is also getting angry now. That should be it. I've also learned that her son-in-law is no ordinary person and has a wide network of contacts. Whether this deal can be successful or not depends on her son-in-law. The assistant explained. Qian Jun just got up and went out. Half an hour later. That's it. The angle is just right. When Qian Jun returned home, he heard a series of unbearable noises coming from the house. Then he kicked the door open. Brother, you scared me to death. Qian Dafu was hugging his sister-in-law happily. Qian Jun cursed directly, get out of here. Qian Dafu immediately put on his clothes and came out, saying, Brother, you already know everything about my sister-in-law and I. Why are you still angry? Qian Jun looked at him and said sternly, I don't care how you mess around, but if you dare to delay the company's business, I will have to deal with you. Qian Dafu quickly said, Brother, I didn't do anything. Qian Jun slapped him and said, Do you have a conflict with Wang Shuqiang? Now the big order is about to be lost. I let you be the general manager, but you don't do any real work and just want to cause trouble. Brother, their family probably doesn't have any special abilities. There must be other reasons. Qian Dafu hurriedly explained. They've already said it clearly, but you're still making excuses. Come with me tomorrow and bring a gift to apologize to them. Qian Jun said this in a harsh voice. Chen Dafu could only nod and agree. At this time, Chen Jingting accompanied Lu Xiying to the apartment where she lived. Lu Xiying opened the door and said, Come in. Chen Jingting waved his hand and replied, No need, I've sent you back, and I should leave too. Lu Xiying smiled and said, What are you afraid of? I won't eat you. Drink some water before you leave. Chen Jingting nodded and walked in. During this period of time, find an opportunity to come to the restaurant to train the chefs and design some new dishes. Lu Xiying poured him a glass of water. Okay, no problem. Chen Jingting agreed, after all, he also had shares in the store. Boom boom boom. There was a sudden knock on the door. Lu Xiying went over and looked through the peephole, then quickly said, Oh no, my mother is here. Chen Jingting said disapprovingly, Come on. What are you afraid of? Lu Xiying said, You can't let her know you're here. Otherwise, I won't be able to clear myself of the guilt even if I jump into the Yellow River. You should hide first. Chen Jingting spread his hands and replied, It would be even harder to explain if I hide it. Go to the closet first. After saying that, Lu Xiying dragged him directly into the bedroom and stuffed him into the closet. Chen Jingting looked at the closet that was full of her underwear and panties, all of which were close-fitting clothes. There was also a faint fragrance emanating from the closet. Lu Xiying opened the door and greeted her mother. "Mom, why are you here?" Xiaorong walked in with her bag and asked, "Why did you take so long to open the door?" Lu Xiying quickly said, "I'm in the toilet." Xiaorong said, "I just happened to be free, so I came to see you. You're already old, but you don't have a boyfriend." Lu Xiying took her arm and said, "Mom, I will find it when the time comes." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Xiaorong walked towards the bedroom and said, "Look at you. Your bedroom is so messy and you don't even know how to clean it up." Lu Xiying said quickly, "Mom, I'm alone, what am I going to pack?" Xiaorong sat on the bed and asked, "You are alone and lonely, so you need a man, right?" "Mom, I can handle it myself. I don't need a man." Lu Xiying now just wants her to leave quickly. After all, there is someone in the closet. Mom tells you, you must sleep with a man before you marry him. Otherwise, if he can't make you happy, then he will be of no use to you. Xiaorong gave serious instructions. Seeing that she actually said such shameful words, Lu Xiying said, "Mom, don't worry. Aren't you going back to see Dad?" Xiaorong looked at her and asked, "You seem anxious for me to leave?" Lu Xiying's face was in a state of panic, and she said, "No, it's just that it's getting late." Xiaorong smiled and said, "Girl, your mother is also an experienced person, there is nothing she doesn't know. A man will come later." Lu Xiying quickly denied it. "No, Mom, what are you imagining?" Xiaorong stood up and said, "When you look for a boyfriend, Mom has only one requirement, and that is that he can make you happy in bed. This is the most important thing." "Mom, why are you saying this?" Lu Xiying blushed immediately. "Buy him some fun clothes to wear. It can enhance the relationship between the two of you. This is all from my experience. Look at your dad. He is so obsessed with me that he doesn't sleep all night." Xiaorong became more and more excited as he spoke, and his tone became more vivid. Lu Xiying quickly covered her ears and said, "Mom, I don't want to listen. It's too irritating." Xiaorong smiled and said, "This is to give you some experience. It will be useful when dealing with men in the future. Now let's go." After saying that, she turned and left. Phew. Lu Xiying couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. After hearing the door closing, Chen Jingting came out of the closet. Lu Xiying looked at him and asked, "You probably didn't hear anything." Chen Jingting nodded and replied, "I didn't hear it." "You are kidding me. We are in the same room, how could you not hear it?" "You'd better forget it." Lu Xiying stared at him straight. "Don't worry, I don't want to recall it either, but if you listen to your mother, your boyfriend will definitely be very happy in the future." Chen Jingting laughed and teased. Lu Xiying kicked him and said, "Hurry up and leave." Chen Jingting left with a smile, fearing that he would never forget those vicious words. An hour later, Chen Jingting returned home and saw Qin Muyuan lying down to rest. He also climbed up quietly and hugged her. "You didn't even take a shower after coming back, and you went to fool around again. There's the smell of food and women." After Qin Muyuan woke up, she immediately started sniffing him. "I'm going to do some work with Lu Xiying. Chen Dafu's problem should be solved tomorrow." Chen Jingting replied. Qin Muyuan hugged him tightly and said, "Then let's sleep." Chen Jingting pressed his face against hers and asked, "I have a woman's scent on me, so you don't doubt me?" Qin Muyuan smiled and replied, "My intuition is a ruler. I don't feel that you are messing around outside. Besides, I only have one request for you, that is to love me. I'm sleepy." Chen Jingting also fell asleep soundly while holding her in his arms. There were still many things to do tomorrow. But he didn't know that Yamamoto Masahiro would come to settle accounts with him tomorrow. Chapter 38 Kneeling and Apologizing. The next day, when Chen Jingting woke up early in the morning, he saw two people standing outside. One was Qian Dafu and the other looked somewhat similar to him. "I guess he knew you." When he arrived at the door, he looked at the 20,000 people and asked, "What do you want?" Xian Jun said quickly, "Mr. Chen, it was my brother who did something wrong. I came here today to apologize to you. I hope you will not bear grudges against me." Chen Jingting snorted coldly and replied, "Someone wants to force your mother-in-law to be with him. Are you willing to forget it?" Xian Jun kept apologizing and said, "Mr. Chen, I know it was my brother who was wrong. You can ask for any conditions you want. First, go and apologize to my mother-in-law. Kneel down and kowtow. Chen Jingting stretched out a finger. No problem. Xian Jun agreed without hesitation. Second, he actually dared to frame my mother-in-law. You call the police and send him to jail, and forget about it. Chen Jingting put forward the second condition. Hearing this, Shen Dafu immediately yelled, "Don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. You are shameless." Chen Jingting looked at Xian Jun and said, "Look, he is still so stubborn. You can choose between your brother and the company's future. Both conditions are indispensable." After saying that, he went into the house. Xian Dafu looked at Xian Jun and said, "Brother, you won't really let me go to jail, will you? Whether this big order can be won or not is related to the future of the company. You can bear with it for a while. You will be out in a year or two. Go and apologize to Wang Shuqiang first." Xian Jun immediately dragged him away. School. The exchange activities of the martial arts festival are still in full swing and the atmosphere is very warm. Come on. The students in the audience were also cheering for the people on the stage. At this moment, Yamamoto Masahiro also came over with a group of people in a menacing manner. When the students around saw them, they all stepped back. Yamamoto Masahiro came directly to the stage and drove the people competing down. One person quickly came up and asked, "What are you doing?" Yamamoto Masahiro took out a thick stack of money from his bag and said in broken Chinese, "Whoever beats me will get the 100,000 yuan. I'll do it." As the saying goes, there will always be brave men when there is a big reward, and one person immediately rushed forward. Yamamoto Masahiro hooked his finger at him with a look of contempt. "Yeah." The man immediately rushed forward. Yamamoto Masahiro was also merciless and kicked him on the body. "I have broken ribs." The man fell out immediately and rolled on the ground in pain. Next. Yamamoto Masahiro is very arrogant and looks down on everyone. A tall and strong man came up and said to him angrily, "That's too much. Is it necessary to hit him so hard?" Yamamoto Masahiro said disdainfully, "There will be no injuries in a martial arts competition. If I get hurt by you, I won't complain a word." Gao Jun took off his coat, walked straight to the stage, and said, "I'll fight you for a few moves." "Boss, come on." Everyone cheered him on. After all, he was the president of the martial arts club. Encouraged by everyone's gaze, Gao Jun was full of confidence. He took the lead in launching an attack, kicking forward with great force. Good. Everyone cheered and could feel the power of his kick. It's just a trifle. Yamamoto Masahiro dodged to the side and then punched him in the chest. Gao Jun immediately covered his chest, staggered back a few steps, his face full of pain. Now he felt like he was almost out of breath. Yamamoto Masahiro rushed up and threw him over his shoulder. Bang! Gao Jun fell heavily to the ground, grimacing in pain. "Humph, your martial arts are just so-so. Where is Chen Jingting? Where is he? I'm here to look for him today." Yamamoto Masahiro shouted loudly and arrogantly. The people around looked around, but no one saw Chen Jingting. Chen Jingting was currently being affectionate with Qin Muyuan in the car. Qin Muyuan saw that his hands were getting naughty again, so she quickly pushed him away and said, "How dare you do this in broad daylight? You're going to die." Chen Jingting smiled and said, "Isn't it because you were so charming, my wife? My neck hurt a little just now, what did you do?" Qin Muyuan rubbed her neck. "I didn't do anything. Go to the office." Chen Jingting replied with a smile, looking at the red strawberry mark on her neck. Qin Muyuan straightened her clothes, then got out of the car and left. Chen Jingting suddenly felt a little sleepy, and leaned back in his chair to take a nap, thinking that when one is well fed and warm one longs for sex. The saying really is true. Soon Qin Muyuan came to the office and sat on the chair to prepare for class. The teachers around her couldn't help but look at her, then covered their mouths and laughed. Qin Muyuan looked at their smiles and was puzzled for a moment. She asked, "What are you laughing at?" Su Qian came over and asked, "You and your husband were crazy last night, right?" "What are you talking about?" "We went to bed early last night." Qin Muyuan hurriedly explained. "Yeah. Only if you can sleep well, you will have the energy to go crazy." Su Qian covered her mouth and smiled happily. Qin Muyuan rolled her eyes at her and said, "You just daydream all day long." Su Qian pointed at her neck and said, "I'm not imagining things. The evidence is all here." The strawberry mark is very obvious. Haha, you're newlyweds. I understand. The other teachers also laughed, their eyes full of awareness. Xin Muyuan knew that it must have been Chen Jingting who did it just now. Now that so many people have seen the strawberry mark, she feels so embarrassed that she wants to find a hole to crawl into. She had also made up her mind that she would give her husband a good beating when she got back. Boom boom boom. When Wang Shuqian was practicing yoga in the house, there was a sudden knock on the door. When she opened the door, she saw the Qian Jun brothers and didn't know what they were going to do. Xu Chang, I was wrong, please forgive me. Qian Dafu knelt down directly and kowtowed. What are you doing? Wang Shuqiang is now bewildered, not knowing what is going on. Chen Jun quickly explained, Xu Chang, my brother was wrong. I came here today to apologize to you. You can go back to work. He will never harass you again. Wang Shuqiang was very happy about this. Although she didn't know what happened, it was a good thing after all. School. When Chen Jingting was about to go to the classroom for class, he was suddenly surrounded by a group of students. He was also startled and asked quickly, what are you doing? There is a very arrogant person from Baga country who specifically wants you to fight him. One person explained his purpose. Chapter 39 Mission failed. He wants to fight me? Interesting, is he so arrogant? Chen Jingting was very curious about this bastard and didn't know why he came to cause trouble for him. Soon he arrived at the ring, and looking at Yamamoto Masahiro above, his nose almost pointed to the sky, he was indeed very arrogant. New task, make Yamamoto Masahiro kneel down and call him daddy. If you fail, there will be a punishment. Chen Jingting was stunned when he saw the prompt that suddenly popped up. Because there is no reward for this mission, there will be punishment instead. He didn't expect the system to play this trick, which was far beyond his expectations. Now he wondered what the penalty for failure would be. He could easily make this bastard kneel down, but getting him to call him daddy was difficult. Are you Chen Jingting? Yamamoto Masahiro looked at him with a vicious look. Dad is here, what do you want to do? Chen Jingting was thinking about how to trick him into calling him dad. Yamamoto Masahiro hooked his finger at him and said, come up, let's have a competition. Chen Jingting spread his hands and replied, why? Yamamoto Masahiro said, you injured someone from our martial arts school, so I wanted to spar with you. After knowing his intention, Chen Jingting shook his head and said, no, you are not my opponent. There is no point in bullying you. Ha ha. Hearing this, Yamamoto Masahiro burst into laughter, as if he had heard a huge joke. Chen Jingting stood quietly, watching him laughing. Yamamoto Masahiro suddenly felt like a fool for laughing alone, and said, you bully me, you are so arrogant. I don't mind being bullied by you, come on. Chen Jingting saw that he had a strong desire to teach him a lesson, so he said, if you lose, call me daddy, and I will agree to play with you. Yamamoto Masahiro shook his head and replied, impossible. The honor of our Yamamoto family cannot be desecrated. Okay, come on. Seeing that he didn't agree, Chen Jingting knew he couldn't fool him anymore. But he dares to come to school so arrogantly, he must be taught a lesson. When Yamamoto Masahiro saw that he suddenly agreed again, he was a little surprised, but very happy. Come on, beat him up. The people below immediately burst into excited cheers. Chen Jingting shook his wrist, thinking that he had to make this bastard call him daddy, otherwise there would be punishment for failure, and it was no joke. Yamamoto Masahiro rushed over at an accelerated speed and slashed with a knife. He was ready to knock Chen Jingting down with one move. Bang! Chen Jingting did not dodge, but met the attack with a knife. Immediately afterwards, Yamamoto Masahiro took a few steps back, his hands shaking with pain. He looked at Chen Jingting as if nothing had happened, and was horrified in his heart. He didn't expect that the other party could actually endure it. The power of this knife was enough to break Chen Jingting's arm. Chen Jingting shook his wrist and still felt a little pain. He heard that this little Baga was the director of the museum, so he must have some ability. But now he is a kung fu master, so it is easy for him to deal with this little bastard. Ah! Yamamoto Masahiro shouted loudly and kicked forward fiercely with great force and unstoppable force. Chen Jingting leaped up and kicked him in the head. Boom! Yamamoto Masahiro fell to the side with a loud noise. The people in the karate gym looked at this scene in astonishment, their faces full of disbelief. How is that possible? The curator can't even beat a student. Yes. The director is an 8th degree karate master and a top martial artist. Who the hell is that kid? It's obvious that he's just lucky. He got lucky. Chen Jingting rushed to Yamamoto Masahiro, twisted his big arm and shouted, "Call me daddy." Yamamoto Masahiro's face was twisted in pain, but he still refused to give in. Dream on, the Yamamoto family, people cannot be humiliated. Chen Jingting could only increase his strength. Snap. Then Yamamoto Masahiro's arm was broken. He also screamed in pain and rolled on the ground. Seeing that he still refused to call him dad, Chen Jingting had no choice but to give up. That's amazing. He really made us proud. Let's see if he dares to be so arrogant again. The students below cheered excitedly. Chen Jingting walked towards the stage, feeling unhappy at all. Mission failed. The 53.2 million in your account must be donated within 10 days, otherwise the consequences will be even more serious. After knowing what the punishment was, Chen Jingting was so angry that he cursed. This system is so pitfalls. The penalty for failure is too severe. Are you okay? Yana came up, looking concerned. Fine. Chen Jingting shrugged his shoulders, complaining in his heart. Yana quickly picked up the paper and wiped his face, saying, "Look at how sweaty you are. Let me wipe it for you." Chen Jingting quickly said, "I can do it myself." Now he feels a little painful thinking about donating all 50 million. But since we are going to donate, we have to think of the most cost-effective way to donate. Office. Su Qian came to Qin Muyuan and said with a smile, "Muyuan, do you know? A new teacher came to our school today. I heard that she was a star in the past." Qin Muyuan replied calmly, "Celebrities are celebrities. I don't chase after them. It must be very good in all aspects. Here it comes." Su Qian shouted excitedly. At this moment, a 1.8 meter tall, handsome man walked in from outside, like the male lead in an idol drama. So handsome. Su Qian and the others were just like crazy fans, staring without blinking. Qin Muyuan had no interest at all and continued to correct the homework. Principal Lu Xiaoman introduced to everyone, "This is Zhu Ziyan. He will be our school's dance teacher from now on. Let's get to know him." "I know him, he's already in a boy band." Jiang Ling and others were very excited. "That's all in the past. I hope everyone will take good care of me in the future." Zhu Ziyan greeted everyone with a warm smile. Lu Xiaoman said, "You two should get to know each other." After saying that, she turned and left. Su Qian and others gathered around him and chatted with him. Zhu Ziyan's gaze fell on Qin Muyuan from time to time. After chatting for a while, he came to the position. Soon Qin Muyuan also went to class. Jiang Ling saw that Zhu Ziyan was staring at her, so she walked over and said softly, "Don't look at her, she's already married." Zhu Ziyan just smiled slightly, thinking to himself that getting married and then getting divorced is nothing. This Qin Muyuan is indeed very beautiful, a top-notch beauty. He had made up his mind to get this woman. Especially when he learned that Qin Muyuan's husband was just a student, he felt more confident. After all, he debuted in a boy band, and his appearance and figure were top-notch. He didn't believe that he couldn't win her over. Chapter 40, the 40th favorite hint. In the afternoon, Qin Muyuan sat at the table, shaking her neck. After a day of classes, she was a little tired. She picked up her phone and prepared to order a drink. Xu Ziwen came over, holding a cup of coffee in his hand, with a handsome and charming smile on his face. "Teacher Qin, I ordered coffee specially for you." Qin Muyuan waved her hand and refused directly. "Thank you, I ordered it myself, you can give it to other teachers." Xu Ziwen showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, and continued, "It's just a cup of coffee. I just came here, I should treat you." Qin Muyuan was not stupid either. He didn't order any for others but only for himself. Everyone knew what he was thinking. She still shook her head and refused. Xu Ziwen could only return in disappointment and sat back in his seat. "Muyuan, come with me for a walk." Su Qian greeted Qin Muyuan. "Good." Qin Muyuan immediately stood up and walked out. After they came outside, Su Qian looked at her and said, "Why don't you drink the coffee I bought you?" Qin Muyuan said, "I am a married woman, I have to be careful about this kind of thing. If you want a drink, go ahead." Su Qian stretched out her hand and twisted her arm, saying, "What are you talking about? Although he is quite handsome, I have a boyfriend." Qin Muyuan rolled her eyes at her and said, "You stupid girl, you still tease me even though you know it. Ha, I'm just testing you on behalf of your husband. Su Qian replied. Then the two of them walked and chatted. Ing cottage. In the kitchen, Chen Jingting was explaining new dishes to a group of chefs. Lu Xiying stood by and watched quietly, his eyes full of admiration. Okay, practice more on yourselves, and make sure the taste is consistent. Chen Jingting gave instructions. You've worked hard today, wipe off your sweat. Lu Xiying handed over a towel. Chen Jingting wiped his sweat and said, we have also made more than 30 new dishes, which is enough for the opening. Lu Xiying said with admiration, you were able to make so many dishes in this afternoon, and they all tasted very good. I really admire your cooking skills. Chen Jingting just smiled modestly. At this time, he has to be low-key to highlight his tall and majestic figure. You've been tired for a long time, go to the box and take a rest. Lu Xiying led him over. After arriving at the box, Chen Jingting picked up the kettle and started drinking. Lu Xiying walked in with a bottle of wine and a plate of peanuts. Chen Jingting smiled and asked, you seem to be in a good mood today. I'm happy. I'll have a few drinks with you. Lu Xiying poured a glass of wine and handed it over. I am really happy today. From now on, I can be a hands-off boss. Chen Jingting drank the wine in the glass. Lu Xiying smiled and said, if you are the shopkeeper, then I would be the boss's wife. Chen Jingting felt that there was something else behind her words, so he could only play it off. How come you're drunk when you haven't even drunk anything yet? We are in a cooperative relationship. Lu Xiying nodded and replied, we are in a cooperative relationship now, but you can become the boss lady in the future. Chen Jingting sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere and asked, what has provoked you? You've started talking nonsense. Lu Xiying picked up the wine and took a sip, then replied, nothing, drink your wine. Chen Jingting kept eating peanuts and didn't dare to drink anymore. Lu Xiying swallowed the words he wanted to confess. She had hinted so clearly, but Chen Jingting still had no reaction. This means the timing is wrong. She didn't feel like him at first, she just admired him. But today I suddenly realized that this admiration has turned into love. Lu Xiying knew that the time was not right yet and could only bury his feelings deep in his heart. In the evening, Qin Muyuan came to the parking lot and prepared to drive home. Teacher Qin, we have to go back. Xu Ziwen suddenly jumped out and greeted her. Qin Muyuan just nodded, then opened the car door and prepared to go. Xu Ziwen quickly said, Teacher Qin, can I treat you to dinner? Qin Muyuan asked expressionlessly, what's the matter? Xu Ziwen once again showed his charming and handsome smile and said, I want to ask you something. It's time to get off work now. If you have anything to say, come to the office on Monday to talk. Qin Muyuan refused again. Teacher Qin, I just want to get to know you, don't have any ideas. Xu Ziwen became anxious when he saw that she ignored him. Qin Muyuan said seriously, I hope we only have a working relationship, please be careful. After that, she got in the car and left. She's really an icy beauty, but this makes me even more interested. A hint of pride appeared on Xu Ziwen's face, and the plan in his mind became more and more perfect. An hour later, after Qin Muyuan returned to the villa, she immediately went into the kitchen and started cooking a pot of nourishing chicken soup. Qin finally looked at the angelica, ginseng, and other tonics in the pot, and asked while chewing an apple, Sister, this is so tonic. Yes. I noticed that your brother-in-law's Nigio power is not as good as before recently. Qin Muyuan said this without thinking. That's because you've spoiled him. You're so seductive, how can he control himself? Qin fondly widened her eyes and muttered something. Qin Muyuan rolled her eyes at her and said, what are you thinking about? I mean, he's been running for longer and longer recently, and he's out of breath after just a few steps. It's boring. Qin finally originally wanted to hear something exciting, but this is what happened. Not long after, Chen Jingting also returned home. When he saw the chicken soup on the table, he laughed and said, Wife, I just want to drink chicken soup. Qin finally came up and muttered, My sister made this specially for you. This is a very nourishing chicken soup. She said that your Nagio strength has obviously decreased. Chen Jingting looked at Qin Muyuan and said, Wife, you told her such a private thing. And I didn't lose heart at all, didn't you praise me yesterday? Listen to her, this girl just wants to watch the fun and not mind making trouble. Qin Muyuan grabbed Qin Finely's ear directly. You said it yourself. Qin finally covered her ears and muttered. Qin Muyuan served Chen Jingting a bowl of chicken soup and said, Honey, tomorrow is the weekend, let's go to the amusement park. I haven't been shopping for a long time. Chen Jingting was depressed thinking about donating the money, so he went out to relax and nodded and replied, okay. Xin finally quickly said, I can go too. Chen Jingting glanced at her and said, why are you being a light bulb when you're just doing your homework at home? Xin finally muttered, you have no say, I will definitely agree, right? Xin Muyuan said, if you want to go somewhere else, I can give you money. I don't want to go anywhere else, I just want to be with you guys. Xin fondly was not moved at all. Chen Jingting thought that he had to find a way to get rid of this light bulb tomorrow. Chapter 41 Envy and Jealousy. The next day. When Chen Jingting was sleeping soundly, he suddenly felt his nose itchy. When he opened his eyes, he found Qin Muyuan was fiddling with his nose with her hair, and said with a smile, little naughty boy, it seems that I spoiled you too much last night. Qin Muyuan smiled and replied, I'm your wife, if you don't feel sorry for me, who will? Get up quickly, we still have to go to the amusement park today. Chen Jingting nodded, sat up and rubbed his face. Qin Muyuan brought over a set of casual clothes, a watch, and socks. She changed into a tight white shirt, which immediately revealed her proud waist, and then put on a pink coat on the outside. The pants she wore were leggings and a short skirt. The overall style is sexy and ladylike. These clothes were bought for her by Chen Jingting before, and she spent almost 20,000 yuan on the whole body. After Chen Jingting changed his clothes, he took her hand and went out. In the living room, Xin fondly was already waiting, with a lollipop in her mouth, and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time, let's go. Wife, let's go. Chen Jingting ignored her and went downstairs holding Qin Muyuan's hand. Sister, I want to hold hands too. Qin finally followed and took Qin Muyuan's hand. Qin Muyuan looked at her and said, don't be silly. You're always causing trouble. Qin finally said, sister, if my brother-in-law and I fell into the river at the same time, who would you save? Qin Muyuan thought that Chen Jingting was her man, and everything to her, so she said without hesitation, of course I'll save my husband. My husband is the most important. Qin Fangli pouted and muttered, sister, you really value women over friendship. You know your sister can't walk when she sees a man. Qin Muyuan took Chen Jingting's arm and went downstairs. An hour later. The three of them came to the amusement park. How beautiful. When passers-by saw Qin Muyuan, their eyes widened and their mouths were almost drooling. Qin Muyuan was already accustomed to these men's aggressive gazes. Chen Jingting is very happy in his heart. After all, his wife is so beautiful, she is the dream goddess that everyone wants. Qin Muyuan came up and said with a smile, husband, you are the envy of everyone for having such a beautiful wife like me. I am proud of you. Chen Jingting kissed her on the cheek and replied, of course, my wife is so beautiful. Honey, I want to drink milk tea. Qin Muyuan pouted and started to act coquettishly. Okay, I'll buy it for you. Chen Jingting immediately went to give her milk tea. Soon he came over with a cup of milk tea and handed it to Qin Muyuan, saying, my sister-in-law is much more obedient now. She doesn't follow us anymore. Qin Muyuan took a sip of milk tea, then fed it to Chen Jingting and said, I guess she understands that in my heart, you, my husband, are more important. Chen Jingting hugged her waist tightly and said with relief, my wife is so nice. I'm your wife, so of course I have to treat you well and treat you well with all my heart. Come, let's take a picture so I can post it on WeChat Moments. Qin Muyuan picked up her phone and prepared to take a selfie. Chen Jingting came over and placed his hand in front of her moon. Qin Muyuan didn't care about his dirty hands at all. Instead, she was happier with her man. She then posted the man's photo on her Moments. Then the two continued to walk around the amusement park hand in hand. Apartment. Zhu Ziwen is playing computer games. Someone nearby came over and said, cousin, look, teacher Qin went out to play with her husband and even posted photos. Zhu Ziwen felt very jealous when he saw the intimacy and happiness between the two of them on the phone. Teacher Qin is so beautiful, and her figure is top-notch. Her outfit is not cheap. The earrings and necklace are over 100,000 yuan each, and the pink coat she's wearing costs 50,000 yuan online. The whole outfit must have cost at least 500,000 yuan. It's good to be beautiful. Tang Hai introduced with envy on his face. Isn't her husband a student? He's so rich. Xu Ziwen asked jealously. Tang Hai said, before that, Chen Jingting was unknown. He suddenly became rich recently. I heard that his family is also very ordinary. Xu Ziwen thought for a moment and asked, how could this money not belong to Qin Muyuan? She is so beautiful, she should not be short of money. All her previous boyfriends were rich men. Tang Hai nodded and replied, it's possible. He's an ordinary person, it's impossible for him to suddenly have so much money. It's also possible that teacher Qin gave him money to save face. So he's a gigolo. Xu Ziwen cursed angrily. Cousin, you are so handsome and have no shortage of women. Why do you always stare at teacher Qin? Tang Hai asked curiously. Xu Ziwen replied without hesitation, what's the point of having a woman who can be easily obtained? What I want is a woman who is difficult to get. Tang Hai said, this is a simple matter. Just let teacher Qin feel that her husband is incompetent and can't help her. Xu Ziwen nodded and replied, that's what I planned. You are a student in her class, so I need your help. Tang Hai was stunned and asked, let me help? How can I help? Xu Ziwen came over and whispered in his ear. This is not good. I can't stay in school anymore. There was a hint of hesitation on Tang Hai's face. I'll give you 100,000 yuan. Will you do it? Xu Ziwen just spent the money. Tang Hai replied without hesitation, that's no problem, but you have to give it to me first. Xu Ziwen picked up his phone and transferred money to him himself. After all, he was his cousin, so he felt more at ease. In the evening, Chen Jingting and Qin Muyuan were eating in a restaurant. Qin Muyuan looked at him happily and said, hubby, I'm so happy today. Thank you for accompanying me. Chen Jingting reached out and pinched her cheek and said, silly wife, I am your husband, and it is my duty to accompany you. Qin Muyuan's smile is as beautiful as a flower now. Muyuan, you guys are hanging out here too. Su Qian came over with a few friends. Yeah. Have you eaten yet? If not, let's eat together. Qin Muyuan started to care. Su Qian sat down and introduced his friends to her. One person looked at Qin Muyuan and said, Muyuan, this is not cheap. It must cost at least 50,000 yuan. Qin Muyuan smiled and replied, it's okay. My husband bought them for me. That's great. Your husband is so good to you. There was envy in the eyes of several people. Few women can wear 50W clothes. He is very good to me. The luckiest thing in my life is marrying him. Qin Muyuan held Chen Jingting's hand tightly. But she didn't know that a conspiracy against her was about to be carried out. Chapter 42 Teacher Qin hits people. On Monday, Qin Muyuan came to school in a gorgeous dress, looking charming, sexy and attractive. Su Qian looked at her and said, look at your bright face. You must be well nourished by your husband. Qin Muyuan sat down and said, of course, I am still very satisfied with my husband's abilities. Su Qian came up to her and said, didn't you post a photo of yourself at the amusement park over the weekend? Now everyone is talking about your outfit. Qin Muyuan asked curiously, what's wrong with my outfit? It's very good. It's decent and not revealing. Your 50W outfit is the focus of people's discussion even without doing anything. Su Qian replied. I don't care about any of that. Qin Muyuan replied calmly. Su Qian said, you don't care, but it looks like you care. But not many women can wear 50Ws on their bodies. I'm going to class first. Qin Muyuan thought that she would not wear so many jewelry tomorrow, so she got up and went out. Chen Jingting was strolling by the lake, still thinking about the issue of donating money. This is 50 million. Who wouldn't he feel sad? At this moment, he saw Yana sitting on a stone chair with a worried look on her face, so he walked over and asked, what are you doing here? Yana shook her head and replied softly, nothing, nothing. Chen Jingting sat next to him and said, your face is full of what happened. Tell me. What happened? Yana said, my father had an accident. He fell off the construction site. Chen Jingting asked quickly, is it serious? It's still very serious. If I don't get the information in time, I might become disabled. My family is trying to find a way to raise money, but it will cost millions. Yana talked about this. Is that so? How much more is needed? Chen Jingting asked further. Yana explained, there is still a long way to go. Our family is not rich. Now we have to borrow money from everyone and only manage to get 100,000 yuan. After understanding what was going on, Chen Jingting spoke to comfort her, don't worry, there are solutions to every problem. I can help you think of some ideas. Hearing this, Yana couldn't help but show a hint of joy on her face. She looked at her and said, "Thank you so much." Chen Jingting thought about finding out first and then seeing what the situation was. Around noon. After the last class, Qin Muyuan prepared to eat. "Teacher Qin, can you wait a moment? I have a question for you." Tang Hai came over and stopped her. Qin Muyuan nodded and asked, "What don't you understand?" Tang Hai took out the book, pointed to a passage on it and started asking questions. Qin Muyuan also answered him seriously. After a while, Tang Hai suddenly asked, "Teacher, can your husband satisfy you?" Hearing this, Qin Muyuan's face suddenly darkened. Thinking that she had heard it wrong, she quickly asked, "What did you say?" "Your husband can't do it at first sight, I can make you happy." Tang Hai continued to tease her. "Please watch your words." Seeing that he was going too far, Qin Muyuan stopped him sternly. Xin suppressed his anger. Tang Hai didn't care and instead put his hand directly on her leg. "Pa!" Qin Muyuan slapped him directly and cursed, "You are too much. How can you do such a dirty thing?" Tang Hai said with a joking smile, "Your husband does this kind of thing all the time. Why can't I do it? I see that you are so frivolous. Besides your husband, you must have served many men." Qin Muyuan was really so angry that she lost her mind. She had never seen such a shameless student, so she slapped Tang Hai on the face again and again. Soon Tang Hai's face began to swell up. But he just stood there with his head down, without any other movement. Phew! After Qin Muyuan slapped him more than a dozen times, she was so angry that she gasped for breath, then turned around and left angrily. "Yes, well done." Xu Ziwen walked in from outside with a cell phone in his hand. "I was slapped more than a dozen times. I can't feel my face anymore." Tang Hai rubbed his face, tears streaming down his face in pain. Xu Ziwen smiled and said, 100,000 yuan is not easy to earn. How can you make it without suffering a little? Tang Hai asked, "Cousin, what are you going to do next?" Xu Ziwen replied with a smile, "I will upload the video to the school forum and the internet. She will definitely be bullied online by the public opinion, and I will come forward to help find out the truth." Tang Hai muttered, "Won't I be embarrassed by then?" "Brother, don't worry. Just come out and admit your mistake when the time comes. As long as I sleep with her, I'll give you another 100,000. Xu Ziwen guaranteed it. "Okay, that's enough. I didn't get slapped in vain." Tang Hai nodded, a smile appearing on his face. Office. Su Qian looked at Qin Muyuan walking towards him angrily and asked quickly, "What's wrong? Why are you so angry?" Qin Muyuan told Tang Hai about how he teased her. After hearing this, Su Qian's eyes widened and he said in surprise, "He is so bold. This is too much." At this moment, a man walked in and asked anxiously, "Muyuan, did you slap the student more than a dozen times?" Qin Muyuan quickly asked, "Teacher Zhao, how did you know?" Zhao Wen immediately took the phone and said, "Someone posted the video of you beating a student online. It has already received more than 100,000 hits. How could this happen? You said I was bullying others and that I was a bad teacher." Qin Muyuan was also very angry when she saw the title and various unpleasant words in the video. "Muyuan, don't get excited. It will be resolved. We all know what kind of person you are." Su Qian hurried to comfort her. Qin Muyuan is now feeling angry and sad. She is dedicated to her work and her students, but she never expected to encounter such a thing. "Teacher Qin, what happened?" Many people came in and asked about the situation. They had all seen the video of Qin Muyuan beating students. Su Qian explained to them what had been sent. At this moment, a man walked in and said to Qin Muyuan, "Teacher Qin, the principal is looking for you." "Got it. Thank you." Qin Muyuan immediately got up and went over. Principal's office. Lu Xiaoman was watching the video on the computer showing Qin Muyuan slapping a student more than a dozen times. Now that it has gone viral on the internet, she knows that she must deal with it seriously, otherwise it will affect the reputation of the school and she will not be able to explain to everyone. Headmaster. Qin Muyuan walked in, feeling very depressed. "You know why I called you here, right? How could this happen? You're a teacher." Lu Xiaoman's tone was also very stern. Chapter 43 classes were suspended. "Principal, that student insulted me with his words and actions, so I lost control and hit him." Qin Muyuan explained seriously. "No matter what, You shouldn't hit someone. After all, you are a teacher, and the video didn't record any sound, so you can't prove what you said. There was no expression on Lu Xiaoman's face. After all, this incident had seriously affected the school's reputation. When Qin Muyuan heard this, she knew that she could not produce any evidence. Lu Xiaoman said in a deep voice, "You should stop attending classes first and wait for our investigation." Hearing this, Qin Muyuan felt extremely aggrieved. She had done nothing wrong, but she was the one who was punished. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shed tears. Lu Xiaoman could only comfort her in an official way. "Don't worry, we will investigate the matter thoroughly. It's unknown how long it will take to investigate thoroughly. By that time, people's prejudices will have been formed and it will be useless to explain." Qin Muyuan knew that the investigation would not be completed in a short time and she would most likely be fired. Lu Xiaoman had no explanation for this. That was the fact. After all, the impact of this incident was too bad. Even if she was innocent, she could not stay. "Principal, I'm leaving now." Qin Muyuan wiped her tears, then got up and went out. After coming outside, she took a deep breath, sorted out her emotions, and prepared to leave. At this moment, Zhu Ziwen came over and said, "Teacher Qin, are you okay?" Qin Muyuan shook her head and walked away. Zhu Ziwen followed him and said, "Teacher Qin, I believe there must be a reason for this. I am quite familiar with Tang Hai. I can go talk to him and ask him to come forward and explain clearly." Qin Muyuan ignored him and continued walking on her own. After Zhu Ziwen suffered a setback, he didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time Qin Muyuan saw Chen Jingting and immediately ran over and threw herself into his arms. Chen Jingting hugged her tightly and comforted her softly, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Qin Muyuan felt a lot more at ease leaning in his arms. "Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious first." After saying that, Chen Jingting took her hand and left. Zhu Ziwen felt very jealous when he saw the two of them leaving. He worked so hard to design this show in order to please Qin Muyuan, but in the end, she ignored him completely. In order to ensure that the scene would not fail, he decided to increase his strength. What on earth happened? At this time, Tang Hai was in the classroom. Many people gathered around him, asking about what happened. "I just asked a few questions, but Teacher Qin got impatient, and after a few arguments, she started beating me." Tang Hai was talking incessantly. The people around were also listening attentively. After all, this matter had already been widely circulated on the internet. "Bullshit, it's obviously you who wanted to take advantage of my sister." At this moment, Qin finally came over angrily with a stick in her hand. Tang Hai replied calmly, "I'm not talking nonsense, I can swear to heaven." Qin finally started to curse, "I swear to you, you bastard, I will beat you to death." After saying that, she hit Tang Hai with a stick. Tang Hai quickly stretched out his hand to block it, grimacing in pain. "Stop hitting me." Some people also tried to stop Qin fondly. "I will kill you if you dare to bully my sister." Qin finally didn't care and just beat whoever came up to her. The scene was extremely chaotic for a while. Parking lot. Chen Jingting led Qin Muyuan into the car. Woo woo woo. Qin Muyuan finally couldn't help crying and felt very sad. Chen Jingting looked at her crying like a tearful person and quickly hugged her in his arms again. Qin Muyuan sobbed, "It was clearly his fault, but in the end he wanted to fire me." Chen Jingting comforted him, "He hasn't been fired yet. We still need to investigate. Those are just polite words. The end result is the same." Qin Muyuan was crying with tears all over her face and snot running. "The ending is uncertain, anything is possible, wipe it off. Your nose is running." Chen Jingting took out a piece of paper and handed it over. Qin Muyuan took the paper and wiped her nose, saying, "If this matter is not resolved immediately, once it is dragged on, I can't wash it off even if I jump into the Yellow River. I don't want to be fired without a clear name like this." Chen Jingting assured firmly, "Don't worry, everything will be fine. I won't let you suffer any grievances." Hearing this, Qin Muyuan felt warm in her heart. Chen Jingting thought about finding a way to solve this problem. Ding-a-ling. The phone suddenly rang. After Qin Muyuan answered the call, she couldn't help but frown and said, "My sister got into trouble again. She went to Tongguat and got beaten up by several other people. My sister-in-law is quite amazing." Chen Jingting smiled and praised. "What's so great about you? You're getting more and more outrageous now. You even hit people." Qin Muyuan said this, but she felt a little warm in her heart. Chen Jing picked up his phone and watched the video of Qin Muyuan beating Tang Bo, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. He quickly said to Qin Muyuan, "Wife, I have something to do later, let my sister accompany you to go shopping and eat something delicious to relax." Qin Muyuan looked at Qin fondly, who was also coming over, and nodded. "Sister, I taught that Tang Bo a lesson for you, so he dared not bully you." Qin fondly shook her fist, very happy. "Get in the car. Don't be so impulsive next time." Qin Muyuan gave instructions. Qin finally nodded, thinking that she would talk about the future later. Soon the two of them drove away. Chen Jingting immediately sent a message to Wei Peng, asking him to come over. 5 minutes later, Wei Peng ran over and said, "Brother, what do you want from me?" Chen Jingting said, "You have seen the video of my wife beating Tang Bo." Wei Peng nodded and replied, "I've seen it. Teacher Qin is too impulsive." Chen Jingting continued, "In that video, they are talking to each other, right?" "Yes, but I looked carefully and no sound was recorded at all." Wei Peng talked about his views on this. Technology is so advanced nowadays, see if you can use some software to amplify the sound. Chen Jingting made this suggestion. Wei Peng replied without hesitation, "You can try." Chen Jingting smiled and said, "That's great. Let's go try it right away. Just order whatever you want. I'll pay for it. Then I'll have to ask for a lot." Wei Peng immediately burst into laughter. "I'm just worried you'll eat too much." Chen Jingting thought that he had to deal with the matter in the next 2 days. He must not delay and clear his wife's name as soon as possible. Moreover, Tang Hai actually dared to tease his wife. This could not be tolerated and he must be severely punished. Then the two of them went back together, preparing to order some food when the time came, and then study the video to see if they could extract any sound. Chapter 44 Counterattack. Chen Jingting followed Wei Peng back to the dormitory. He took out his phone and started to order food, saying, "Just get busy and don't worry. You will definitely get food and drinks." Wei Peng turned on his computer and said, "Don't worry, brother. As long as I have enough food and drink, I will definitely work hard." Several people nearby said, "Brother Jingting, if you need any help, just let us know." Chen Jingting smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will never be polite when I can order you around." After Wei Peng turned on the computer, he immediately got busy. Chen Jingting ordered a meal worth 100,000 yuan at a 5-star restaurant, and then stuffed 10,000 yuan into a red envelope for the writer, asking him to deliver it as soon as possible. This amount of money is just a small amount. Now that he has money, he naturally wants to benefit other people. "I got it. I got the order." Where a group of writers gathered on the side of the road, one of them shouted excitedly, "I'm so lucky. It's a red envelope of 10,000 yuan. The people around were full of envy and jealousy. 15 minutes later, the delivery man walked into the dormitory carrying several large boxes. Gao Ming watched the exquisite dishes being taken out of the box one by one, and smelled the fragrance, his mouth watering with greed, and asked quickly, "Brother Jingting, this dish is really good. It must have cost a lot of money." Chen Jingting replied with a smile, "We booked a table from a 5-star restaurant, it's only 100,000 yuan, enjoy your meal, we haven't been together for a long time." $100,000, brother, now you are really rich. Sun Fu also came over, looking excited. "Of course, otherwise how could I marry Teacher Qin?" "Right." Wang Dachuan also echoed. Chen Jingting called Wei Peng, "Come and eat first. I also bought a bottle of good wine. Come and try it." Wei Peng also came over and immediately picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Gao Ming poured wine for them. Sun Fu took a sip of the wine and immediately clicked his tongue, saying, "It tastes really good. It must be expensive." "It's only $30,000, it's not bad." Chen Jingting replied calmly. 30,000? That's just it. Brother, you've really made a fortune. You have to help your brothers. I'll toast to you. Wang Dachuan hurriedly held the wine and looked at him. Chen Jingting reached out and punched his arm, then said with a smile, "What's our relationship? Why are you being so polite to me?" Wang Dachuan echoed, "That's right. He didn't know how to download porn movies before, so I helped him." "You still remember it?" "Of course I don't remember. I was watching it alone in bed at night, making so much noise that we couldn't sleep well the whole night." Sun Fu quickly took over the conversation. When Chen Jingting saw them talking about their dark history, he could only smile foolishly. Who hasn't he been young once? Soon the meal ended with laughter. An hour later, Wei Peng put down the mouse, rubbed his eyes, and then said to Chen Jingting, "No, I tried several times and found that this video has no sound. It should be deliberately not recorded." Chen Jingting felt a little disappointed and said, "It's okay, let's think of another way. Can't we see them talking? Can we hire a lip reader to translate what they said?" Wei Peng nodded and said, "You are really smart. It is totally possible. Okay, leave it to me." After coming up with the idea, Chen Jingting felt much more comforted. He then started looking up information on the internet. He soon found a special education institution where someone could read lips, and he rushed there immediately. Hospital. Yao Na was sitting in front of the bed, looking at her unconscious father. Her mother, Wu Feng, also had a worried look on her face. She wiped her tears and said, "The doctor just came to urge us to pay the bill again, saying that your father will not be able to survive if he doesn't have the surgery." Yao Na is now in tears. She was just a student, and she had no way to pay the surgery fee of more than 2 million. At this moment, her heart was filled with despair, like an ant trapped in water. Sunshine Special Education Institution. After Chen Jingting arrived, he prepared to look for the teacher inside, Wang Gang. A man came over and asked, "Hello, sir, what can I do for you?" Chen Jingting asked, "Is teacher Wang Gang here?" The man quickly replied, "Teacher Wang just finished class and is taking a break. Why don't you wait for a while?" "No more waiting, I'll go find him." After saying that, Chen Jingting walked straight over. Clang. When he pushed open the door, he saw a bald man in his 40s wearing glasses hugging a young woman and touching her all over. "What are you doing? Get out of here." Wang Gang also screamed in fear. "I need you to do something." Chen Jingting sat down directly. Wang Gang said angrily while tidying up his clothes, "Let's go quickly." "What are you going to do?" Chen Jingting took out a stack of money from his bag and threw it on the table, saying, 100,000 yuan, are you willing to earn it? Wang Gang quickly changed his expression and said, "Yes, yes. What can I do for you?" "Sir, tell me." Chen Jingting took out his phone and opened the video, saying, "Help me see what they said." "Aren't you a lip-reading expert?" Wang Gang looked at him and asked, "Are you really going to give me 100,000? Chen Jingting pushed the money over and said, "You can keep it first." "Okay, these are just small matters." Wang Gang is so happy now that he is grinning from ear to ear. Normally he only earns 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month, so 100,000 yuan is his salary for almost half a year. The most important thing is that he only needs to translate a few sentences, and the money is so easy to earn. "Tell me what their conversation was about?" Chen Jingting asked. Wang Gang also watched the video and interpreted the two people's lip reading. "Teacher, can your husband satisfy you?" "What did you say?" "Your husband can't do it at first sight, I can make you happy." "Watch your words." Hearing these words, Chen Jingting was very angry. He didn't expect Tang Hai to be such a despicable person. After Wang Gang finished reading, he said, "That's all." Chen Jingting immediately sent these conversations to Wei Peng and asked him to send a clarification video, which would resolve the issue. After settling this matter, he felt much better and sent a message to Qin Muyuan, saying that the problem could be solved soon. Wei Peng quickly posted a video online based on the content of the conversation, while explaining the whole incident. In the apartment, Zhu Ziwen was playing computer games. Tang Hai walked over with a nervous look on his face and said, "Cousin, this is bad. Someone posted a video of the conversation between me and Qin Muyuan. It's exactly the same." Zhu Ziwen immediately checked the video, and when he saw that the traffic had increased, he frowned. Tang Hai said quickly, "Cousin, if this gets out, something bad will happen." Zhu Ziwen said calmly, "No hurry, I will ask the studio to upload some fake videos to confuse people. But if the school investigates, something bad will definitely happen." A trace of worry appeared on Tang Hai's face. "What are you afraid of?" "The vice principal is my uncle. I will ask him to delay the investigation for a while. After a few months, no one will care about this anymore." Zhu Ziwen is full of confidence and everything is under control. Tomorrow Chen Jingting will find that his methods are useless and will have no choice but to use his ultimate move. Chapter 45 Donation of 50 million. The next day. After Chen Jingting woke up, he looked at the familiar Qin Muyuan beside him and reached out to gently stroke her face. He took out his cell phone to check what was happening online. However, he immediately discovered that there were many dubbing videos of Qin Muyuan beating people on the internet, saying that there were all kinds of people involved. After seeing this scene, he was unable to react for a moment and did not understand why this happened. The public opinion on the internet is still unfavorable to Qin Muyuan. Chen Jingting immediately contacted Wei Peng and asked what was going on. Wei Peng, someone is posting these videos deliberately to confuse the public. Chen Jingting, can we find out who did it? Wei Peng, I checked and found out it was a studio, but I couldn't find out who did this. If I spend money to contact them, I should be able to find out who it is. Chen Jingting, no need to go through so much trouble. I will solve the problem directly from the root. Now he has an idea in his mind. Anyway, the more than 50 million yuan is going to be donated, so it can be used to solve this problem. Hubby, wake up. Qin Muyuan stood up lazily and stretched, looking sexy and charming. You're awake now. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Chen Jingting asked. Qin Muyuan lay on his legs and said, I don't want to eat. I'd made an appointment with Su Qian to go shopping together. You said yesterday that the school matter has been resolved. When can I go back to class? Chen Jingting thought about what he had promised her confidently, but now he was slapped in the face and said, tomorrow, you can go back. My husband is so nice. Qin Muyuan snuggled into his arms, like a lazy cat, and decided to reward him well. School. At the edge of the grassland, Zhu Ziwen was smoking with a middle-aged man. He is the school's vice president, Zhu Quanming. Zhu Ziwen said, Uncle, you have to help with the investigation. You can delay it as long as possible. Zhu Quanming smiled and said, don't worry, I'm in charge of this matter. It will definitely not be resolved within 3 months. I will hold a meeting today and have people fire Qin Muyuan first. Thank you, Uncle. Zhu Ziwen hurriedly thanked him. What? We are all family. Zhu Quanming smiled very happily. Principal's office. Lu Xiaoman was dealing with things, mainly the impact of Qin Muyuan's beating incident. Boom boom boom. Chen Jingting walked in from the door and said, Principal, are you free? I have something to talk to you about. Lu Xiaoman took off his glasses and said, come in and sit down. Chen Jingting walked in, sat on a chair, and said, Principal, I want to donate some money to our school. Lu Xiaoman understood what he meant and knew that he would only donate tens of thousands at most. She said, Student Chen, it's a good thing that you want to donate money, but it can't change the punishment for Teacher Qin. Chen Jingting smiled and said, I will donate 50 million. What? How much? When Lu Xiaoman heard this number, she was stunned, as if she had heard it wrongly. 50 million. Chen Jingting held up 5 fingers and used the remaining millions to help Yao Na. After Lu Xiaoman came to her senses, she asked, 50 million? Are you sure you're not kidding? Chen Jingting nodded and replied, of course not, I can sign the donation agreement and transfer the money right away. Lu Xiaoman still found it hard to believe that he would donate 50 million yuan, and asked, why would you do this? Chen Jingting said, I only have one request. Let's clear up the beating today. She can go back to school tomorrow and get rid of Tang Hai. Lu Xiaoman fell into deep thought. 50 million is not a small amount. Principal, if you are worried, I can transfer the money to the supervision account first and ask the notary office to notarize it. Chen Jingting threw out this statement. Okay, let's do it. Lu Xiaoman agreed immediately and made arrangements immediately. Half an hour later. All the formalities have been completed. Chen Jingting looked at Lu Xiaoman and said, Principal, if you don't resolve my wife's issue by 12 o'clock at night, you won't be able to donate the money. After saying that, he turned around and left. He didn't believe that he couldn't settle the matter after spending 50 million. Lu Xiaoman immediately started to get busy. After all, this matter had to be resolved today. It cost 50 million. Meeting room. Teacher Qin Muyuan's incident has had a serious impact on our school. In view of this, I think we can consider expelling Teacher Qin first. Zhu Quanming spoke out about this. Yes, the impact of this incident is really too bad. Many people echoed this. Clang. At this moment, Lu Xiaoman pushed the door and walked in. Zhu Quanming asked quickly, Principal, why are you here? We are having a meeting to discuss expelling Qin Muyuan. Lu Xiaoman said, the situation has changed now. Teacher Chin's husband wants to donate 50 million to the school, and the requirement is that this matter be resolved within today. 50 million. There was a look of surprise on everyone's face. Does he have so much money? He's just a student. Xu Quanming asked quickly. Lu Xiaoman smiled and said, the money has been deposited into the supervision account. As long as this is done, the money can be deposited into the school's account. Xu Quanming said, but this matter is very complicated. I'm afraid it won't work if we investigate it thoroughly today. Lu Xiaoman said directly, it's okay. I've also watched the video online. Some people analyzed that Tang Hai was the first to cause trouble. We just need to clarify this matter. Yes, this is still very simple. Just find a professional to ask. Everyone agreed, saying that they were not in a hurry before because there was no benefit, but now the school has money to earn. Okay, let's arrange it right away and try to investigate it thoroughly this afternoon. Lu Xiaoman threw out this statement. Everyone immediately got to work. Xu Quanming didn't know what to say, so he could only send a message to Zhu Ziwen. When Zhu Ziwen learned the news, he immediately found Tang Hai. Tang Hai was still unaware at this time, and greeted him with a smile. Cousin, what's the matter? Zhu Ziwen said in a deep voice, the matter is about to be exposed. The school is now urgently investigating this matter. You may be expelled. Hearing this, Tang Hai was stunned and asked, why is this happening? Zhu Ziwen said, Chen Jingting donated 50 million to the school. Tang Hai's eyes widened immediately and he said, 50 million? How can he have so much money? You ask me, how would I know? Be prepared to be fired. Zhu Ziwen replied unhappily. Then what should I do? I had a hard time getting in here. Tang Hai's face was full of panic. Zhu Ziwen warned, as long as you insist that you did it, I will not treat you unfairly and will give you another 200,000 yuan. Tang Hai felt relieved when he heard that there was money to be made. What Zhu Ziwen is thinking about now is how to protect himself and not be implicated in this matter. Chapter 46. Are you worth it? In the evening. Hurry up, organize the information, and go notify all the students to assemble. Lu Xiaoman kept urging in the office. The house was also bustling with activity. Lu Xiaoman had a serious and anxious look on her face. If things weren't handled properly, the 50 million would not be received. A man came over and said, Principal, everything is ready. Lu Xiaoman immediately picked up her phone and called Chen Jingting. Not long after, Chen Jingting drove Qin Muyuan to school. He just received a call from Su Xiaoman, saying that the matter had been resolved. He was in a very good mood at this moment. The 50 million yuan he spent was really useful. Qin Muyuan saw how happy he was and asked quickly, Husband, why are you so happy? Chen Jingting held her hand and said, Your problem has been solved. Now we are going to school. Qin Muyuan was also very excited and said, Really? Chen Jingting nodded and replied, Of course, how could your husband lie to you? That's great. My husband is awesome. Qin Muyuan was so happy that she shook her body. Soon the two arrived at the school. At this time, the playground was already full of students. The leaders on the stage had been waiting for a long time. Lu Xiaoman came to Qin Muyuan and said, Teacher Qin, we have investigated the matter clearly. It is Tang Bo's fault. Today we will clarify it for you and lift the punishment on you. Thank you, Principal. Qin Muyuan quickly thanked him and was as happy as a little child. Come with me to the stage. Lu Xiaoman immediately led her to the stage. When Zhu Ziwen, who was standing by, saw this scene, his face looked more miserable than if he had eaten shit. He planned for so long and spent so much money, but in the end he lost both the wife and the army. Lu Xiaoman stood on the stage, looking at the people below and said, After our careful investigation, we found that the incident of teacher Qin Muyuan beating people was entirely caused by Tang Bo's deliberate flirting, so we decided to let teacher Qin continue to teach, and at the same time expel Tang Bo. We have also called the police and sent them to investigate his crime of inappropriate words. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of discussion broke out. So that's how it is. Tang Bo is really a piece of shit. The school handled it so quickly. It only took a day or two. I give a thumbs up to the school. Teacher Qin is such a nice person, why would she hit someone so casually? It turns out there is a reason for it. I heard that Chen Jingting donated 50 million to the school. Is he deliberately biased? After announcing the results, Lu Xiaoman ordered the group to disband. Now the 50 million has completely belonged to the school. Su Qian came to Qin Muyuan and said with a smile, Muyuan, congratulations. You are now innocent. Qin Muyuan took her arm and said, this is called God has eyes, and good cannot prevail over evil. Su Qian quickly said, this means your husband is rich. Qin Muyuan asked in confusion, what do you mean? Su Qian looked at her confused expression and asked quickly, don't you know? Your husband donated 50 million to the school. What? Qin Muyuan's eyes widened in surprise. Why do you think the school moved so quickly? Su Qian explained. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Qin Muyuan immediately turned around and left. Parking lot. Chen Jingting was sitting in the car waiting for Qin Muyuan. After Qin Muyuan got in the car, she looked at him with tears in her eyes. Chen Jingting asked quickly, wife, what's wrong? Did anyone bully you? Qin Muyuan stretched out her hand and twisted his arm, saying, why didn't you tell me that you donated 50 million to the school? Chen Jingting thought that was the reason. He said, I am also a member of the school. It's okay to donate some money. Qin Muyuan said with a touching look on her face, husband, I know you did this for me, and donated 50 million to the school. Chen Jingting held her hand and said, I'm glad you're okay. I won't let you suffer any injustice. Qin Muyuan said, but that's 50 million. I know you're doing this for my own good, but isn't that too much? Chen Jingting smiled and said, it's nothing. You can make more money, and you will be able to walk around freely in school in the future. That's right. Qin Muyuan started taking off her clothes. Are you hot? Chen Jingting asked and looked. Qin Muyuan said with deep affection, husband, you were so good to me, I will naturally repay you well. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Chen Jingting looked outside and saw that it was still bright outside. He said, this is in the parking lot. Why bother with all this? Qin Muyuan rushed over immediately. 9 o'clock in the evening. Hospital. In the ward, a doctor said to Yao Na and others, his condition is getting worse and worse. If he doesn't have surgery, he may not survive tonight. Wu Fong quickly said, Doctor, can you do the surgery first? We'll pay you slowly. The doctor shook his head and replied, we have invited experts, you should think about it yourself. After saying that, he turned and left. Woo woo woo. Wu Fong squatted on the ground and began to sob. Yao Na stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. She was just a student, and faced with a fee of 2 million, she simply could not afford it. Nana, come out for a moment. At this moment, a handsome young man with a greasy face appeared at the door and greeted her. Song Hui, why are you here? Yao Na walked over and asked. This was one of her suitors, and she had been pursuing him for a long time. Song Hui said, I heard that your father was in the hospital, so I came to see how he is doing now. Yao Na said in a deep voice, I need money urgently for surgery, otherwise I may not survive tonight. Song Hui looked at her and said, you know I've always liked you. As long as you become my girlfriend, I can help you with the surgery fee. Yao Na knew that she had no choice at all, so she said, okay. I agree. Song Hui smiled and asked, that's smart. How much does it cost? 2 million. Yao Na said this without thinking. 2 million? That's a lot. When he heard the price, Song Hui was surprised. Yao Na asked, don't you like me? You don't want to. Song Hui said jokingly, I'm not a fool. Are you worth 2 million? I just planned to spend a few 100,000 to chase you for fun, and you're still paying me 2 million. You really think I'm a sucker? When Yao Na heard him say that, she was furious and said in a stern voice, what do you think I am? Commodity? Song Hui said directly, you women just like money. If you want money, there is a price. You are short of money now. Sleep with me and I will give you 100,000 yuan. Get out of here, you are so shameless. Yao Na started to curse loudly. 100,000 yuan a night is very expensive. You still don't agree. Do you think you have diamonds? If you weren't a school beauty, who would care about you? After cursing for a while, Song Hui turned around and left. Woo woo woo. Yao Na squatted up, covering her face and sobbing. Stop crying. Chen Jingting walked over and handed over a piece of paper. Chapter 47 Pitfall System. Why are you here? Yao Na stood up and wiped her tears. I said I would help you, so of course I just said it. I've already given you the money, so take your dad to get the surgery done. Chen Jingting handed over the payment slip. Yana looked at the 2 million on the bill and was stunned. She didn't expect that someone would actually be willing to pay the 2 million. She is not very familiar with Chen Jingting. Seeing her in a daze, Chen Jingting waved his hand in front of her and said, "Don't be in a daze. Send your father to have surgery." "Thank you so much." Yana bowed to him and then turned and went into the house. She felt even more disgusted when she thought of Song Huai's face now. He even threatened her with money to sleep with him. Look at what Chen Jingting asked for and why he paid 2 million for her. The difference in their personalities is obvious. Chen Jingting thought that since he was going to donate money, he could donate the last 2 million to the patients. Congratulations on completing the 52 million donation task within the time limit. Now a special task is released. Special mission, you and Qin Muyuan divorce, reward, get 10 times the consumption income for 1 month. You will get 10 times the amount you spend. The time limit is 5 days. If there is no divorce after 5 days, the mission will be cancelled. When Chen Jingting saw the new task given by the system, he was stunned for a moment. Now he wants to curse the system to death. He can't stand seeing their relationship being bad. What the hell? Broken system. Bad system. But it's still nice to get 10 times the money back. As for divorce, that is definitely not possible. Outside the operating room. Yana and her family were waiting anxiously outside the operating room. Wu Fang looked at her and asked, "Daughter, is that your boyfriend? He's so generous that he gave all the money for the surgery." Yana quickly replied, "No, Mom, we are just ordinary friends." "Can an ordinary friend pay for our 2 million surgery? Don't hide it. You are not young anymore. It's time to find a boyfriend." Wu Fang threw out this. "Really a friend, not a boyfriend," Yao Na explained. But now she has a different feeling towards Chen Jingting. Villa. After returning home, Chen Jingting saw Qin Muyuan making a phone call on the balcony, and heard the sound of quarreling. Qin Fangli was sitting on the sofa eating ice cream with her long legs resting on the coffee table. Chen Jingting looked at her and asked, "Who is your sister talking to on the phone?" "My mom told me to divorce you guys." Qin Fangli said this excitedly. "Let us divorce, why?" Chen Jingting thought to himself that what he wished for would not come true. Qin Fangli spread her hands and replied, "I didn't hear it clearly either." Chen Jingting looked at her and asked, "I'm divorcing your sister, why are you so happy?" Qin Fangli smiled and replied, "Of course I am happy. My sister will find her own happiness." Chen Jingting asked back, "Isn't your sister happy now?" Qin Fangli was speechless for a moment and said, "I don't know whether my sister is happy or not." "You are obviously jealous. You are really meddling in other people's business." Chen Jingting tapped her on the head. Of course he was unwilling to divorce Qin Muyuan, but the income from spending 10 times as much in a month was really tempting. Soon Qin Muyuan walked in depressed. Chen Jingting asked, "Wife, what's wrong?" Qin Muyuan said unhappily, "It was my grandfather who told us his fortune and said that my uncle couldn't get married because we got married. Now he wants us to get a divorce to change his luck for the better." Chen Jingting quickly said, "This is nonsense. It's too feudal and superstitious." "Yeah. But now they are at my mom's place, making trouble every day." Qin Muyuan talked about this. "Shall we go check it out then?" Chen Jingting asked. Qin Muyuan quickly waved her hand and replied, "No, my mother told us not to go, so it's useless to go." Chen Jingting sat on the sofa, thinking about what to do. Qin Muyuan looked at him seriously and said, "Husband, I will never divorce you. I don't want to be separated from you." Chen Jingting hugged her tightly. At a food stall. Drink wine. Wei Peng, Sun Fu and others were sitting together eating barbecue. "Look, isn't that Tang Hai?" Gao Ming suddenly shouted. Wei Ping turned around and saw Tang Hai chatting with a girl standing on the street. He looked at it for a while and said, "That woman should be looking for a streetwalker." Gao Ming smiled and said, "This kid is really good at playing. He's not afraid of getting sick." Sun Fu smiled and said, "What would a lecherous person fear?" Wei Peng said quickly, "This kid dared to disrespect Teacher Qin. We have to vent her anger." Gao Ming nodded and replied, "That's right, what are you going to do?" Wei Peng smiled and said, "We are good citizens. How can we tolerate such things? Let the police deal with them." Good. Gao Ming nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, Tang Bo and the woman were brought down from upstairs by the police. Wei Peng immediately picked up his mobile phone, took a video, and sent it to Chen Jingting. After watching Tang Hai being taken away, Chen Jingting breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately gave them a red envelope of 10,000 yuan and told them to enjoy themselves. Wei Peng, great expression, brother Ting is so domineering. Gao Ming, godfather, you are so generous. Sun Fu, give us another 10,000 so we can live a carefree life for a few more days. Chen Jingting sent out another red envelope of 10,000 yuan. Money is trivial. The next day, when Chen Jingting was sleeping soundly, there was suddenly a noise outside. When he went to the window and looked out, he found a group of people appeared at the door, including Wang Shuqiang. Hubby, it's my grandpa and uncle. Qin Muyuan started to put on her clothes. They didn't let us go, but they came directly. Chen Jingting muttered. Qin Muyuan went down immediately. Chen Jingting quickly put on his clothes. After coming downstairs, he saw a group of people coming in. Qin Muyuan immediately came to the old man and greeted him. Grandpa, why are you here? Qin Nanshan sat down and said, your mother should have told you that your uncle is still single in his 40s. I have consulted an expert and he can only get married if you two get divorced. Qin Muyuan quickly said, Grandpa, this is all superstition. You can't believe it. He is a master, and people from several nearby villages say he is very accurate. Qin Nanshan stomped his crutches, very emotional. Yes. Niece, your uncle is already quite old, you can't let me be single for the rest of my life. The middle-aged man next to him also interrupted. Qin Muyuan said with embarrassment, this. Qin Nanshan looked at her and said, Granddaughter, if you don't agree, Grandpa will kneel down with you. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to kneel down. No, I will never get a divorce. Qin Muyuan's tone was very firm. There was only Chen Jingting in his heart, and nothing else mattered. Chapter 48 Looking for someone to invest. Muyuan, look, your grandfather has already knelt down for you, just divorce him. You are a junior, how can you let your grandfather kneel to you? Yes. It is really outrageous. That's right, being so disobedient is so unfilial. Everyone looked at Qin Muyuan and tried to persuade her, some even started to make accusations. Qin Muyuan remained indifferent to this. Qin Nanshan knelt on the ground, looked at her and said, Granddaughter, if you don't agree, I will kneel down and not get up. Qin Muyuan also knelt down and said quickly, Grandpa, if you want to kneel, I will kneel with you. I will agree to other conditions, but divorce is impossible. I would rather die than divorce. You. Qin Nanshan was so angry that his body was staggering. Grandpa, how can you force your granddaughter to divorce? That's outrageous. Qin finally also started yelling. Qin Nanshan said angrily, What do you know, little girl? Stay away. Muyuan, if you really don't divorce me, I will kneel down and die here. Qin Muyuan also showed no sign of weakness, then I will kneel with Grandpa. Wang Shuqiang was standing nearby and didn't know what to say. However, she found that her daughter seemed a little different. She was usually very filial, but now she was so determined. It seemed that she really loved Chen Jingting. Chen Jingting was standing nearby, and was very moved to see Qin Muyuan so determined. He likes his wife who is love-minded and puts herself first in everything. But this is not a solution. Chen Jingting immediately said to Qin Muyuan, Wife, come with me, I have something to tell you. Qin Muyuan got up and went upstairs with him to the bedroom. After arriving at the bedroom, she quickly said to Chen Jingting, Husband, don't worry, I will not divorce you, no matter how they force me. Chen Jingting hugged her and said, Wife, I understand your feelings, but this is not a solution. It makes everyone in chaos. Qin Muyuan asked, What do you mean? Why don't we just get divorced first and then remarry after a while? We'll still live together anyway. Chen Jingting proposed this method, which can also complete the system task. Hubby, you don't want me anymore, do you? Qin Muyuan showed a trace of panic on her face. Chen Jingting immediately hugged her and said affectionately, I swear, if I don't want you, I will die a miserable death when I leave home, and in the future. Qin Muyuan quickly covered his mouth and said with a smile, Don't talk nonsense, I believe you, I will listen to you in everything. Chen Jingting reached out and pinched her cheek, saying, This is my good wife. Let's go. Let's go down and tell them the news. Qin Muyuan immediately took his arm and went downstairs. When Qin Fang'er saw them coming down, she quickly said to Qin Muyuan, "Cousin, you are still like this at your grandfather's age. You are so unfilial. It's a pity that your grandfather has loved you since you were a child. Grandpa, I listen to you. Let's get divorced." Qin Muyuan looked at Qin Nanshan and told him this. "Good, that's great, this is my good granddaughter." Qin Nanshan quickly grabbed her hand with a smile on his face. Wang Shufang is now confused. She doesn't understand why Qin Muyuan suddenly changed her mind when she was so determined before. Qin Fang'er was also very happy. Everyone in her family had said how well her cousin had married, while her boyfriend was just an ordinary delivery man. She looked at the photos of luxury cars and villas that Qin Muyuan sent, and her heart was filled with jealousy. Now that they are finally divorced, I feel so relieved. Let's go, we're going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce now. Qin Nanshan hurriedly urged him on, fearing that something might go wrong if he was a step slower. An hour later, Chen Jingting and Qin Muyuan came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau with divorce certificates in their hands. Qin Muyuan looked at Qin Nanshan and said, "Grandpa, you should be satisfied now." "Satisfied, satisfied, it's good that we're divorced. We'll go back first and arrange a blind date for your uncle." Qin Nanshan was very happy and immediately led his people away. "Hubby, we are really divorced now." Qin Muyuan feels a little uncomfortable now. Chen Jingting held her hand and said, "It's just a certificate, but you still call me husband." Qin Muyuan said, "That's right, my husband is still my husband. Congratulations on completing the divorce mission. You will be rewarded with 10 times the money you earn from spending money. Requirements: you can only spend other people's money, and you must handle it yourself. You cannot buy any assets, gamble, or speculate in stocks. You can only use it for living expenses. Valid for 1 month. After reading these requirements, Chen Jingting thought that he could only spend the money on other things, and it could only be used for living expenses. It was not easy to spend it. Then you have to find a rich person to help him spend the money. He didn't know many rich people, only Lu Xiying and Su Man. However, Lu Xiying had just opened the store and didn't have much money. "We have to go find Suman. She manages a company and should be rich. Honey, I'm going to school first." Qin Muyuan said this immediately after she greeted him. Chen Jingting went directly to find Su Man. Sunrise Art Company. Suman is working on the documents. Now, thanks to the songs Chen Jingting wrote for their company's artists, the popularity of their company's artists is also very high. Especially Wu Xiao, she seized the opportunity before and has now become a top star in the music industry. The assistant came in and said, "Boss Su, Mr. Chen Jingting is here." Su Man said quickly, "From now on, we don't need to inform him when he comes, just bring him in directly." "Yes." The assistant went out immediately. "Miss Su, long time no see." After Chen Jingting came in, he greeted her with a smile. Su Man asked with a smile, "What brings you here?" "My dear guest." Chen Jingting sat down and said, "I missed you, so I came to see you." Su Man lifted her short hair and said with a smile, "If you missed me, I would have come a long time ago. Apart from asking you to write a song and contacting you a few times, you almost never contact me." Chen Jingting said, "You are smart. I am here to make you rich." Su Man picked up the pen and turned it around, saying, "You're not here to borrow money, are you?" "Of course not, I'm here to help you invest." Chen Jingting thought that the borrowed money was his money and he could not get 10 times the return if he spent it. "Help me invest?" Suman became curious. Chen Jingting nodded and replied, "Of course, I guarantee that within 1 month, no matter how much money you invest, the return will double for you." Seeing how confident he was, Su Man said, "How do you invest? Tell me about it." Chen Jingting replied without hesitation, "This is a secret, just tell me whether you believe it or not." Su Man was very excited about this. The company's cash flow is tight now, and it would not be impossible if the profit could be doubled in a month. After thinking for a while, she said, "How much money do you need?" Chen Jingting replied without hesitation, "The more the better." Su Man said directly, "The company only has 10 million in working capital now, which can be given to you to invest." "No problem, 10 million is 10 million. Chen Jingting thought that multiplying 10 million tenfold would be a small goal, and if he gave her another 20 million, he would be able to make a net profit of 80 million. "If you want me to invest your money, that's fine, but you have to do one thing first." Su Man said this and looked at him straight. Chapter 49 Yao now repays her gratitude. What is it? Shen Jingting thought that the matter was over, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen again. It's simple. Sleep with me and I'll invest the company's money in you. After all, I can't give 10 million to a man I don't trust. Suman states her conditions. Chen Jingting thought it was something else. He walked up to her and said, "Okay. No problem." Suman was stunned. She was just joking, but he took it seriously. She said, "You are a married man." Chen Jingting said, "To be precise, no, I am divorced now." Suman suddenly became curious and asked, "Why? Is there something wrong with your relationship?" Chen Jingting shook his head and replied, "No." Suman spread her hands and asked, "Why did you get divorced?" Chen Jingting sighed and replied, "I can't explain it in one sentence, but we are divorced anyway." Suman didn't know why she was delighted and asked, "So you two broke up?" "No. We are still together and our relationship remains the same." Chen Jingting responded calmly. "I'm really full and have nothing to do." Suman now feels a little confused. Chen Jingting stretched out his hand to hook her chin and said with a smile, "When did you fall in love with me? I've never seen you take the initiative like this before. I feel a little embarrassed." Suman pushed him away and quickly denied, "What are you talking about? Who likes you? I was just joking with you. I didn't expect you to take the bait like this." Chen Jingting smiled and replied, "Little naughty boy, don't make such jokes casually in the future, it will make others think you are casual." Hearing this, Suman slammed the table and shouted, "What do you mean I'm casual? It's obviously you who are casual. One sentence made you lose control. Does your ex-wife know? She is very virtuous and won't care about these things." Chen Jingting explained that Qin Muyuan was love-brained and she only cared about whether he loved her or not, nothing else mattered. "Take this card. I will transfer 10 million to your card today. Next month, I want to see an extra 10 million on the card." Suman took out a card and handed it over. Chen Jingting immediately took the card, then stood up and left. Looking at her leaving figure, Suman's heart still felt pounding. She was just about to take advantage of the situation and sleep with him, but she held back. As soon as Chen Jingting came out of the building, he received a call from Yana, asking him to go to the KTV and tell her something. He also went straight over. Qiangue KTV. In the box, Yana was sitting there feeling a little nervous. Clang. Chen Jingting pushed the door open and walked in, asking, "Do you want to sing? Come here." Yana stood up and came forward, saying, "Brother Chen, I'm just working part-time here, and I just wanted to talk to you." Chen Jingting laughed and said, "What are you talking about?" Yana looked at him seriously and said, "Brother Chen, if you hadn't helped me, my father would have died long ago." Chen Jingting replied casually, "It's nothing, just a little help, is your dad okay?" Yana said, "It's okay. I'm recovering well now." "That's good. You asked me to come here just to talk about this, right?" Chen Jingting asked. "I may not be able to return these 2 million to you for a while." Yana talked about this. Chen Jingting waved his hand and replied, "You don't have to pay it back. Since I'm helping you, how can I ask you to pay it back? Just live your own life." Hearing this, Yana was very moved and said, "Brother Chen, you were so kind, I have no way to repay you. I am willing to give you my first time." After saying that, she took off her coat. "Don't be like this, I'm not helping you just to sleep with you, don't get me wrong." Chen Jingting didn't expect her to do this and quickly turned away. "I know, Brother Chen, you are a gentleman. I have actually liked you for a long time, and it is not just to repay you." Yana hugged him directly from behind. Chen Jingting said seriously, "You have to understand that there is no way I will marry you." Yana nodded and replied, "I know, I am willing to be the woman behind you." Seeing that she said so, Chen Jingting had nothing else to say and simply turned around and hugged her. Then the two of them fell on the sofa. Yana also took out her mobile phone to take a photo, then posted it on her Moments, with the caption, "Finally becoming a real woman." Soon the news became lively. "Gao Yu, Nana, I finally figured it out. This will probably be a sleepless night. Lu Lan, the first stab must be uncomfortable, but everything is difficult at the beginning. You will have happy moments later. Hu Daming, I'm so lucky to be able to sleep with the school beauty. But it's still her first thorn. Song Hui, how shameless. She even posted it. How much do you miss a man? She pretends to be a pure and innocent girl." When Song Hui saw this message from his friend, he was furious. He pursued Yao Na for a whole year and spent tens of thousands of dollars, but in the end he never even touched her. He probably knew who this man was. He became furious when he thought about Chen Jingting and Yao Na making love with Chen Jingting. He didn't expect that Chen Jingting actually spent 2 million to sleep with Yao Na. He was really a ruthless person to be willing to spend so much money. However, he knew that Chen Jingting was married. If this guy's wife knew about this, she would definitely not let him off. Thinking of this, Song Hui went to school immediately. KTV. Yana got up from the sofa, put on her clothes, with a hint of shyness on her face. Chen Jingting asked, "Are you working here part-time?" Yana nodded and replied, "Yes, my family life also disagrees. Don't come here anymore. Study hard. I'll give you 50,000 yuan a month and buy you a house and a car later." Chen Jingting said this, but he would not treat the woman who followed him badly. Yana nodded and said, "Can you stay with me for a while?" Chen Jingting helped her up and said, "I'll find you when I have time. I'll take you back to school first." Yana took her hand and went out with him. School. Qin Muyuan came to the parking lot and prepared to drive home. "You must be teacher Qin." Song Hui came over and greeted her. "What's up?" Qin Muyuan asked and found out that she didn't know him. Song Hui handed over the phone, pointed at Yana's circle of friends and said, "Did you know? The one fooling around with her is your husband, Chen Jingting." Qin Muyuan glanced at him casually and said, "He and I are divorced. He can fool around with whoever he wants." After that, she got in the car and left. Song Hui was stunned. This was completely different from what he had imagined. He didn't expect that they were actually divorced. Villa. After Chen Jingting returned home, he saw Qin Muyuan sitting on the sofa with a gloomy face, and his heart was hanging for a moment. Chapter 50 Meeting the Rival. "Wife, what's wrong? Who made you angry again?" Chen Jingting sat next to Qin Muyuan and put his arm around her shoulders. "Did you sleep with Yao Na?" Qin Muyuan asked with a gloomy face. Seeing that she knew everything, Chen Jingting nodded and admitted it. Qin Muyuan asked, "Then what do you want to do?" Chen Jingting looked at her and said, "What should I do? I've made it clear to her that I will not marry her. You will always be my wife." Phew. Qin Muyuan suddenly laughed. Chen Jingting was a little confused by her and had no idea what she was thinking. Qin Muyuan stared at him and said, "Do you think I will be jealous? Then you underestimate me. I have said it before, as long as you have me in your heart, I don't care about anything else." Chen Jingting held her tightly in his arms. Although they are divorced now, their feelings for each other remain the same. He said, "Summer vacation will start in a few days. I'll take you on a trip." Qin Muyuan was immediately delighted and asked, "Really?" Chen Jingting smiled and replied, "Of course, why would I lie to you? I want to go abroad. I've always wanted to go but never did." Qin Mu's face was full of excitement. "Okay, let's go travel abroad." Chen Jingting agreed, thinking that it should be possible to spend 10 million in a month. At this moment, Qin Fangli walked in from outside and said excitedly, "Traveling abroad, where are you going?" Chen Jingting said, "What are you worrying about? It's none of your business." Qin finally smiled and said, "How come I have nothing to do with it? Summer vacation is about to start, so of course I have to go with you." Chen Jingting realized that it was impossible for them to be alone together, so he decided to follow the light bulb. Qin finally was typing on her phone as she said, "By the way, my cousin Qin Fanger said she wants to go too." Qin Muyuan said, "Why is she going there? What are you talking about in the group?" Qin Fangli spread her hands and replied, "I just said that we were going to travel abroad, and she asked if we could take her along." Qin Muyuan now wanted to slap her in the face. She knew her cousin well. She had a lot of bad habits and it would only cause trouble if she went there. "That's good now. There are more and more people coming." Chen Jingting sighed. "In that case, why not see if anyone else wants to go? It would be fun if we go together." Qin Muyuan threw out this. Chen Jingting nodded and replied, "Okay." Qin Muyuan immediately went to the school work group to ask. She immediately edited a message, "We are going to travel abroad during the holidays, who wants to go? We can go together." Fong Hui, going abroad? That would cost a lot of money. I'm afraid I can't go. Lin Yun, I really envy you. I found a part-time job to supplement the family income. Su Qian, I wanna go. I can call my boyfriend along since he is free. Xu Ziwen, I will bring my girlfriend with me. Qin Muyuan looked at Chen Jingting and said, Baby, Su Qian and Xu Ziwen are going. Chen Jingting nodded and replied, Okay, then I'll call Wei Peng and the others too, since there are more people. After that, he sent a message to Wei Peng and the others, asking them if they wanted to go on the trip. Wei Peng, brother, you must be kidding. We don't have the money to travel abroad. Gao Ming, yes. You don't know what kind of family we are. We have to find a part-time job. Chen Jingting, I will cover all expenses, including food and drinks. Wei Peng, 666, Godfather. Sun Fu, I have to go. I can't not give face to my adoptive father. Chen Jingting, we have the last day of class tomorrow, and we will set off after that. He thought of calling Wei Peng and the others along, as more people would mean faster money would be spent. School dormitory. After taking a shower, Yana lay on the bed and played with her cell phone. One person came over and asked, Nana, did you really sleep with Chen Jingting? Yana said while eating biscuits, Go to sleep. It's not a big deal. Liu said, I heard they've divorced, so you have a chance now. Yana shook her head and replied, He told me that he would not marry me. Liu quickly said, Then why are you still following him? You will just suffer for nothing. Who made her so cheap? She gave it to others for free. A mocking voice came from the side. Luing, what are you talking about? What does it have to do with you? Li Yu retorted angrily. Luing sat on the chair and said, I'm just telling the truth. I'm such a slut and took the initiative to deliver it. How cheap. Shut your mouth. Li Yu turned to look at Yao Na and said, He's not going to marry you, why are you following her? It's a waste of your youth. He treated me very well. He gave me 2 million for the surgery and said he would buy me a house and a car in the future. Yao Na talked about this. After she finished speaking, Lu Ying's teasing voice sounded again, You are really stupid. You believe this? Li Yu looked at her and said, What do you know? They've already paid 2 million for the surgery, what else is missing? Lu Ying said with a mocking look on her face, 2 million for surgery? What a lie. What man would be so stupid? Even if he really gave it to you, it was to sleep with you. Now that he has slept with you, he will still care about you. Hearing this, Yana couldn't help but feel worried. She was also afraid that Chen Jingting would really ignore her, and she didn't mind being the woman behind him. The next day. School. Qin Muyuan was going to the office, attending her last day of classes, and then traveling abroad. In the corridor, she ran into Yao Na and her face suddenly darkened. Yana also became nervous for a moment and greeted with a trembling voice, Qin. Teacher Qin. Qin Muyuan looked at her and said in a deep voice, I don't care about my man's relationship with you, as long as he likes you. It doesn't mean I can accept you. Let's try not to meet in the future. After that, she went straight to the office. Phew. Yana couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The scene she imagined, where she was beaten up by Qin Muyuan as a mistress, did not happen. This may be the best ending. Office. Su Qian came to Qin Muyuan and asked softly, You didn't slap Yana just now? I want to see it. Qin Muyuan rolled her eyes at her and said, Stop making trouble. Su Qian asked, How are you and your ex-husband doing? Qin Muyuan replied without hesitation, It's fine. The relationship remains the same. Then can you accept him finding women outside? Su Qian looked curious. As long as he loves me, nothing else matters. Qin Muyuan said this without thinking. Su Qian gave her a thumbs up and said, You are really traditional. A model of virtue and kindness. Qin Muyuan stroked her hair and said, Everyone is different. Su Qian asked, Your ex-husband won't take her with you on the trip, will he? Qin Muyuan shook her head and replied, No, she will always be secondary. He will only go to see her when I am busy. As long as you are happy, I have packed everything and will be traveling abroad tomorrow. I begged my boyfriend for a long time before he agreed. Su Qian was also very much looking forward to this. Qin Muyuan thought that there were quite a few people going this time, more than a dozen, and hoped that nothing would happen. Chapter 51 Charter Flight Tour. The next day. Chen Jingting and his group of 11 people arrived at the airport. The personnel are. The three sisters are Qin Muyuan, Qin Fanli, and Qin Fanger. Su Qian and her boyfriend, Zhou Tao. Xu Ziwen and his girlfriend, Hao Jiao, Wei Peng, Gao Ming, and Sun Fu. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. Qin Muyuan looked at Chen Jingting and said, "Honey, are we going to pick up the plane tickets?" Chen Jingting shook his head and replied, "No, I didn't buy a ticket." Qin Muyuan's eyes widened immediately and she said, "We haven't bought the tickets yet, so should we buy them now? It's summer vacation now, so air tickets are inevitable." Zhou Tao's dissatisfied voice rang out, "What are you doing? My time is very precious. Not buying a plane ticket is just a waste of time." Xu Ziwen also agreed, "Yes. If I buy a plane ticket now, I may not be able to leave today." Many people also looked at Chen Jingting with dissatisfaction. Wei Peng stood up and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? We just decided to travel abroad the night before yesterday. It's normal that we can't buy tickets." "That's right, summer vacation is all about playing, there's plenty of time." Gao Ming also agreed. "What should we do now? We can't just sit here and wait." Xu Ziwen said this. The reason why he wanted to come on this trip was to let Qin Muyuan see that the man she found was not good enough. Zhou Tao said, "I'm a VLP customer of Air China. I'll contact them to see if I can arrange some tickets." When Hao Jiao heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up and she said, "VLP customers, it will cost hundreds of thousands to get a one-year card." "It's okay, Xiao Qian." A hint of pride appeared on Zhou Tao's face. Xu Ziwen looked at Hao Jiao, who looked like she had never seen the world, and his face suddenly darkened. He quickly pulled her back. But after Zhou Tao finished the call, he said in a deep voice, "Tickets are too scarce right now, it's impossible to buy one." Everyone showed helplessness on their faces. After Chen Jingting answered the phone, he said to everyone, "Let's go. The plane is here." Qin Muyuan asked, "What plane? Didn't you buy the ticket?" Chen Jingting smiled and replied, "Why buy a ticket? I have chartered a plane, let's go." After saying that, he took Qin Muyuan's hand and walked away. Charter plane? There was a look of surprise on everyone's face. "See? Why are you in such a hurry? My brother's strength is obvious. Why buy a ticket? Let's just charter a plane and go." Wei Peng took Gao Ming and a few others over there. Zhou Tao's expression changed from gloomy to bright. He had just been showing off his VLP status, but someone else chartered a plane for him. Xu Ziwen was also as disgusting as if he had eaten shit. He originally wanted to see Chen Jingting make a fool of himself, but it turned out that they were the clowns. Soon everyone arrived at the tarmac and looked at a medium-sized passenger plane. After entering, everyone found that the decoration inside was also very luxurious, and all drinks and entertainment were available. "It's so luxurious." After Qin Fenger came in, she immediately picked up her phone and took pictures everywhere. She was very excited because it was her first time to ride on a private jet. Hao Ling was doing the same thing, looking completely worldly wise. "Brother, can I drink this wine?" Wei Peng picked up a bottle of red wine on the table, looking eager to try it. Chen Jingting smiled and replied, "Drink as much as you want." Wei Peng and his companions immediately picked up the wine and poured it for everyone. Qin Muyuan looked at Chen Jingting and asked, "Honey, how much did the charter flight cost?" "It's only 500,000, small change." Chen Jingting immediately took out his mobile phone to pay and directly transferred 500,000 yuan. Spend 500,000, get 5 million cashback, which has been deposited into the bank card. Chen Jingting looked at the bank card deposit information in his hand and a smile appeared on his face. 10 times cashback is really good. 5 million was deposited into my account just like that. He also gave Yana 100,000 yuan so that she could travel and buy things on her own, and he couldn't favor one over the other. However, Qin Muyuan is always the first, and the order of priority must be distinguished. "Husband, come, take a picture." Qin Muyuan came closer, stuck close to him, and took selfies. She then posted the photo on her Moments, with the caption, "Traveling abroad with my beloved." Soon, a large number of likes appeared. School dormitory. Yao Na is reading a book quietly. Lu Ying walked over, flipped through the circle of friends that Qin Muyuan had posted, and said proudly, "See? She went on a sweet trip with your man, and even went abroad. Didn't she ask you? Being a mistress will not end well." Ding dong. The text message sound suddenly rang. When Yao Na saw the news that 100,000 yuan had been deposited into her account, she couldn't help but show joy on her face. Liu asked, "What's wrong?" He transferred 100,000 yuan to me and asked me to travel and buy things on my own. Yao Na told this. Not bad. People still remember you. 100,000 is a lot of money. It's almost a year's salary for an average person. Li Yu's face was full of envy. Yao Na nodded, and her heart couldn't help but feel warm. Lu Ying said jealously, it's only 100,000 yuan, and they're sending you away like that. You're too cheap. Li Yu retorted angrily, you are not cheap. It will take you several months to make 100,000 yuan if you sell it out. What are you talking about? You're the one who's selling it. Lu Ying immediately became angry. I was right. Lies don't hurt people, the truth is the sharpest knife. Li Yu laughed and teased. Lu Ying turned around and left. I was right. She is so flashy all day and never comes home at night. She must be a prostitute. Li Yu analyzed it carefully. Yao Na continued reading the book and didn't pay attention to it. Sunrise Entertainment Company. Suman was standing at the window drinking coffee. Sun Chang walked in and asked directly, how can you invest the 10 million in the company's account? That is the company's reserve fund. Suman said, I have my own uses, you don't need to worry about me. I am a shareholder of the company and I have the right to know. Sun Qing threw out this statement. I will take responsibility if anything goes wrong. You don't need to worry about it. Su Man directly retorted. Sun Qing snorted coldly and said, if something goes wrong, they will naturally come after you. You should take care of Wu Xiao. Now that she has become a top star, she has become more and more arrogant, and she has also established connections with rival companies. After saying that, he turned and left. Su Man is also helpless about this. Wu Xiao is now relying on herself to become a top star, but now she seems to be planning to change jobs. It seems that she needs to be given a good lesson. In the evening, the plane landed on an island. We're finally here. The air is so nice. Qin Muyuan stretched lazily. Are we going to stay in a hotel? Qin fondly asked excitedly. Chen Jingting said, I rented a manor, and we will live there for this month. Manor? I haven't lived in a manor yet. Qin Fenger jumped up excitedly. Brother, that's great. We are also benefiting from it. Wei Peng put his arm around Li Jingting. Li Jingting smiled, led them into a stretched Lincoln and went to the manor. Chapter 52 Good people are bullied. Biltmore Estate. At the entrance of the hall, a group of butlers and waiters in professional attire were already waiting, standing straight. When the Lincoln drove over and stopped, several people came up to open the door. After Qin Jingting got out of the car, he looked at the magnificent manor in front of him and found it very majestic. The butler came up, bowed, and said, Mr. Chen, I'm the butler Jesse. Please let me know if you need anything. Qin Jingting said, let them move the luggage back to the room and take us around. Carrying luggage. Jesse immediately put the waiter to work. It's so beautiful. I want to take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments. Qin Fenger immediately picked up her cell phone and started taking pictures everywhere, just like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Hao Jiao did the same, taking pictures everywhere with her cell phone. Wei Peng looked at Chen Jingting and said, Brother Ting, renting this manor for a month is not cheap, right? Chen Jingting sighed and replied, it's very cheap, only 1.3 million a month. Wei Peng's eyes widened and he said, 1,300,000 is still cheap? Is that so Versailles? Chen Jingting nodded with a sincere look on his face. Although we can spend the 10 million freely, it can only be used for living, that is, eating and drinking, and cannot even be used to buy things. Now that I think about it, spending 10 million in a month is still a bit challenging. Brother Ting is so awesome. So rich. Gao Ming and others also gave a thumbs up. Okay, everyone take a break. We'll go out for a walk in an hour. After saying that, Chen Jingting took Qin Muyuan back to the room. After arriving at the room, Qin Muyuan looked around and said, this decoration is quite unique. Chen Jingting lay on the bed and said, after all, it is a manor, so it must be good in every aspect. Qin Muyuan walked over while taking off her clothes. Chen Jingting asked, what are you doing? Qin Muyuan said charmingly, you must have a good time here. After saying that, she pounced on him and took out her cell phone to take pictures. Chen Jingting asked with a smile, are you going to post to Moments again? We are doing something so private, you really are not afraid of others seeing it. What are you afraid of? I just want them to see it. Qin Muyuan pouted. This was her declaration of sovereignty. Chen Jingting naturally knew what she was thinking and could do whatever she wanted. In the room, Su Qian was putting on makeup and said to Zhou Tao, "Why do you look unhappy?" Zhou Tao said in a deep voice, "Then what is Chen Jingting showing off? He is the only one who has money, right? Who doesn't have money?" Su Qian said, "Food and drinks are all covered by the family, isn't that good? We just need to have fun." Zhou Tao said angrily, "I just can't stand the way he looks. He stinks." Su Qian looked at him and said, "She's fine, nothing serious happened to her. You're just overthinking it." Zhou Tao said unhappily, "I am a man, I know what he is doing, showing off." Su Qian asked, "So what do you want?" "I'll show him what a truly rich man is." Zhou Tao already had an idea in mind. He was ready to let Chen Jingting see what a truly rich person is, rather than a stinky nouveau riche. At this time, Zhu Ziwen was also drinking in the room, one cup after another. Hao Jiao sat on the edge of the bed, playing with her cell phone. Zhu Ziwen looked at her and said, "Be careful in the back. Don't make such a fuss. It's like you've never seen the world. It's embarrassing for me." Hao Jiao said, "You've never brought me to a place like this before." "Of course I'm excited because it's my first time seeing it." Zhu Ziwen said unhappily, "Be careful, others make me feel that my girlfriend has never seen the world and lowers my status." "No." Hao Jiao replied casually, thinking about how to hook up with Chen Jingting, the rich bachelor. Sunrise Entertainment Company. Su Man looked at the spending text messages on her mobile phone and couldn't help feeling angry. It turned out that the investment Chen Jingting was talking about was eating, drinking, having fun, chartering a plane, and renting a yacht. Then she immediately called Chen Jingting, but found that the call could not go through at all. She was very angry. The assistant came in and said, "Boss Su, what's wrong? Why are you so angry?" Su Man said, "Chen Jingting spent the company's money on drinking and partying, and didn't invest it at all." The assistant was shocked and asked, "What should we do? Should we call the police?" Su Man waved her hand and replied, "No, let's talk about it later. I'm not in a good mood today. Come with me to the club and have a massage to relax." After saying that, she got up and walked out. The assistant quickly followed. Mingyue Club. At the door, Yao Na and several people in the dormitory were hesitating. Li Yu looked at Lu Ying angrily and said, "What do you mean? It's fine that you persuaded Nana to treat us to a spa, but you also came to such an expensive place. Isn't it obvious that you did it on purpose?" Lu Ying said calmly, "He has 100,000 yuan. Of course he should go to a nice place to treat us. Otherwise, go to those roadside beauty salons. How cheap. If you can't afford it, don't even mention treating us. You really think she's a sucker?" Li Yu stood up for Yao Na. "We're all roommates, but you can't even spend this little money. What a joke, you call this sisterhood?" Lu Ying continued to mock. Yao Na thought that she still had 100,000 yuan on her, which should be enough, so she said, "Okay, stop arguing, I'll treat you, and have a spa here." "Great, this is our first time in such a high-end place." Qin Shuang was also very excited. Then they all went in. Soon the waiter led them in. After arriving at the box, Li Yu looked at the price list and said to Yao Na, "Nana, the cheapest ones here are several hundred yuan, and there are tens of thousands of yuan. They are very expensive." Yao Na said, "It's all said and done. 5 people can only cost a few tens of thousands of dollars at most." Li Yu said angrily, "It's all Lu Ying's fault. She insisted on asking you to treat her because she couldn't bear to see Chen Jingting give you 100,000 yuan. Stop talking, it's over now." Yao Na didn't want to care about it anymore and just thought of it as a loss. "Waiter, give me the most expensive items on the list. I'm going to go to the sauna first." Lu Ying's voice came from outside. Li Yu said angrily, "That's too much. It's obvious that he did it on purpose." Yao Na has now seen through Lu Ying and will no longer have any close friendship with her in the future. Sauna room. Lu Ying and Qin Shuang were taking a sauna together, and it was very foggy inside. "Lu Ying, the items you ordered are all very expensive, that's not good. What's wrong with that? Yao Na paid for it anyway. Didn't Chen Jingting give her 100,000? Not only do I want to spend her 100,000, but I also want to make her embarrassed and unable to pay the bill. That's not good. They are all classmates. What are you afraid of? Being someone else's mistress is not worthy of sympathy. You should spend a lot of money later, about 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. If she can't pay the bill, let's see what she will do. After all, it's her treat. In a corner inside, Su Man was listening quietly to their conversation. Thinking that Chen Jingting has a mistress outside, this is very interesting, and I plan to have a good chat with him about it. But this woman of his is a little inexperienced in society. She is bullied like this. Chapter 53 One person delivers a bag. 3 hours later. After Yao Na had a good rest after the spa, she felt very relaxed. Li Yu walked in with a panicked look on his face and said, "Nana, this is bad." Yao Na asked, "What's wrong?" Li Yu quickly said, "I just checked the bill and it cost a total of 230,000 yuan. Hearing this, Yao Na was shocked and asked, "Why is it so expensive?" "We haven't done it yet." Li Yu said, "We didn't do many projects, but Lu Ying and Qin Lu did a lot." She did not miss any of the tens of thousands of projects. It's disgusting. Yao Na's face couldn't help but darken. She simply couldn't afford the bill of 230,000 yuan. Li Yu said, "Why don't you ask Chen Jingting for help? He doesn't care about this little money." Yao Na shook her head. She didn't want to ask Chen Jingting for money, lest he think that she was with him just for money. Li Yu doesn't know what to do now. They are just ordinary college students. How can they have more than 200,000 yuan? "Nana, it's your turn to pay the bill." Lu Ying and Qin Lu walked in with smiles on their faces. "You've gone too far. You guys are the ones who used most of the money," Li Yu accused harshly. Lu Ying smiled and said, "She wanted to treat us, and now she blames me for spending too much money. If you have the guts, don't treat us." Li Yu pointed at her and said angrily, "You are really going too far." Lu Ying, on the other hand, looked as if it had nothing to do with her and kept aloof. At this moment, she saw the waiter coming over with the bill, and quickly pointed at Yao Na and said, "Let her pay the bill, it's her treat." Yao Na is now rubbing her hands constantly, not knowing what to do. Lu Ying was ready to watch the fun. "Hello, Miss Yao. Mr. Chen has already paid the fee. Here is the receipt. Please keep it." The clerk handed the bill to Yao Na. "Thank you. Where is Mr. Chen?" Yao Na quickly thanked him, and her heart was relieved. She felt a lot more relaxed. The clerk handed over a card and said, "Mr. Chen Jingting, he has loaded 1 million yuan into the card. You can come and spend money anytime." Yao Na was now curious as to why Chen Jingting knew she was here. Lu Ying stood there in a daze, her face looking as if she had eaten shit. She originally wanted to embarrass Yao Na, but she didn't expect this to happen. "Nana, that's great. You're really generous to put $1 million into the card." Li Yu looked at Yao Na with envy on his face. "Well enough." Yao Na is smiling now. She also received a message from Chen Jingting, telling her to learn how to make friends and not to be bullied easily. "It's getting late, let's go eat. Let's go to that popular little house. Nana, it's still you who treats us." After saying that, Lu Ying turned and walked out. "Nana, do you want to punish her?" Li Yu looked at Yao Na. Yao Na nodded. She could be fooled once, but she would never be fooled a second time. On the island, Chen Jingting and others were walking on the street, stopping here and there. Soon the group arrived at a LV store. Zhou Tao said to Su Qian, "You like bags, don't you? I'll buy you one, no matter the price." "That's great. I won't be polite then. Mu Yuan, come with me to choose." Su Qian immediately led Qin Mu Yuan in. "Your boyfriend is very nice to you. He even bought you a bag." Qin Mu Yuan smiled and started chatting with her. Su Qian looked at the bag inside and said, "I don't know why he suddenly became so generous. In the past, when I asked him to buy me a bag, he was always stingy." Qin Mu Yuan smiled and accompanied her as she walked around. Su Qian picked up a red bag worth 100,000 yuan and showed a look of delight on her face. Qin Mu Yuan said, "If you like this, buy it." Su Qian shook his head and replied, "It's too expensive, 100,000 yuan. Just buy this and swipe the card." Zhou Tao walked over and handed the card to the clerk. He was ready to show off in front of everyone. Su Qian was very happy. When Hao Jiao saw this scene, she was filled with envy and immediately said to Zhu Ziwen, "I want one too. You said you would buy me a bag." Seeing so many people, Zhu Ziwen was too embarrassed to refuse, so he could only agree, okay, buy it. Hao Jiao immediately went to get a bag worth 100,000 yuan and said, I want this. Good. Zhu Ziwen originally just wanted to have fun with her and didn't intend to spend much money, but now that the words were out, he couldn't bring himself to not buy it. Thank you, babe. Hao Jiao was also very happy. Chen Jingting asked Qin Muyuan and the others, do you want to buy a bag? Qin Fanger asked, do I have one too? Chen Jingting nodded, looked at Wei Peng and the others and said, do you want it? I'll buy it together. Really? Godfather. Wei Peng and the others immediately rushed over and hugged him. Okay, go and choose. I may not like to hug you, but if I have to hug, I will only hug my wife. Chen Jingting quickly pushed them away. Wei Peng and his friends also went to choose bags. When Zhou Tao saw this scene, his face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. Chen Jingting was so pretentious, wasn't he just provoking him? He bought a bag for Su Qian, and Chen Jingting bought one for each of them, clearly going against him. Hao Jiao watched Chen Jingting spend 600,000 or 700,000 yuan at once without blinking an eye. He was such a man. This also made her more determined to get close to Chen Jingting. Zhu Ziwen felt uncomfortable when he saw Hao Jiao staring at Chen Jingting. Chen Jingting came to Qin Muyuan and asked, wife, do you like anything? Qin Muyuan shook her head and replied, I don't like these. There's no need to waste money. Chen Jingting pointed to a small and exquisite bag in the middle and said, how about that bag? It's pretty. Qin Muyuan took a look at the price, 500,000, and said, it's too expensive. What's so expensive about it? You need to change your mindset. Expensiveness is no longer a problem. Chen Jingting immediately took the bag and put it in her hand. Qin Muyuan had no choice but to accept it with a bright smile on her face. Immediately, Chen Jingting spent 1.2 million. Of course, this money is your own. After all, the 10 million yuan with a tenfold cashback cannot be used for shopping. He already has more than 20 million in his card, so spending 1.2 million to buy a few bags is just a drop in the bucket. Then the group went out happily. Wei Peng and his companions were also carrying bags, with smiles on their faces. Qin Fanger kept taking pictures with the bag and posting them on her moments, ready to show it off. This is a bag worth 100,000. Let's go to Nasnu's for dinner. It's the best restaurant here. Zhou Tao said this because he happened to be a VLP client of the restaurant. As his company often came here on business trips to entertain guests, he used the company's money to open a VLP. I know, that place is very expensive. A VLP costs 500,000. Wei Peng echoed. Okay, let's go there. Chen Jingting nodded and agreed. Zhou Tao was very proud in his heart, because that place was very popular and only VLP customers could enter. When Chen Jingting is defeated, he will lead everyone in as a VLP. Chapter 54 Meal Extra Charge. Nasru Restaurant. A lot of people have gathered at the door. The waiter smiled and said to the person who wanted to go in, sorry, there are too many customers now, so we are not accepting any more customers. Those people could only leave in disappointment. Su Qian said, that's great. We can't get in. We can only eat somewhere else. Zhou Tao walked out with a smug look on his face and said, I'm the VLP of this restaurant. I'll go and talk to him. After that, he walked over, took out his VLP card, handed it to the waiter, and said, I'm VLP. The waiter just took a look and said, sorry, now VLP guests also need to pay extra to enter. Increase the price? Zhou Tao was also stunned. Yellow pig, get out of the way. At this moment, a tall foreigner came over and started scolding him directly. Zhou Tao's face suddenly darkened and he asked, how can you curse at me? That's so uncivilized. The foreigner looked at him with disdain, then said to the waiter, I want to go in and eat. The waiter quickly said, sir, only VLP customers can enter, and they have to pay extra. Lam said directly, I'll add $500. How could Zhou Tao bear this humiliation, especially in front of so many people, so he immediately said, I'll add $800. The foreigner took out a cigarette and lit it up, saying disdainfully, $1,000. Zhou Tao continued to raise the price, $2,000. 3,000 knives. $4,000. $10,000. The foreigner directly called out a price of $10,000. The two of them bidding here also attracted a lot of people's attention. Wei Peng shouted to Zhou Tao, don't be a coward. you can't embarrass us. Seeing that everyone around him was looking at him, Zhou Tao gritted his teeth and shouted, $15,000. The foreigner blew a puff of smoke at him and said, Yellow pig, you're bidding with me, right? $50,000. Zhou Tao's face became more and more gloomy. The price has been raised to 400,000, just for a meal. It is really not worth it. Besides, he doesn't have much savings, so he can't compete with this foreigner at all. If you don't have money, get out. This is not a place for you yellow-skinned pigs. The foreigners were very arrogant and looked at everyone with contempt. Don't be a coward. Wei Peng and the others saw that Zhou Tao looked unhappy and knew that he might be dying. Qin Muyuan looked at Chen Jingting and said, Husband, what should we do? Not having enough food is a small matter. If this gets out, it will be a disgrace to all of us descendants of Yan and Huang. Chen Jingting smiled and replied, It's okay, I'm here. After that, he walked out and shouted to the foreigner, Foreign devil, you like to raise the price, right? Let's play, $100,000. What? $100,000, just for a seat. The people around were also surprised. That was 800,000 yuan. It was the annual salary of 7 or 8 ordinary people. Brother Ting is so domineering, foreign devil, keep adding. Wei Peng and others also shouted excitedly. You want to play with me, right? I'll play with you for $150,000. The foreigner continued to shout. He was also a well-known figure in the local area. Chen Jingting replied calmly, $200,000. Don't be a wimp. Keep adding. Many foreigners also cheered for the foreigner. $300,000. The foreigner continued to shout. $500,000. Chen Jingting extended his hand towards him with an indifferent look. He now has tens of millions of dollars in cash, so he can spend his time playing with this foreigner. Money is no longer important now, what is important is face. We cannot lose face for the Chinese men. The people around were all stunned. This was 4 million. Just for a meal. Everyone had only one thought in their mind, was he stupid or something? At this time, beads of sweat the size of beans were also oozing out of the foreigner's face. When he saw Chen Jingting's leisurely and contented look, he wondered what stupid son of some big conglomerate he was. The Chinese people are the most concerned about their reputation. They would rather lose everything than lose it. They are totally crazy. Thinking of this, the foreigner turned around and left. Oh, we win. We win. Wei Peng and others were so excited that they danced with joy. Go swipe the card and let's go in. Chen Jingting threw the card to the waiter, then led Qin Muyuan and the others in. Zhou Tao's face was extremely gloomy. He originally wanted to show off in front of everyone, but ended up becoming a laughing stock. And Hao Zhao's eyes were almost tearing when she looked at Chen Jingting. This is what a real man is. He spent 4 million without even blinking an eye. Sir, this is the top-notch box in our restaurant, with a great view. I hope you like it. The waiter led Chen Jingting to a private room by the window on the top floor. Thank you, here's a tip for you. Chen Jingting directly took out $10,000 and handed it over. Thank God, sir, here's the menu, I can give you some recommendations. The waiter was also very excited. This was the biggest tip he had ever received. Chen Jingting sat down and said to everyone, Everyone, please be at your leisure. If I were this lobster, I'd like 1 portion. And this abalone. Wei Peng started ordering dishes directly. With so many people, 1 portion won't be enough. Let's give 1 to each person. Chen Jingting threw out this statement. Okay, Brother Ting is generous. I'll give each of you 1 serving of Australian dragon. Wei Peng is. Qin Fenger and others kept taking pictures. Soon the table was filled with sumptuous dishes. Chen Jingting picked up a piece of shrimp and put it into Qin Muyuan's mouth, saying, Wife, eat it. Qin Muyuan's face was full of happiness. At this moment, a man in a suit and tie came in with a bottle of red wine in his hand and said to Chen Jing, Sir, I am the owner of the restaurant. Thank you for spending money in our restaurant. I specially offer you the best red wine in our restaurant. Thanks. Chen Jingting thanked him, stood up and shook hands with him. This wine is free, I hope you like it. The boss's face was full of smiles. For such a big customer, he naturally wanted to make good friends with him. Wei Peng immediately checked it on his phone and exclaimed, This wine is not cheap. It costs more than 200,000 yuan. It's so expensive. The boss is really willing to spend money. Gao Ming echoed. Sun Fu smiled and said, Brother Ting spent 4 million here, so a bottle of wine is nothing. Chen Jingting poured a glass of wine and tasted it. Wei Peng quickly asked, how is it? Is it delicious? Yes, there are some differences. I am still trying to understand what the differences are. Chen Jingting didn't feel anything after drinking it. Jiangnan City. Ing Cottage. Yao Na and others were eating in a private room. Lu Ying was holding a plate of expensive Buddha jumps over the wall and eating it with relish. After all, it was someone else's treat. Li Yu and Yao Na looked at each other. Yao Na stood up and said, I'm going to the bathroom. Why hasn't the abalone come yet? I'll go and blow some. Li Yu also got up and went out. Lu Ying didn't care about this at all and just kept eating. Chapter 55 Take the initiative to come. 20 minutes later. Lu Ying also had a full stomach, and she did not forget to drink the last bit of red wine, with a look of enjoyment on her face. But when she put down the cup and saw that she was the only one in the box, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Then she immediately went out to find Yao Na. The waiter stopped her and said, Hello, Mississippi. Please pay the bill. Lu Ying quickly said, It's not my sister, someone is treating us, go find her. The waiter quickly said, They all left and said it was you who paid the bill. Hearing this, Lu Ying's face suddenly darkened and she quickly called Yao Na and asked her to come back to settle the bill. Sorry, the number you dialed cannot be reached. A cold voice came from the phone. What? How dare you not answer my call? Lu Ying was also very angry, knowing that she might have been tricked by them. When the waiter saw this scene, the smile on his face disappeared. Lu Ying asked, How much? $58,320. The waiter replied. It's so expensive, it's a steal. Lu Ying shouted immediately, her face full of shock. The waiter said, You ordered 4 bottles of wine worth tens of thousands of dollars, how can it not be expensive? Lu Ying was speechless for a moment. She thought it was Yao Na who was treating her, so she had to eat and drink without any hesitation. The waiter quickly said, Miss, please pay the bill immediately, otherwise we will have to call the police. Swipe the card. Lu Ying took out a card and handed it over. Only $3,000, not enough. After the waiter swiped the card, he handed it back. Lu Ying could only hand over the cards one by one, and swiped more than a dozen credit cards before she settled the bill. Manor. After dinner, Chen Jingting returned to the manor and took a shower. Qin Muyuan was lying on the bed playing with Chen Jingting's mobile phone. Ding dong. Suddenly, a friend request popped up on WeChat. Qin Muyuan took a look and saw that the name on the message was Hao Jiao. She knew that Hao Jiao was Zhu Ziwen's girlfriend and was curious why Chen Jingting was added. She also agreed, wanting to see what Hao Jiao was trying to do. Soon, Hao Jiao sent over a sexy selfie, revealing everything that should be exposed. Brother Chen, I'm Hao Jiao, I'd like to get to know you. Qin Muyuan couldn't help but feel angry when she saw this scene. This is totally an attempt to seduce Chen Jingting. She immediately replied, How do you know each other? Hao Jiao, we can meet and talk. I'll come to see you in the evening. How about that? When Qin Muyuan knew what she was thinking, her face immediately changed. She has no opinion about the woman Chen Jingting likes. But for this kind of trouble that comes to her door voluntarily, she has the obligation to solve it. Qin Muyuan also had a plan in mind, and responded immediately, Okay. I'll send you the room location later, you can come by yourself. Hao Jiao, that's great, Brother Chen, don't worry, I will definitely make you happy tonight. Qin Muyuan stood up and walked out. In a room, Wei Peng was taking a shower and preparing to lie down to rest. Boom boom boom. There was a sudden knock on the door. When Wei Peng opened the door and saw that it was Qin Muyuan, he immediately became nervous and asked, Teacher Qin, why are you here? Qin Muyuan looked at him and said, I have something to tell you. You are so lucky. Wei Peng quickly asked, Teacher Qin, what's the matter? Qin Muyuan smiled and said, Just now a little foreigner told me that she has taken a fancy to you and will come to see you tonight. Wei Peng asked, Teacher Qin, is this little foreigner a boy or a girl? Qin Muyuan replied without hesitation, Of course it's a girl. Very beautiful. Wei Peng couldn't help but be delighted and asked, Why did she come to see me? What can I do with you at night? People abroad are very open-minded. If you don't want me to, I'll let her go. Qin Muyuan threw out these words. No, since they are so enthusiastic, how can I not appreciate their kindness? Wei Peng's face was now beaming with joy. Qin Muyuan said, don't close the door or turn on the lights at night. It's our first time meeting, and I'm shy. I see, Teacher Qin, you were so nice to me. Wei Peng was very happy now and went into the house immediately. Qin Muyuan thought that Hao Jiao was trying to seduce men, so Wei Peng would get a bargain. At this time, Hao Jiao was very happy and was dressing up with all her heart, preparing to work hard tonight and win Chen Jingting directly. After Zhu Ziwen finished taking a bath, he immediately came over, hugged her and said, Baby, I'm done with the bath, go to bed early. Hao Jiao pushed him away and said, Why don't you take a rest? A friend asked me to go out with him. Zhu Ziwen asked quickly, Which friend? I'll go with you too. What are you going to do? Go to bed early. After saying that, Hao Jiao got up and went out. She was about to get together with Chen Jingting, so why should she care about what he did? Zhu Ziwen was stunned where he stood. She was not like this before, always clinging to him. Why did she become like a different person after coming out? Now he had a feeling that she must have gone out to find a man. Thinking of this, he felt very depressed. This time he was like a transparent person, without any chance to show himself. And now even my girlfriend might be gone. After Hao Jiao came out, she immediately received a message from Chen Jingting, go to the third room on the second floor and don't make any noise. She immediately responded, I understand, I promise I won't say a word. She went upstairs immediately. In the room, Wei Peng was rubbing his hands constantly, feeling a little nervous. He didn't expect that he would be noticed by someone. Just then, he saw someone tiptoeing and pushing the door open and walking in. Before he could react, a woman rushed over. Wei Peng now has only one feeling, that is, the little foreigner is really passionate. Husband, come, put on a facial mask. Qin Muyuan took a facial mask and applied it to Chen Jingting. Why should I, a grown man, put on a facial mask? Chen Jingting replied with a smile. Qin Muyuan applied a facial mask to him and said, men also need maintenance. I don't want to see you become an old man. Chen Jingting pulled her into his arms and said, it's such a beautiful night, shouldn't we have some fun? Qin Muyuan spread her hands and replied, I'm afraid not. My period has come. Okay then, take a rest. Chen Jingting also lay down obediently. Don't worry, I won't let you fall asleep like this. Qin Muyuan lay in his arms. Chen Jingting asked, your period has come, what else can you do? Qin Muyuan shook her right hand, thinking that she was also a craftsman after all. Chen Jingting closed his eyes and thought that it would be nice to have a woman. His fifth daughter had been abandoned for a long time. Qin Muyuan didn't know that letting Hao Jiao go to Wei Peng would cause big trouble. Chapter 56 I am innocent. The next day. When Wei Peng woke up, he found that there was no one around him. I don't know where that little foreigner went last night. Now he felt as if he had had an extremely real village dream, and he was still thinking about it. Hao Jiao came out before dawn and stood upside down outside. She wanted to have Chen Jingting's child so that she could live a life without worries about food and clothing. Chen Jingting also came to the manor to run. When Hao Jiao saw him, she came up to him and said with a smile, after all the hard work you put me through last night, you're still able to get up so early. You must be in good health. Chen Jingting looked puzzled and had no idea what she was talking about. You know, she is Zhu Ziwen's girlfriend, so he must have recognized the wrong person. So he continued running. Seeing that he ignored her, Hao Jiao was also very confused. She immediately chased after him and asked, why are you ignoring me? We're not that familiar with each other. Chen Jingting replied. Not that familiar? You asked me to serve you 3 times last night, and you still say you don't know me well? Hao Jiao didn't expect that he would actually deny it, and she couldn't help but feel angry. Chen Jingting quickly said, don't talk nonsense, I didn't do anything to you. Hao Jiao said angrily, you actually took advantage of me and were irresponsible. Give me 10 million, otherwise I won't let you go. Neuropathy. Chen Jingting cursed and then ran away immediately, wondering where this crazy woman came from. She must be crazy about money. Just wait for me. Hao Jiao immediately ran back and prepared to complain to Zhu Ziwen. Zhu Ziwen had just gotten up and was preparing to eat something. Woo woo woo. Hao Jiao pushed the door open and walked in, crying non-stop, her clothes also in disarray. Zhu Ziwen asked quickly, what's wrong with you? Hao Jiao threw herself into her arms and cried, When I went out last night, Chen Jingting dragged me back to the room, and then he took me, woo-woo. Hearing this, Zhu Ziwen was shocked and said, he actually did this to you, bastard, I'm going to settle the score with him. Hao Jiao said quickly, he is so rich and powerful, can you deal with him? I am a man, how can I tolerate my woman being bullied? After saying that, Zhu Ziwen immediately rushed out aggressively. Living room. Qin Muyuan was sitting at the table eating, in a particularly good mood. Chen Jingting sat down beside him with a depressed look on his face, picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Qin Muyuan asked, what's wrong? You don't look well. Chen Jingting muttered, I just ran into Hao Jiao, and she said some inexplicable things, as if I had done something to her. Hearing this, Qin Muyuan's heart skipped a beat. She bit her chopsticks with a complicated expression. Chen Jingting looked at her and asked, what's that expression on your face? Do you know anything? Qin Muyuan quickly shook her head and replied, I don't know. Chen Jingting didn't care about it and picked up the coffee to drink. Son of a bitch. Zhu Ziwen ran over angrily and glared at him. You took the wrong medicine too. Chen Jingting muttered. Zhu Ziwen pointed at him and cursed, you son of a bitch, you actually dared to hug my girlfriend by force, you are worse than an animal. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Chen Jingting, their eyes widened and their mouths opened wide. Wei Pang gave Chen Jingting a thumbs up, thinking to himself, brother, you are really awesome. You are so brave that you don't let go of any grass around you. This is too much, he is just a scumbag, my sister is still here. And we are living under the same roof, he is just a beast. Qin Fangli immediately stood up and started cursing at Chen Jingting. Chen Jingting now has a confused look on his face, with only one thought in his mind, the baby is wronged, the baby is innocent. Chapter 57 The truth comes to light. Sit down. Qin Muyuan of course knew what was going on and quickly pulled Qin Fangli back. Sister, he has treated you like this, and you still say anything for him? I will teach him a lesson for you. Qin Fangli was very angry. Qin Muyuan now feels that things have gotten a little out of hand. Her original plan was that Wei Pang and Hao Jiao would discover each other after they were done. But somehow they seemed to have no idea who the other person was. And she saw that Wei Pang also looked like he was watching the fun. Chen Jingting came to Qin Muyuan and said seriously, wife, she and I are really innocent. Qin Muyuan nodded and replied, I know, I believe you. If you don't give me an explanation, this matter will not end. Hao Jiao stood up and looked at Chen Jingting with a gloomy face. Nothing to explain. I didn't do anything to you. Chen Jingting said this directly. Zhu Ziwen rushed over and cursed, you bastard, you did it but you don't dare to take responsibility, I will beat you to death. Stop. Qin Muyuan rushed out and stood in front of Chen Jingting. Your man is cheating on you, and you're not angry at all? Zhu Ziwen questioned sternly. Qin Muyuan said, I don't care about these. Zhu Ziwen yelled, you don't care, but I do. He slept with my woman, and I must beat him up today. Qin Muyuan realized that she could no longer hide the truth, so she quickly said, the person who slept with Hao Jiao was not him. Zhu Ziwen was stunned and stopped. Hao Jiao said quickly, impossible, he was the one who asked me to go to the room on the second floor. Qin Muyuan said directly, I asked you to go. I saw you added him on WeChat and wanted to seduce him. Hearing this, Zhu Ziwen's face darkened. If it's not him, then who is the one sleeping with me? Hao Jiao is also very puzzled now. He. Qin Muyuan pointed at Wei Pang. Wei Pang looked shocked. He was just watching the fun from the side, why did he get dragged into it? He quickly said, Teacher Qin, how can this be a joke? Didn't you introduce a little foreigner to me? Qin Muyuan said directly, how can there be so many little foreigners? Do you really think pie will fall from the sky? Wei Pang looked at Hao Jiao and saw that she had a good figure and good looks, so it was worth it for her to have a good night's sleep last night. What? It's this disgusting fat guy? After Hao Jiao realized that it was this fat man whom she had served so hard last night, she felt uncomfortable all over. You were quite satisfied last night, weren't you? You even said you were better than your boyfriend. Wei Pang muttered. Hao Jiao was so angry at these words that her body was shaking. Now Zhu Ziwen had no idea what to say. His girlfriend first seduced Chen Jingting, but then slept with Wei Pang. He had absolutely no idea what to do. Zhu Ziwen immediately turned around and left. Wei Pang looked at Hao Jiao and said, if you don't have a boyfriend, I can be your boyfriend. Aren't you very satisfied with me? Stay away, I feel sick just looking at you. After saying that, Hao Jiao turned and left. Not bad. Fatty, last night must have been unforgettable. Yao Ming and others were full of envy. Wei Peng's face was smiling like a flower. Chen Jingting looked at Qin Muyuan and said, "Wife, you should do this later. You almost scared me to death." Qin Muyuan took his arm and said, "I just don't want you to be harassed by that little devil. She's not a good woman either." Chen Jingting didn't care about these things and planned to take them out to travel and spend the remaining millions. But there were problems in Suman's company. Chapter 58 Failure to Raise Money. 25 days later. Sunrise Entertainment Company. Suman was chatting with Wu Xiao. "Wu Xiao, I'm going to arrange a singing program for you, what do you think?" Wu Xiao refused directly, "I'm very busy right now and don't have time." Suman continued, "That is the most popular talent show right now. It will definitely help you become more famous." Wu Xiao played with his phone without even looking up and said, "No need. I'm very popular now." Seeing that she didn't take her seriously at all, Suman reminded her, "Your contract is still in the company, so you have to keep a low profile." Wu Xiao suddenly laughed, looked at her and said, "Boss Su, it seems that this company is not entirely up to you. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, she turned and left, not giving Suman any face at all. Suman was very angry about this. She only held more than 40% of the company's shares and was considered the largest shareholder. The shareholders below are a group of money-hungry guys. Now Wu Xiao is the company's favorite and big money earner, so she dares to do this. The assistant came in and said, "Boss Su, I heard that someone is buying a large number of shares in our company, and the share has reached 20% and is still increasing." Suman frowned and said, "I don't have much money to use. I can't buy many shares." The assistant said, "If their shares exceed yours, you will have to step down as chairman." Suman immediately called a senior in the HR department and asked him to meet. Around noon, Suman met a middle-aged man in a restaurant. The man is the chairman of Dafeng Real Estate Company, Lu Jian. Suman smiled and said, "Uncle Lu, thank you for coming out to meet me." Lu Jian took a sip of coffee and said, "We are so familiar with each other, I know what you want to talk to me about." Suman asked curiously, "Really? Someone is aggressively buying up shares of your company, right?" Lu Jian threw out this statement. "Yes, I don't have enough funds now, I hope you can help me." Suman explained her purpose. Lu Jian asked, "How much do you need?" Suman thought for a moment and said, 200 million. After Lu Jian pondered for a moment, he said, "This is not a small amount." Suman agreed, "Don't worry, Uncle Lu, I'm not taking this money for nothing. I will pay the normal interest." Lu Jian put down the cup and said, "I can give you the money without interest, as long as you agree to one condition of mine." "What conditions?" Suman couldn't help but feel happy. Lu Jian stretched out his hand and began to feel around hers, the meaning was self-evident. Suman immediately retracted her hand, her face darkened, and she said, "What are you doing? Please respect yourself." Lu Jian smiled and said, "You know what I mean. You are in a bad situation now. There are not many people willing to help you. As long as you become my lover, I will lend you the money. Dream on, old man. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Suman started cursing directly. "Humph, if you can borrow the money, I'll consider you capable." Lu Jian's face was full of pride. It was only a matter of time before she came back to find him, otherwise he would lose his position as chairman. After Suman left, she immediately called other people she knew to try to raise money. But the answers I got were all rejections. After returning to the company, Suman also looked very depressed. "Hey, what's going on?" Sun Shan walked in with a smug look on his face. Chapter 59. What are you doing here? When Suman saw Sun Qing, her face suddenly darkened. "I heard you're borrowing money everywhere. But no one seems willing to lend it to you." Sun Qing had a playful look on his face and sat down on the chair. Suman asked in a deep voice, "How do you know?" Sun Qing laughed and said, "Who doesn't know this? After all, the upper class is so small, and everyone knows about any disturbance." Suman asked, "What do you want to do?" Sun Qing said proudly, "To tell you the truth, you can't keep the position of chairman. If you become my woman, maybe I can think of a solution for you." Suman sneered and stared at him as if he was a fool. "Why are you looking at me like that? Sun Qing couldn't help but shiver. You are so stupid. Even if I am not the chairman anymore, I am still the second largest shareholder, worth hundreds of millions. You are just a manager. Do you think you deserve me to be your woman? Suman started to mock directly. Seeing the contempt in her eyes, Sun Qing immediately glared at her and said, "Just wait, there will be a time when you will beg me." After saying that, he stood up and left. Suman also immediately contacted the bank, preparing to mortgage the property and then purchase the shares. Villa. After Qin Jingting came back, he also lay on the sofa to rest. Qin Muyuan sat next to him and said, "Honey, there's still a month left in the summer vacation. I want to go out with Su Qian again." Qin Jingting reached out and stroked her face and replied, "Okay. Have fun." "Okay, I'm leaving now." Qin Muyuan immediately got up and went out. She was going to do something important with Su Qian. When Qin Jingting saw that he was the only one in the villa, he immediately sent a message to Yao Na, asking her to come out and meet him. School dormitory. After receiving the message from Qin Jingting, Yao Na immediately started dressing up and changed into a sexy long dress with a low neckline. Liu couldn't help laughing when he saw her like this, and said, "You're going to eat people like this?" Yao Na smiled and said, "He asked me to go out, so I had to dress up nicely. I won't be back tonight." Liu looked at her and said, "Then you must have thunder and lightning tonight. Be careful. Don't play too much." "What nonsense. He is very gentle and doesn't have any special habits." Yao Na replied. "You're so proud of being a mistress. How shameless." Luing next to him started to curse in a sarcastic tone. Liu directly retorted, "You are so awesome. Don't think I don't know, you are doing prostitution now, right?" Luing said angrily, "It's all your fault. Last time I maxed out several credit cards. Otherwise, would I have done something like this?" Liu sneered and said, "You deserve it." Luing looked at Yao Na and said, "Work harder at night and serve them well, so that they can give you money to spend." Yao Na ignored her and walked out. Half an hour later, Chen Jingting was waiting for Heezy at the entrance of the shopping mall. "Brother Chen." Yao Na ran over excitedly and took his arm. "Let's go. I'll go shopping with you." Chen Jingting took her inside. Yao Na smiled and said, "I am content to be with you." Chen Jingting took her to a watch store and said, "I'll give you a gift. Choose a watch." Yao Na quickly said, "I don't want any gifts, just spend more time with me." Chen Jingting smiled and replied, "I'll find you when I have time, pick one." Yao Na nodded and started choosing a watch. "Oh, it's so good to be someone's mistress." She even came to buy a watch. Song Huan came over, his face covered in blood. "Who is this grandson?" Chen Jingting saw that he had bad intentions and started asking Yao Na. Yao Na explained, "A former suitor." Chen Jingting suddenly understood and said, "So it's jealousy." Song Huan snorted coldly and said, "Jealous? I would be jealous of you. I have played with all kinds of women. What are you so proud of? You think it's a big deal to play with a schoolgirl, right?" Chen Jingting said to Yao Na, "Fortunately you have good vision, otherwise you would regret it." Yao Na nodded and replied, "This guy is so shameless, he thinks he's great just because he has a few filthy bucks. No matter how shameless you are still someone's mistress, selling your body to make money." Song Huan started to mock loudly. It turns out to be a mistress. The people around also looked at him strangely. Yao Na was so angry that she was gasping for breath. This was her only pain point. Chen Jingting directly hugged her in his arms and said, "She is my woman." "What are you doing here?" At this moment, a 1.65 meter tall, plump old woman in her 50s came over and greeted Song Huan. "It's okay, baby, I met someone I know." Song Huan quickly responded honestly and called out in a very affectionate manner. Seeing this, Chen Jingting immediately mocked, "So you're just a gigolo? I thought you were so capable." Song Huan said with a gloomy face, "What do you mean by gigolo? This is my girlfriend." The wife slapped him in the face and cursed, "What do you mean I am your girlfriend? Are you worthy? I am just supporting you for fun, and you want to be my boyfriend? You are dreaming. Ha ha." When the people around saw this scene, they all burst into laughter, with contempt on their faces. "Baby is right. I don't deserve it. I said the wrong thing." Song Huan quickly admitted his mistake honestly. "That's good to know. Take good care of me at night and I'll give you tens of thousands to spend. The old woman led him away. He pretends to be a decent person, but in the end he is just a gigolo. What a joke. Chen Jingting cursed. In the evening, the two men came to a hotel and there was thunder and lightning. As Yao Na lay in Chen Jingting's arms, she said, "Brother Chen, I have something to tell you." Chen Jingting put his hand on her shoulder and asked, "What's the matter?" Yao Na said, "I signed up for a film crew and will be leaving in a few days. I guess we won't see each other for a while." Chen Jingting asked curiously, "Do you want to be an actor?" Yao Na nodded and replied, "My dream is to become a great actor." Chen Jingting said, "The entertainment industry is very complicated, with all kinds of unspoken rules. I'm afraid that after you go there, you'll become a different person. Brother Chen, don't worry, I will be your woman for the rest of my life." Yao Na's tone was full of determination. "Then let time prove it. When you get there, just tell me if you need any help from me. If you act well, then act. If you don't, just have fun. Whatever you want to do, I'll invest money to do it for you." Chen Jingting threw out this statement. "Got it. Then Brother Chen, please do me another favor and make sure I can't walk tomorrow." Yao Na's eyes also became dull. Faced with the beauty's request, Chen Jingting had no choice but to comply. He also plans to visit Suman tomorrow and return the money to her. Chapter 60 30 Years in Hedong. The next day, Chen Jingting came downstairs to Yangsheng Performing Arts Company. At this time, he saw Wu Xiao wearing sunglasses and walking out escorted by several bodyguards, looking very proud. He smiled and greeted Wu Xiao, "Big star Wu, long time no see." Wu Xiao glanced at Chen Jingting, turned around and left without answering. "The shelf is really big," Chen Jingting muttered. The entertainment industry also made him realize what it means to turn your back on someone. No matter what, it was he who gave Wu Xiao the opportunity to become famous. Now he doesn't even want to say hello. After Chen Jingting went upstairs, he saw a group of people gathering together. "Move out quickly. The chairman's office is going to be replaced." Sun Cheng looked at Su Man with a proud look on his face. Su Man was holding a cardboard box with an angry look on her face. "The new chairman is here." At this moment, a group of people came over. The man leading them was Lin Feng, Qin Muyuan's ex-boyfriend and the young master of Hong Yun Company who had gambled with Su Man. When Chen Jingting saw Lin Feng, he was stunned. "I didn't expect this grandson could make a comeback. It's really like that. Don't bully the arrogant young man." When Lin Feng saw him, he walked over and said with a smile, "Hey, isn't this Brother Chen? Let's go to my office for a cup of coffee and have a good chat, how about it?" "Okay." Chen Jingting agreed. "Boss Su, I am the chairman now, and the company does not have a position for you for now." Lin Feng came in front of Su Man with a proud look on his face. Su Man's face was now so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. Lin Feng smiled happily and turned to go to the chairman's office. Chen Jingting came to Su Man and said, "Go have a cup of coffee first, I'll talk to him." "I want to drink. I'll wait for you at a nearby restaurant." After saying that, Su Man turned and left. Sun Cheng looked at Chen Jingting with a smug look on his face, smiling widely, and said, "Now that Su Man is no longer the chairman, what ability do you have? You can't even protect your own woman." Chen Jingting ignored him and walked straight into the office. Sun Cheng also followed. Lin Feng sat on a chair, smoking a cigar, looked at Chen Jingting and asked, "What would you like to drink?" Chen Jingting looked at Sun Cheng and said, "Coffee, please. Double the sugar and a little milk." Sun Cheng jokingly said, "Do I look like I'm pouring coffee for you? Go ahead and pour it." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng greeted him. Sun Cheng could only go out to pour coffee with resentment. Chen Jingting looked at Lin Feng and said, "It's been such a long time since we last met. You seem to have become more mature now." Li Feng smiled and replied, "Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to take the position of chairman." "Didn't you expect that?" Chen Jingting nodded and replied, "Indeed, I didn't expect it." "What luck did you have?" "To tell you the truth, I am now the son-in-law of the chairman of Xinghe Financial Group." Lin Feng said this proudly. "I see." Chen Jingting thought that this was another gigolo. Lin Feng blew a puff of smoke at him and said, "Do you know what I'm going to do next? I heard that Su Man is her woman. I'm going to swallow up her shares and completely clear her out of the company." Chen Jingting thought that Su Man was in trouble now. Lin Feng said jokingly, "Aren't you his man? See if you have the ability to protect her." Special mission, sleep with Chu Shi, money reward, 10 million, early reward, medical skills mastery can be learned immediately. Failure penalty, loss of male ability. Time limit, 3 months. After Chen Jingting saw the task given by the system, he cursed in his heart. If he failed, he would become a eunuch. Who is this Chu Shi? Now his mind was blank. Lin Feng looked at him in a daze and felt very proud. This scared him and he will cry later. Chen Jingting got up and left, cursing the system in his heart. If you complete the task, you will be rewarded with 10 million. If you fail to complete it, you will become a eunuch. Does he have this 10 million? But now his most urgent task is to figure out who this Chu Shi is. The only good news is that he has become an expert in medical skills, proficient in both Chinese and Western medicine. Dining room. When Chen Jingting arrived, he saw that Su Man had already drunk several bottles of wine. Her face was red and her eyes were blurry. Come. Drink together. Su Man greeted him. Don't drink. Drinking won't solve the problem. Chen Jingting quickly took the wine off the table. Woo woo woo. Su Man suddenly started crying like a little child. Chen Jingting sat next to her and said, "If you want to cry, just cry. It will be better once you cry." Su Man's nose was snotty and tears were streaming down her face. She sobbed, "They bullied me, they bullied me, they bullied me, a woman." Chen Jingting muttered, "Business is like a battlefield. It doesn't matter whether you are a woman or not. If you don't speak up for me, I hate you and I don't want to see you. Su Man is drunk now. They are nothing, bullying you." Chen Jingting immediately started cursing as well. Su Man burst out laughing, and then started crying again. "What's the point of scolding them? I can't be the chairman again." Chen Jingting said, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you." Su Man came closer, looked at him and said, "If you can help me return as a king, I will marry you." Chen Jingting said directly, "Forget it then, I'll take you back first." After that, he sent Su Man back to the apartment. An hour later, the two returned to the apartment. Chen Jingting helped Su Man into the bedroom, then threw her onto the bed and prepared to leave. Su Man suddenly reached out and grabbed him, saying, "I'm about to marry you, so I'll give you some benefits first and sleep with you." After saying that, she began to take off her clothes. Chen Jingting would not take advantage of someone's misfortune, and immediately slapped her in the face, but the force was not strong. After being slapped, Su Man fell down and fell into a deep sleep, snoring. Chen Jingting closed the door, went to the living room and sat down, ready to stay there tonight in case she got drunk and acted crazy. Then he picked up his phone and started checking, trying to find out who this Chu Shi was. Soon, a woman in a professional suit with a delicate face appeared on the webpage, and her title was clearly written as the general manager of Xinghe Group. After Chen Jingting checked it out, he discovered something. That means Chu Shi is Lin Feng's wife. After realizing this, he couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. If Lin Feng knew about this, he would definitely hack him to death. But if he fails to complete the task, he will become a eunuch. And the time is only 3 months. After realizing the difficulty of the task, Chen Jingting was not happy at all. Without this system, he can still make money. It was normal before, but now people often set traps for him.